Check, 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 check.
How's that?
I'm not getting anything. Please try again. Keep trying.
Check, 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 check.
I just like, I like.
All right, welcome to the Sunday edition of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Once again, for the 7th time, we have our friend Scott McInerney going to sing the national anthem. We're very pleased he's able to come back, so please turn your attention to the flag on the top of the Cambridge Boat Club, and we'll let Scott take us into the morning's races. I think that was it.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, that was as inspirational as any rower we're going to see by the boat club this morning. That was fantastic. That's Scott McInerney, and he is available to be your anthem singer. If you need to reach Scott, you can reach him at Scott A. McInerney. That's at gmail.com. All right, thanks, Scott. All right, and once again, that was a fabulous rendition of the national anthem by Scott McInerney. Really pleased to kick off Sunday's racing with event number 41, which will be the mixed inclusion double. That race hopefully has gotten underway already at 7:45, about 2.5 miles or so downstream by the BU Boathouse. This event has become a tremendous success with a full field of 18 inclusion doubles this year. And as a reminder, inclusion crews are comprised of one rower with a qualifying disability and the other without. We have the returning champions from last year from Athletes Without Limits down in Alexandria, Virginia. That's going to be Josh Martini and Justin Boatner. We've got some strong crews from community rowing. We've got Tessa Gobo from U.S. national team. She's teaming up with Josh Boissonneau from the U.S. para team. And that should be a very interesting double. His teammate from the World Championships, Pearl Outlaw, is also racing, but she's still in college, so she's rowing under Ithaca as a collegiate entry in the inclusion double. There'll be another strong double from CRI with Austrian sculler Joanna Bayer, who was a silver medalist at the World Championships this past summer in the PR3 mixed double. She's teaming up with Alex Dillon from CRI High Performance Group to see what they can do out on the course. That's the first time they're racing together. They should be very strong. But right behind them are the duo Jackie Smith and Molly Moore, who won the gold medal and almost hit the world record at the World Championships in the PR3 women's pair, but they're rowing a double here this morning to see what they can do in this inclusion race.
I might move.
And as we wait for the inclusion doubles to come down, we see some of the junior scullers, youth scullers, heading up their way to the start line. The inclusion doubles, however, launched all from the Boston University Boathouse, so we won't see them warming up. They've had the pleasure of getting to warm up in the basin start area pattern without any company down there, so that's pretty nice. I don't know that anybody really gets that. It gets pretty hairy down at the start line, but nonetheless, we assume they are underway without delay. And I've got my partner on the mic this morning here with me, Jerry Murphy. Jerry, welcome.
Thanks, Ellen. It's great to be out here again. What a beautiful day to row. It's just going to be another wonderful Sunday at the head. It's almost as good as yesterday. 40 degrees, going up to about 60, 65. Just not too much wind. Perfect day.
And we have a bit of a view from overhead the race course much further downstream, so it looks like indeed we do have some doubles on the course. All right, and as Jerry mentioned earlier, indeed a perfect morning of racing. Absolutely great conditions. We think we're only getting about 2-mile-an-hour headwinds today, but that should be nothing. Looks like just great racing right now, racing conditions. And here we go, Jerry, get ready. We've got our first crew of the day coming around the bend here.
And they are moving well, Ellen. Looking very good.
Yep, again, these are inclusion doubles. Mixed gender, so generally man-woman, but I think we have a few single-gender crew. And right now we are looking at bow number two. So Tessa Gobbo from the U.S. Women's National Team. She was a gold medalist in Rio. She's been training with her partner Josh Boissonneau from the U.S. Para-National Team. Josh won a silver medal at the World Championships this past summer in Linz, Austria. So this very experienced duo has moved into the first position. Starting at bow number 2, they're pressing hard. But as we said, bow number 5 would be the sleeper, an untested crew, but a very strong and experienced one. And that's going to be Joanne Beyer, the Austrian single sculler, and Alex Dillon from Community Rowing. So bow number 2 in the high-vis jerseys, crushing through the Elliott Bridge now. Josh in stroke, Tessa in bow. Fantastic duo, but they are getting pushed by bow number 5. Bow number 5 has Joanna in the bow and Alex in the stern. Joanna, Austrian single sculler, trains out of Community Rowing High Performance Center because she works at Harvard. But a great race for bow number 5, looking over their shoulder. And Joanna, by the way, is doing all of this race course on one leg. So think about that, people. Bow number 1 on the buoys having a tough time. They wanted to return as 2-time champions, but they got their hands full today as they're getting some pressure from bow number 3. Bow number 1 in the yellow jerseys, that's Athletes Without Limits from Alexandria, Virginia. Josh Martini and Justin Boatner. Again, the champions from last year. Feeling the heat of the increased pressure. And bow number 3 is Pearl Outlaw. She was also a silver medalist. She was Josh's teammate in the World Championships in the PR3 mixed double. She's in the stroke seat, and her teammate from Ithaca, Jen Bryan, is in the bow. So they're doing a great job. Pearl has come a long way with her sculling. She rose sweep for Ithaca, but sculling here today as the only collegiate entry in the mixed inclusion double. And what a competition among those early bow numbers, because they've really pushed one another and created a huge gap on the remainders of the field. Bow number 4 is Three Rivers from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They were in this event last year. They were 4th. This is Stephanie Sidlick and Aiden Porter. Aiden also used to row at Community Rowing in Boston. And coming up right behind them, doing a great job on that buoy line. Who's that? Bow number 6. That's the U.S. PR3 women's pair gold medalist from the 2019 World Rowing Championship over in Austria. Jacqueline Smith, a silver medalist in Rio, teaming up with Molly Moore. Also from the World Championships. They're doing a great job pressing there. Jackie in the stroke seat, Molly in the bow. That's how they did it at Worlds, and that's how they're doing it here as they go through the Elliott Bridge. Molly Moore, Jackie Smith. "18 entries in this event today, so we've seen a little bit more than half so far.
Ellen, it's great to have you here announcing on this because you are so knowledgeable, being so involved with these athletes. You've been to the Worlds, you've been to Rio, you've been everywhere with them. This is great. You're a wonderful supporter of adaptive rowing, and you've been doing this, I know, since I've met you, and that was a long time ago.
Well, yeah, it's really amazing to work with the athletes that are part of the U.S. Paralympic movement. We have a very competitive field coming out of the women's collegiate rowing in general. So a lot of these PR3 athletes, and PR3 just means they have the full use of the full rowing stroke. They use leg, trunk, and arms. They used to call it leg, trunk, and arms, but now it's PR3, the third level of eligibility for the Paralympic Games. And we do see many of these athletes that are on the Paralympic team. They've rowed at University of Washington, Harvard University. So the collegiate system that has promoted the success of the U.S. Women's Open team is also promoting the success of the women on the U.S. Para team. Now, the men's side is starting to get a lot more competitive. We saw yesterday Charlie Norden, a graduate of Gonzaga University. He was supposed to be in the four with another teammate from Columbia, John Tangway. Now, John couldn't make that, but we're starting to see the men's side. The men's collegiate system is also producing some of our top PR3 athletes that are going to be trying out for the Paralympic team. We've had Zach Burns over the last few years. He was out of Michigan. So the collegiate system is indeed the training ground for the best PR3 rowers in the country.
Now, would these rowers be scholarship eligible in their programs in college?
Yeah, they wouldn't make a distinction, so that the top PR3 rowers are earning their seats on the open program. So they may or may not have a scholarship, but they're certainly eligible depending on what the coach has there. But these are athletes who are going to make their way onto the team. They may have a disability where their mobility is impairment in either the foot, the ankle, or the arm. So these are sort of minimal impairments that wouldn't preclude you from racing in an open program, but may limit the how far you can go up the slide, etc.
So now we've got bow number 9 over sort of close to the Cambridge Boat Club, moving up.
Bow number 9 is DC Strokes. This is Sam Meter and Luke Arnold. They're just 18 years old, and they're the youngest competitors in this event. But it's their second time competing together. They're looking to improve on last year's 7th place finish. You see that they're rowing with the stabilizing pontoons there right near in the stroke seat. That's just a way to give a little bit of extra support. Many of these athletes, as they row, they have an asymmetry built in. We saw already Joanna Bayer, the Austrian sculler. She only rows with one leg. So some of the athletes have some built-in instability just because of the asymmetry that they have. So those pontoons make it not only safer, but also a little bit more stable so the athlete can just, go full bore. They're getting some pressure, though, from the Swedes. This is from Falkensberg's rowing club. This is Ebba Einarsson and Johan Svensson. Ebba started to row in 2008, but was paralyzed in 2017, and she attended the World Championships in Plovdiv back in 2018 as the PR1. So PR1, she's in the stroke seat there. You can see she's got a supportive seat, but I also want to point out that she's rowing without the support of pontoons. That just shows the athleticism of this outstanding sculler. So racing in an open racing shell, not the hull that is prescribed by FISA, so give her a huge round of applause. She's rowing without stabilizing pontoons in a standard racing hull with a fixed seat. So hats off to Ebba Einarsson, only 19 years old, doing a fabulous job here at the head of the Charles.
Showing ability. And plenty of it.
Well, that's exactly right. What the athletes that I've worked with have shown me is really about how you push the limits of whatever sport you're in and the human condition. So whether the rules say you can only row in such and such a lane or at such and such a weight, these athletes push the limits with the going around their impairment and just performing incredibly well. And it really teaches all of us that work with them just what life is really all about. Bow number 16, the Gordon Rowing Club. This is the first entry from the collegiate works here. The Gordon Rowing Club is a new club out in Wenham, Massachusetts. They've only been around for, I think, less than a year. So they're a liberal arts Christian college out in Wenham, Mass. We have Caleb Breesley and Madeline Hopkins, averaging age 24, from the Gordon Rowing Association. Being new to the river, they're just playing it very conservatively right out in the middle of the lane, doing a very good job steering. You can see the bow person looking right over her shoulder to make sure she's checking her line. Madeline Hopkins in the bow, Caleb in the stern. And as we turn the camera a little bit further downstream to the corner. Oh, I know. I guess we're out here in front. So this in front of the Cambridge Boat Club, bow 16, is the Gordon rowing duo.
And they're going to take the inside arch.
Now that's
Shore
fine.
side arch. That's fine. That's legal.
Yep.
But it makes it a little harder to make the Belmont Hill turn. That's
Yeah,
all.
it's kind of a surprise. No matter what arch you take when you go through Elliott, it's a surprise how sharp that next corner is. But we've got a few other scullers now right in front of the Cambridge Boat Club.
We got number
The first one is bow number 15, the Capital duo.
And next-
They've rowed over the past few years, and they're very good champions in the adaptive categories. This is Daniel Longo and Margaret Rajnik. Margaret in the stern, Dan in the bow. Dan's in charge of steering here, and he's looking over both shoulders, checking his course. And right behind them is bow number 7, DC Strokes, another entry from that club. Cole and Cedric were 6th last year, having a good row this morning. Cedric in the bow, Cole in the bow and Cedric in the stern. Cole Carrington, Cedric Montrose. Again, a very young crew, just a little bit older than the other crew there that we saw earlier. So Cole is 18 years old and Cedric is 19, so they're doing a fabulous job. And now we're swung right around to hometown crew. This is Community Rowing of Brighton, Massachusetts. Don't have names for this crew, but they're doing a great job. You see, again, they are rowing a FISA standard hull with stabilizing pontoons. And the FISA standard hull is just a shorter and wider hull to provide what is supposed to be more stability, but some of us in the rowing community think that it really comes from the pontoons. The pontoons really add the stability, and as we saw earlier, we had a single sculler in the PR1 category rowing a standard hull. So I'm a fan that we row any boat, any seat, any time, and you row the shell you want to row. So that's what we've seen out here. Those that prefer the FISA hull and those that don't, anything goes here in the mixed inclusion double.
This appears to be number 1. The Riverside Blades.
No, it's bow number
14.
from the next event.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. Oh. And this is maybe not a surprise, but certainly a treat. We have the first bow number from the next event, which is the mixed TA double. I'm so proud to bring Madison Eberhard and Isaac French, averaging just age 18 years old, from Orion Rowing Club. Isaac began rowing on the national team in 2017, placing 5th overall. Both these athletes were at the 2019 World Championship. They are cruising through the middle of the pack into the event before them. Maddie's in the stern, Isaac in the bow. They are training for Tokyo. They'll have to beat Russell and Lisa, who are training on the West Coast and not here. But this duo is a young up-and-coming in the PR2 category, which is represented in the Paralympic Games, having a great row today, Madison and Isaac. Bow 14, back to our original event. That's another crew from the DC Strokes, Chantel Sheiks and Max Constandi, just 17 years old from Max. Doing a great job here on the course. Again, see the stabilizing pontoons generally in the stern. That's where most of the athletes with the Paralympic eligibility will sit, so that the bow person can have full range to look over their shoulder and handle the steering. So most crews will have the person with the disability in the stroke seat. However, bow number 8, Western Reserve, they've got pontoons up there in the bow. So, as we said, anything goes here. We've got Mark Silverstein and Jeremy Gilly. Jeremy's first time in the head of the Charles. This is the Western Reserve crew. They've really come along with their inclusion program. We saw them in the 4 yesterday doing a great job. So really proud to have Western Reserve, another inclusion club to match community rowing. And another crew from community rowing. This is our military entry. Thank you for your service. Paul Farrell and Richie Durrell rowing with the American flag. They are both military veterans. They've raced together a few times this fall. We've got Richard in the stern and Paul in the bow. That's how they do it every day out of community rowing. Salutes to you in the high-vis jerseys, our military entry in the mixed inclusion double. Bow 13 now, Holyoke rows, having a bit of trouble with the steering, but they have rowed together for several years. Jim Brooks, we call him the old man of adaptive rowing, or Father Time of adaptive rowing, and There he is in the stern, getting some steering help from his partner, Kevin Lonergan. They've rowed together, and Jim has won several hammers in this category. He's in the PR1 category, taking a little bit wide. And bow number 2 there is up and coming. That's Jen Fitzroy from Community Rowing in the stroke seat in the red hull. She's in the black jersey. She's rowing with her partner, Sarah Weiner. Jen Fitzroy was second at the para trials, and she also was second at Canadian Henley, so she's looking to track down Madison Eberhard in this category. Both of them will be training for the U.S. trials and headed out into the PR2 category. That's used to be called the trunk and arms. You see they only have function of the upper body in the rowing stroke. So a fantastic job. Both of the trunk and arms double, without using their legs, have moved their way into the inclusion race. So that bodes very well for the U.S. PR2 scene, because we haven't had too much competition there. So when we have more people in a category, it makes the national team a lot better.
Absolutely. Competition's a great thing. Cream rises to the top.
That's right. It's a great motivator.
And they push each other.
Exactly, exactly. And they enjoy it too. They enjoy being out there with others from the same event, trying out. There's somewhat of a camaraderie among that competition. And bow number 17, the other entry from Holyoke Rows. This is Ella Buddington. She's been rowing for 3 years and racing for just 1, though. She's planning to row in college next year, so any colleges with openness to adaptive or para rowing, take a look. She's entered with Stephanie Moore. I'm not sure if that's actually Stephanie in the bow or not. Stephanie Moore is the coach and director of the Holyoke Rows program and has been doing a labor of love out there in Western Mass for the para rowing scene, a fantastic para and adaptive and inclusion rowing club, Holyoke Rows from Western Mass. Yes, and Jerry was just reminding me at community rowing, when before even para rowing, we knew what it was. We had Fred Meada do this course, and he used just his arms, and he was rowing with a very recreational shell back in the day, but
he would come down to community rowing with that shell on a trailer behind his car.
Yeah.
He'd get out of the car, get into his chair, put the shell across his lap. He'd lay a piece of AstroTurf or something down along the bank and slide the boat down into the water, go back and get his oars, get him on the boat, have everything ready, and somehow by some magic got himself out of the chair, onto the dock, into the boat, and he'd be off rowing 56 strokes a minute for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And back again. Just
Yeah.
an amazing athlete. Just
Yeah.
would not be deterred.
I coached him, and it was incredible because he did all that without. There was no boathouse back then. You remember we had the small Sherry Proctor boathouse, just a shed of.
We had no water back then.
That's right. That's right. No plumbing, no nothing. The docks were terrible, and he had some guns. His biceps were huge, and he just cranked it. And he pretty much started all of our vision for para and adaptive rowing because he was so accomplished, and he really kind of paved the way, even though we didn't know it at the time.
Well, we knew it at the time because we've been working with some of the kids from Perkins at that time, which helped a lot.
That's right. That's right. Now, Jerry, I think we still should have seen one entry. I did not believe I saw bow number 12, but otherwise we think we are finished with the inclusion double. So we'll see.
On the course now, we've got
We do have singles on the course, so we know that the next event has started, which will be the men's youth singles, and they'll be tearing up the course. So all right, well, I'm going to give you some the results here. Wow. So all right, so Maddie Eberhard and Isaac French currently had the fastest time past CBC, but their time is posted within the other events. I'm not sure how that will play out. There are only 2 entries, and sometimes that throws a glitch into the timing splits. So we have CRI with Sarah Weiner and Jen Fitzroy, only 2 seconds behind them. But then we've got the Ithaca duo listed in that event. So we'll say it's too close to call on that one right now until all the results are in. Jerry, we're going to try and get some of the men's singles announcements underway because it's going to be fast and furious, and I know we're not going to have a lot of time. So we've got 41 competitors. These are average age, 17, 18 years old. I think our youngest competitor is 16 from the California Yacht Club. But last year's winner, Jack Dorney of Ireland, is returning again. He's starting at bow number 1. He would love to win again, but he's got a serious challenge from bow number 2, Isaiah Harrison from Seattle. This kid took gold at U.S. Rowing's U17 regatta back in 2018. And then bow number 7, Nick Arano, took 5th this summer at Junior Worlds in the single and a gold from Club Nationals. So anything goes in the youth single because they're just improving at such tremendous rates. Year to year, you're not sure who's going to win. So we're going to get as many names for the folks watching at home as we can, but we're going to expect a lot of upsets today because that's the name of the game in youth sculling.
Some of these kids are still growing. They're still getting taller, too.
Yeah, and there are kids that are on the race course for their
Here they
very
come
first
now.
time, and they're going to be tearing it up as well.
And here they come. And indeed, bow number 1, right on the buoys.
Bow number 1, indeed, it's Jack Dorney, 18 years old from Cork County, Ireland. He's on the buoy line, but he's getting some pressure from bow number 2, the USA sculler from Seattle. Again, this is the U17 men's national champion for the U.S., just 16 years old, Isaiah Harrison, giving Jack Dorney a run for his money. Jack's going to try and earn his airfare by challenging the course, getting back on that buoy line, but this is the battle we expect, the youth and exuberance in the youth single sculler. The USA sculler having a little bit of difficulty steering, but Jack remembers how to do this from last year. He's a champion, and he's moved back on open water. They had bow to stern, and that steering alone gave Jack Dorney 2 lengths of open water. That shows you how difficult that corner is. But the Seattle sculler, just 16 years old, is charging back, and he may get the inside of the next corner.
That was beautiful, Ellen. That Jack got a perfect line through the bridge. He just got the angle just right. He's coming out, still dominating. He's still got open water on the other side of the bridge. This is terrific rowing.
And I'll tell you, they raise them tough as nails down in County Cork, that's for sure.
That's where the Murphys are from, you know.
Oh, well, good. The Irish national team, doing a fantastic job at the 2019 World Championships. But out in front, a Canadian sculler, Evan McRae, just 18 years old from St. Catharines, white shirt, white blades, going through the Elliott Bridge, unaccompanied right now. Bow number 4 now coming next, just 17 years old, from Redwood Scullers. This is Kyle Howe, 17 years old, dark shirt, white blades. Bow number 7 is challenging him, though. So bow number 7, as we thought, having a great row today. This is Oak Neck Rowing Academy from Bayville, New York, Nicholas Aranow. He was the Club Nationals single champion. He's already passed bow number 5 from the Orleans, Massachusetts, Michael Kiselev. White hull, white jersey, white blade with blue stripes from Orleans, Massachusetts. Bow number 6 now out in front in the red hull. That's from the Narragansett Boat Club, Lucian Gateskill, Go NBC. White blades, white jersey with the horizontal blue stripe from Narragansett, Rhode Island. And a very nice line on the buoys. This is Thierry Millar from the California Yacht Club. That's in Los Angeles, California. This is only his 4th race in the single. and he was third at the Youth Nationals Regatta in Sarasota this year. So I don't know how you do that in your fourth race, cut a buoy line like that. I think he must have watched Jerry Stone on the video yesterday, because that is done like a champ.
That is textbook rowing.
And he's blown by bow number 10. There's got to be 7 or 8 lengths of open water between Thierry Millar and bow number 10. That's the Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club, Benjamin Moss. He's been rowing since he could walk. Doing a great job here today. Bow number 9 now out in front from the Nereid Club from Rutherford, New Jersey. This is Max Iwanski. He's just 15 years old, one of the youngest competitors in this event today. And he's gone through bow number 8, the Maritime Sculler, Quinlan Daly, 15 years old as well. Bow 13 in the MPOCR from Newport Beach, California. That's Jackson Banta. This is his second appearance in the Head of the Charles. He was in the lightweight 8 that won Youth Nationals this year. Bow number 12, he's gone through bow number 12, Will Durbin from Oak Neck Rowing Academy in Bayville, New York. That's Oak Neck with the blue blades and the white hull.
And he's rowing like he wants to get that back on the next turn, Ellen. He's got a beautiful line coming out of the bridge. He's going to be pushing all the way. You may pass, but you have to stay ahead.
All right, who do we have next, Jerry? Bow 14 now from Greenwich, Connecticut, Kenzo Otsuka. First time in the Head of the Charles, another lightweight rower, holding his own in this open weight division here in the black hull with the white blades. Doing a pretty good job on the buoy line himself. He's 17 years old. Bow 15 follows him. That's Henry Schoeffel, the team captain of the Sagamore Rowing Club from Oyster Bay, New York. He's in the white boat with the white blades with the dark green or blue delta on them. Bow number 16 now, just a bit wide. This is the Long Island sculler, Nicholas Gilligan. He was a finalist in the Independence Day Regatta and won the state U17 category in the quad. He's taken the corner nicely here. He's in the royal blue hull with the black and red unisuit. And he's moved out on the bow number 17, who is now approaching. Bow 17 in the red blades, the Virginia sculler from Zach Hall from Charlottesville. Rowing a very aggressive finish stroke here. He's got red blades, white hull, bow 17. He's just 16 years old, so this is a very difficult course, one of the most difficult head races in the world with the number of bridges and the number of turns and the number of competitors. This is not an easy thing, and these young scullers are doing a great job.
And it's upwind in all directions.
Yeah. Who's out in front here now?
That's bow number 18.
Bow 18, Catholic High School from Virginia Beach. This is Charles Turner, a rising senior at Bishop Sullivan.
And right on the buoys, bow number 22 has moved up considerably.
Bow number 22, that's Dylan Green of the famous legendary Green family. His grandparents rowed yesterday. His parents, Alan and Chris, rowed yesterday. And his aunt and uncle rowed yesterday, too. The Greens, Dylan Green, age 17. Rowing for 612 Endurance. Bow number 19 is trailing him after having been passed. That's Davis Kelly. He was a gold medalist at the ODP Regatta. He's from Burton Beach Rowing. Bow 21 has gotten by bow 20, so 21 comes over for a friendly up-close view of the Cambridge Boat Club dock. That's the Detroit sculler, Tom Clark. He's a senior at Grosse Pointe High School in Michigan, rowing for Detroit for the fall season. Taking a look over his shoulder. He's in the white blades with the blue and red half stripes. And bow number 20, also following his line, bow 20 is Aiden Deljanin, a senior at Clarkston High School. He was a bronze medalist in the U19 event at Nationals this year. And bow 25, though, moving up in the park well, that's Peter Nasto in the yellow and red uni suit and the blue hull. He's just 15 years old, rowing since September of 2015, though. Started as an 11-year-old, so he's already got a few years under his belt. Being pushed by 27, our own Cambridge Boat Club sculler, Matthew Callawart. Very successful junior program. That's bow 18. Bow 23, Camp Randall, Marcos P. Is 18 years old. He's from Camp Randall, the club from Madison, Wisconsin. Qualified for Youth Nationals last year. Oh, and 24 snuck in there. That's Dave Topher from the California Yacht Club. Bow number 30, though, moving well in the field, giving a challenge from the back of the pack. That's the Miami sculler, Diego Ruver. He was a state and regional champion this year. And he's got by a few bow numbers here. 29 from Concha Hawk, and that's Henry Walk. That's the wrong. Bow number 32, Oak Neck Rowing, Brett Boss, 18 years old from Bayville, New York. White and pink unisuit. Bow 34 from Seattle, Washington, rowing under the Pocock banner. That's John Griffin. Nice smooth stroke there. Pocock Training Center from Seattle, Washington. Bow 34. He's gotten by bow number 26 in the white hull, white jersey. That's the Long Lake rowing crew from Long Lake, Minnesota. Alex Haas, age 17. And bow number 33 now pressing. That's the Malvern Prep School from Malvern, Pennsylvania, Cormac Delaney. Started rowing at Malvern as a freshman. Is already a city champ in the lightweight quad. And he's pushing back bow number 35, the Hudson River sculler, John Hambleton, rowing out of Poughkeepsie, New York. And he's past bow number 31, who's on the buoy line. That's the California sculler, Preston Ziegler, rowing for the California Yacht Club of Los Angeles. A nice little battle there. Emerging right behind him is bow 28. Bow 28 from East Bay, that's David McMillan. So a little battle going on there. Dave was a junior in Barrington High School from Rhode Island. We got a pack of 4 scullers now approaching, though. Jerry, who's the lead there? Bow 37, the Rivanna Rowing Club from Charlottesville. That's Joe Angevine. And number 40 on the buoys, trying to make a move. The Brooks School from North Andover, Nathaniel Worth. He's in last year's Youth National Champion in the double, so he's a very strong sculler. Bow 39 on our side of the river, that's the IDR semifinalist Landon Thompson from Albany, New York. No bow number on the bow 38 from Belmont rowing, Alex Kosarik from Belmont, North Carolina. A nice battle there among those young scullers.
With all that passing, that's how you lose a bow ball sometimes. Not a bow ball, but a bow number.
Well, we like to say that's how you actually earn your stripes. So a little bow ball here, as long as there's no injury. They're all going at great speed. So.
And there's a lot of tight turns to be made.
It's pretty tight. It's pretty tight. But
that was some great racing for these juniors. This is terrific to see these kids coming up, sculling so well, and they're so young. It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a good trend. We've always wanted to see sculling take off here in the U.S. We traditionally have started our young athletes in sweet boats, but there's a lot of people who say that starting athletes off in sculling boats is actually better for their overall development, and so we've been promoting youth sculling quite a bit here in the U.S., and even hosting the head of the Q, which was just a few weeks ago, had several. It's a youth-only head race, just for singles.
Yes, established by our own Greg Benning, who started the head of the queue going. It was great, and the kids have a blast on it. It's a lot of fun. It's become a real thing. It's in just a couple of years. It's getting more and more popular, and really that development of the kids' bodies, the young athletes' bodies, the symmetry of sculling is really so much better for them than the asymmetry of sweep rowing. Cross training is good.
Yeah, and I think also the boat feel. And hats off to Greg, who's really pushed not only the regatta development, but the promotion and making it fun and making it feel like a big professional level regatta. So Greg is actually on the mic downstream right now. He's probably calling all these athletes by personal name because he worked with them personally to get many of them down the course in the head of the queue just a week ago or two.
Well, and just encourage them to compete and compete with each other, learn about competition. There's nothing like racing to make your rowing a lot better. It gives you a target, gives you something to work for. Here's bow number 41, Ellen.
All right, bow 41, the Seattle sculler Gustavo Romero. He was a 2018 U.S. rowing regional silver medalist. Green blades from Seattle. This is bow 41 now, taking a quick check over his shoulder, make sure he's got the course that he wants, and he's headed for home, looking great through the Elliott Bridge. Yeah. And Jerry, I think we may have one or two scullers still on the course. I don't believe we've seen the Canadian sculler yet, the Canadian entry at bow 36. So we'll have to wait and see if he actually started or not. But bow 36, we had an entry from Canada in this. It would be great to see him. He was a part of the junior team that was just in Tokyo this past summer. So national team sculler for Canada, that would have been Eric Seawright. He rows for Dawn Rowing Club, but we haven't seen him go by unless he was in that tight pack of scullers that slipped through Elliott Bridge. So it's quite possible.
He might have been missing a bow number. It could have been...
It'd be nice if we could. It's a good angle.
Okay, coming up is our next event, the men's club singles, the Lewis B. Hughes Trophy. The course record was set by Luke Ryan in 18 minutes 00.179 in 2017. We have 28 competitors. And the cream of the crop on this one looks to be Brian Wedetch of Union Boat Club. He leads the field, having taken second last year, but with last year's winner not returning, that gives Brian a good shot at coming up. He's bow number 1. We have fresh blood in bow number 3. Paul Buchanan could be a serious challenger. It's only his third year of rowing, having finished in 8th place last year. Bow 6, Sean Blake of Tideway in Great Britain will no doubt be looking to make his home club proud, and he's got the credentials to do it. Bow number 19, Mike Dostal, maybe the oldest athlete in this field of young bucks, but we're guessing he'll have a thing or two to show us. Deep in the back, a very warm welcome to Sam Ford of Union Boat Club at bow 22, giving it all in his first HOCR. Now, who do we have here, Ellen?
I don't see the bow number yet.
Has he got a bib number?
Yeah, no bib number. Bow number 1.
Bow number 1, that's the Union. He's got his Union blades. We should have recognized that. There it is, Brian Wedek. Brian rowing a nice course, very strong, plenty of room between him and the next boat. Very smooth. Okay. Brian's a former Kent School boat club coach turned Charles River punching bag. He's been training as a practice partner for national team and Tokyo hopefuls here on the Charles. Rowing with Jevy, Sicily, and Corinne Davies. Sam, we got number 3. We were talking about Paul Buchanan. Here he comes. This is Paul's second time at the Charles. Third time here, and it's only his third year of rowing. Look at Paul go. Wow.
That's impressive.
He's picked up a little space on bow number 2, Sam McVitie. Sam comes from Seattle. Sam's rowing a very nice course, holding his own, trying to get a little bit back on Paul. Then following that, coming up in the Riverside Blades, no stranger to the course, Graham Calloway. Graham is a Dartmouth 2012 grad, and he's at the Riverside High Performance Group. Some serious athletes down at Riverside are training hard for this. And he's going to be pressed hard. We've got the Sean Blake from Tideway Scullers. Sean doesn't know what to do with this flat water. If you've ever rowed in the Tideway, you don't know whether you're going up or down. He's won the home international regatta representing Scotland and Wales with wins for Wales, the lightweight men's double.
7 and 8.
Boy, and also moving up, hydro rowing, Nick Karwowski, I'm sorry, I'm saying it wrong. He's a hydro athlete, an older, taller, and more handsome brother to Alex. Bow number 8 in the Parker with the Riverside Blades. Eric Grasso rowing out of Three Rivers in Pennsylvania, out in Pittsburgh. He says you may recognize him from his role in a 0.4 of a second clip in the trailer of Ben Stiller's 2017 flop, Brad Status. Wonder if he's got his card. Expect he does.
11.
Go.
11.
Okay. Coming around the corner now is bow number 11, Parker Groby. Parker's USA Sculler. I can't recognize the blades. Do you see him? Does that look like Potomac?
No, it looked like Baltimore.
Oh, Baltimore.
Flags.
Yeah.
Flags of Baltimore with the matching socks, maybe.
He's got a good speed, and he's got a good high stroke rating. Wow, we got a crowd coming now, Ellen.
10 leads wide on the Cambridge shore. 10
Okay.
leads in the Empire.
And leading in the Parker on the Cambridge shore is from Great Britain, another Tideway Sculler. This is Edward Beckett. He won the 2018 Pairs Head on the Tideway.
And bow 15 is
bow-
charging up on the buoy line.
Ooh, making some distance on that one. Bow number 15 from Narragansett, Andrew Voorhees. He says he's fighting off aches and pains. I guess he'll have some after today with that kind of pressure.
Bow 13.
That's great. Bow number 13 from Atlanta, Georgia. That's Richard Rhodes. He's doing very well. Just having been passed is bow 12, which is Buzz Fisher, who's 20 years old. He's a freshman at the University of Denver. Go Pioneers.
Bow 19 rowing very aggressively.
Nice aggressive rowing here by bow number 19, right on the buoys. Put the oars over them. That's another hydro rower, no stranger to the road here, to the river here, Mike Dostal.
High vis, bow 16.
And bow 16 in the high vis. That is George Munger, 28 years old. He's out here rowing the single because Brendan Mulvey told him to.
Coaches at Tufts. Coaches at Tufts.
Brendan's a Tufts coach. No, he coaches at Tufts. Brendan is one of the head of the Charles, a former race director and a coach. Wonderful guy. So now we've got another group of 3 coming up. And leading that group.
Bow 20 in the
Bow-
white and blue blades, having a little tussle, but good.
Okay.
Bow 20.
Bow 20 is on the buoy line in the light-colored shell, light-colored tunic. That's Kyle Fram from Columbia University.
Bow 21 is trying to pass bow 18. 18 leads, but being
okay.
passed by 21 on the buoy line.
Okay, 21 pushing hard, 18 very sportsmanlike, giving him a little room to get by. That's bow 21, Lou Harwood, and he's passing Andrew Mark from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. Andrew might be a little bit too sportsmanlike here. He's got to correct a bit. Well, that's a nice course coming by with the Cambridge blades.
All right. We got 2 scullers side by side. The white Union blades look like 22 near the buoy line.
22 on the buoy line.
Getting
He's getting passed by 24, taking the long way around, but it could be a good strategy. That's Union Sam Ford.
14, he's passing 14.
Oh, he's passing number 14.
14
That
and
is
behind is blue and green suit.
14.
Sam Ford,
No. 14 is Brendan Evans. Brendan Evans is 34 years old from Genesee. And out here on the right in front of the club now is from Potomac. That's Kevin Cronin.
26 right
And
behind
26, pushing hard, is Phil Lechner from Emory, Georgia. He placed third in the club nationals in 2018 in the intermediate single. He's the captain of the men's varsity crew at Emory.
On the buoy line, 27.
27, moving hard on the buoy line is Moritz Rimmer from Scharnbeck, Germany.
23 right behind him.
Right behind him is number 23, Dave Joniak from Nashville, Tennessee.
Bow 17 wide in the white hull, white blades.
Taking a little bit wide from Shanghai, all the way from Shanghai is Zane Wang. He's only 19 years old, but he's been rowing since high school. He's been in several international regattas. Watch him, he's going to be an up-and-comer.
A reminder that the club singles, these are by definition folks that have not been on a national team or reached the finals in any of the major national and international events. So these are scullers who are trying to make a name for themselves, maybe move up into the ranks of the championship division, but this is a great, very competitive club division.
Very interesting. The oldest sculler in this event is 41. That was Mike Dostal rowing for Hydro Rowing out of Cambridge. Now, who do we have here, Ellen?
28.
Okay, this would be the final entry. That's Forrest Tuttle, final entry in this division. He rowed a lightweight 8 with the Georgia Tech Rowing Club.
He's got the nice high-vis orange jersey on, so his fans can see him from the shore. We look like we have got one more sculler behind him.
Boy, do I like that high vis when I'm out rowing. Oh, I wish every 8 would put orange or yellow or green or something on the bow rower, because in this time of year with the shadows along the sides of the bank, you just can't pick them up fast enough when you're rowing. Okay. In the white Filippi with white blades, bow number 25 in the black jersey, Zach McGee from Clemson, South Carolina. He's a 3-year varsity men's rower with the Clemson Rowing Association, and he's a mechanical engineering major. He's been the stroke feat for a number of crews, including 2 other head of the Charles crews. Here he is in a single this time. It's a tough course to steer.
Well, that was a great race, and the conditions persist as perfect.
Absolutely astounding conditions today. The sun's coming up a little bit glare when you're coming up through the powerhouse stretch will be hard to see. But otherwise, it just is a spectacular day. The flag is hanging limp on the pole. We've got light scattered clouds above, and it's just a fabulous day to row.
We're going to take this opportunity to thank our presenting sponsor. For the 7th year, BNY Mellon, a global leader in investment management and investment services. They serve 35 countries and more than 100 markets. They are an incredible sponsor and support for the head of the Charles Regatta, and we really, the fact of the regatta getting so much more professional over the last 6-7 years, largely in part to the long-term commitment of BNY Mellon, and we're really thankful for their support and grateful that they're here with us again this year.
Let's talk about this next event, Ellen. This is the women's youth singles. This is a nice one. The course record is held by Cambridge Boat Club's own Anna Mathis, set in 2017 in 19 minutes, 30 seconds, and there'll be 30 competitors here. Ann Herring will lead the field at bow number 1, representing Founders Rowing of Dallas, Texas. She'll have to watch out for Ava Dargan, who is just 15 years old. And this is what we're talking about. These children, or youth scullers, are growing so fast, and they're getting so much better by the day. It's a wonderful thing to see these kids training here. She's going to be looking for it. And bow number 6, Zara Zansuri, is returning after finishing 7th in last year's regatta, and a few more seasons of experience, as well as a strong head of the Charles finish, could prove a real asset to her over some of the younger competitors. And down at the back, keep an eye out for Haley Mead, number 29 of Redwood Scullers. She's got some serious speed and maybe challenging for the podium. But when you start at 29, you've got to do a lot of passing, and that can just drain your energy and make your course longer.
Or it can actually pump up your adrenaline, because sometimes those little near misses with a competitor really get you fired up. So again, these are young people trying to make a name for themselves. You see a lot of familiar last names, because the locals here, especially in the Cambridge area, a lot of national team members and their sons and daughters are just getting into sculling. So it's a great legacy that we have. One of the main drivers of the addition of the parent-child double is that we do have so many families rowing for generation after generation, and that's what you're seeing in some of these youth events here today.
The parent-child double is a wonderful event. I remember some years ago that Jen Ford rowed with her daughter and Susanna, and Susanna was only 13 or 14 at the time, and they were the oldest and youngest women's competitors in the open women's event. There was no parent-child. They just entered as an open boat and did quite well.
Oh, that's great.
Susanna just finished the Kona Ironman.
Wow.
She's quite an athlete.
That's impressive. Hey, we may not need them just quite yet, but we certainly appreciate them. The jackets that the volunteers get this year from Brooks Brothers are just perfect. They're outstanding, top quality gear. Brooks Brothers, they're celebrating their 10th consecutive year as the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. And they've got a great tent over at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and down at Weld Exhibition. So they're here all weekend. You can also find them down on Newbury Street and check out the full line of the exclusive Head of the Charles collection that they've got. So Brooks Brothers, 10th consecutive year. Thank you so much for outfitting our volunteers. By the way, there are some, I don't know, how many volunteers have we got?
Couple of thousand, don't we?
Yeah, a couple thousand volunteers and just 5 full-time staff. So 5 staff managing all the volunteers and all of the entries here. A fabulous job, and we really appreciate the support of Brooks Brothers.
It's really fun to go over to the Brooks Brothers pop-up store. It's a beautiful little store. It's well-designed, well-merchandised. You can find something for anybody to bring home as a gift, a memento from the Head of the Charles, and we have, they've got a great selection of Brooks Brothers quality clothing and other things. Coming around the bend, Ellen. You got it? Wait a minute. Here, you take. No, you take.
All right, bow number 1 now approaching from the women's youth singles. All alone, it's Ann Herring. She's just 16 years old. She's just a junior at the Hockaday School down in Dallas, Texas. She rows for Founders Rowing Club, though. She was in the women's youth quad at the 2019 National Championships here in the U.S. She was a Central Regional champion in that youth quad. She participated in the junior national team high performance camp, doing a great job here. Looking over her shoulder, she's in the yellow hull M-Pocker with light blue blades. Ann Herring, bow 16, has opened up a pretty big gap, but it's a very tight field. It's not over yet. And bow number 2 is the U17 National Championship participant, Ava Dargan. She's just 15 years old. She's from Watertown, Mass, rowing for West Cambridge Rowing. So she's got Riverside Blades, Riverside Jersey. Doing a nice job, just 15 years old, Ava Dargan. But we've got a very tight pack coming next. Who have we got? Bow 5 doing a great job. The sculler from Narragansett Boat Club. May Mark. A little bit of contact, but we're okay. Bow 3 coming toward us here. That's the Shaker Heights sculler, Kate Hannenberg. She knows she's getting past, cutting out of the way. Bow 6 charging up. That's Sarah Zanzuri. Bow 6 in the black hull, white jersey. Chasing down bow 5, giving some pressure. Bow 3 opting for the Cambridge Arch. It's a difficult choice, but it's legal. She's safely through the Cambridge Arch. And bow number 8 now with the Potomac Blades. Bow number 8, Aiden Renwaltz. Just gotten by bow number 7, the Founders Sculler, Grace Knutson, a junior at Episcopal School down in Dallas. She was 3rd at the regional championships and doing a great job here. Bow 4, the Ridley Sculler from Canada, St. Catharines to be specific. This is Vanessa Russell, 16 years old. She's racing the single at the Canadian National Championships in November, so she's just getting her season underway here. Ridley Sculler from St. Catharines, Vanessa Russell. And bow 13 doing a very good job moving up from the middle of the pack. This is Margaret Straub from Pocock's Training Center in Seattle, Washington. She's past bow number 9, who's right behind her now. Bow number 9, the Nereid Sculler from Rutherford, New Jersey. This is Caroline High, just 15 years old. And bow 11, closer to the buoys. That's the Ravana Sculler from Charlottesville, Riley Katstra. And that Riley has just passed bow number 10, Maylee Weaver from Lincoln School down in Providence, Rhode Island. And bow number 14, Kylie Lowe. She's a student at Phillips Andover, but she's rowing for the Cambridge Boat Club today. This is her first time in the head of the Charles, and she's doing a fabulous job. Her coaches are right here. She's putting on a show for them. Here she goes through the Elliott Bridge. Kylie Lowe, just 15 years old, in her first head of the Charles. Bow number 12, Hackensack Scullers, Kira Gottrell, rowing since she's been 10. The White Blades Red Hull. Bow number 15 now approaching. This is Anna Klenk. She was 5th place in the U.S. Junior Nationals. First season sculling here. She's from St. Louis, Maryland Heights, Missouri. Bow 16 trails now, but over on the buoy line, another Ravana Sculler, Charlotte Kakska. Bow 20 in the blue hull with the red and blue unisuit. Bow 20, that's the Greater Miami crew from Hamilton, Ohio. Young rising sculler from the Midwest. And bow number 18 now, Row House Miami, Gabrielle Amato. She's the first single sculler from Haiti, so big round of applause for the Haitian sculler rowing out of Row House, Miami. That's fabulous. Bow 24, Oak Neck Rowing, Ella Barry. She won the Club Nationals in 2019, doing a nice job here. Very clean rowing. Clean and smooth, moving up in the pack. Bow 17, a bit closer to the Cambridge shore here. That's from Dwight Englewood, New Jersey. This is Tara Gabrielle, 16 years old. Right behind her, though, getting some pressure from the Hockaday sculler, Julie Valoy.
Julie's making her move.
Yeah, well, Julie was 11th in the youth in this event last year. She would rowed for Founders and earned the guaranteed entry. Bow 19, another sculler from Miami, Florida, the Row House Club. This is Madison Jorgensen. Bout number 21, a bit closer to us, from Collingswood, New Jersey, Dyla Rochford, a rising senior. But she's got a lot of pressure from bow 29 moving up in the pack. Bow number 9 is on my other page, and she's a Redwood sculler, Haley Mead, a member of the junior national team for this year, so no wonder she's doing such a good job. Bow 23, right behind her, the Germantown Friends School, Annika Erlicher. She's from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, rowing for the Germantown Friends School. Bow 25, from Nobles, right here in Dedham, Massachusetts, Emma Parrott, rowing for Nobles. Blair, one of Blair's scullers. So Cambridge Boat Club member Blair Crawford, a coach over at Nobles, clearly introducing his charges to the sculling scene. And we got a big gap until the next set of scullers coming around the bend. I'd say we're more than 2/3 of the way through this event, maybe a handful of scullers left to go. And approaching now is bow number 26 on the buoy line with the yellow blades. This is Kira Moss, just 15 years old. And then coming very wide is bow number 28 from the Albany Rowing Center, Samantha Stahlbach, just 14 years old. She was a gold medalist at the Independence Day Regatta as a U17 single sculler and Northeast Youth Championships gold medalist. She's got the orange blades and hair to match. So bow number 28 taking a look over her shoulder, coming a bit wide, but doing a great job here. We've got another sculler further downstream now. Who's coming downstream? The right on the buoy line doing a good job as well. This is bow number 30, the Long Lake sculler from Long Lake, Minnesota, Inga Smith, 17 years old. I think that's everything.
Okay, Ellen, we've got the splits at Cambridge Boat Club for this last race, and as we thought, Haley Mead from Redwood Scullers, number 29, who's rowing so beautifully. She had a time of 17:20.99 here at Cambridge, and leading by 5 seconds over Oak Neck rowing, Ella Barry, number 24, and then our leadoff rower is plus 24 seconds, number 1, Ann Herring from Founders Rowing. So it'll be interesting to see how those splits hold up towards the end of the race. Ellen, we're really happy to have another one of our sponsors here, which is the off-season training device for administering pain to rowers the world over. As the Flywheel Spins is the popular workout podcast from Concept 2. And give it a try. You can row along to the head of the Charles Regatta course with Concept 2 trainer Katie Hart-Peterson. Download and subscribe for free on the Apple Podcast, Google Play, or your favorite podcast app, Concept 2. Give it a go. It's a lot of fun.
So Jerry, we're gonna play a little trivia here in the gap of racing. I want you to
I'm
see
ready.
if you can guess how many rowers are competing at this event, or we'll say entered. We've had a few scratches and a few people not get down the course, but number of rowers. Give a guess.
We counting coxswains?
Yes, we are counting coxswains because they are competitors, and they would have had their name in the entries. So this would be anybody who has their name.
All competitors.
All competitors, yeah.
I'm going to say 5,280, the same as the feet in the mile.
I'd like you to double that number. I'd like you to say 11,320.
Wow.
We've got,
That's a lot of horsemen.
Yep, we've got 2,295 boats competing, 3,200 rowers. And that makes for a lot of gold medals because a lot of eights, the new divisions have come up, and that's where they've opened it up. You know, the two-day regatta jam-packed with events, you know, from 7:45 a.m. to 5:45 p.m., starting about 10-second intervals. That adds up pretty quick.
I can't say enough for the race committee for organizing this so well to get these boats on the course, through the race, off the course, safely and fun for all the rowers. It's just great. They've made it a great thing. Now, coming up, I'm going to turn it over to you, Ellen. You're going to call the Women's Club singles as we have the first couple of boats coming into view.
All right, we've got bow number 1 is Portia Gateskill. As expected, she rowed under the Narragansett Boat Club from Rhode Island previously, but now she's rowing as an engineer from MIT. She's just a freshman on the open weight team, doing a great job as a 19-year-old in the club single event here. She's got a lot of pressure, though, from bow number 2. That's the 612 Endurance Club from Minneapolis, Minnesota. You can see her taking a look over her shoulder. She's sparked by her first race as a head of the Charles rower back in the day when she rode for Marquette. Exciting to be racing the single this year for 612 Endurance, giving a lot of pressure to bow number 1, the sculler Portia Gateskill. Bow number 4, Sabrina Bohr, just got by bow number 3. This is her 8th head of the Charles. Parents here on the dock giving her a cheer and a round of applause. She's a member of Dartmouth and now coaches at Radcliffe. Bow number 3, Ilana Zief now, Riverside Boat Club. Loves the stripes of Riverside. Bow number 5 now approaching. Craftsbury sculler from Craftsbury, Vermont. This is Erica Sloan, a graduate of Middlebury College. She's currently the fleet manager at the Outdoor Center, so a wonderful rowing multi-sports center up in Vermont. You should check them out. She's got the white blades and the green and blue racing tank. Bow number 9 moving up well in the field also. The Dawn sculler, Mildred Mercado, from Mississauga, Ontario, was in the World Championships in 2018. Was participant in the Youth Olympic Games as well, but bow number 6, right. Bow 7 on the line, that's the SoCal sculler, Kendall Sinowski. And then 6 right behind her, the Marist alumni sculler, Julia Rigothi, her 9th trip down the Charles. Bow 13, another hydro sculler, Sarah Boos. Started as a hydro athlete last fall and says she's having a blast, and she's clearly having a good time out there today. She's rowing in the White Hudson White Blades. She's gotten by bow number 10. That's Kelly Albanere rowing for fun. And the geese are in the way a bit, but cleared the bow of the bow number 8, the American School sculler from Great Britain. That's Eloise Lambden. She's just 18 years old. She was a women's youth double competitor in 2018. And bow number 12, the Pocock sculler, Holly Brunner, began rowing at Bryn Mawr. Bow 11 is now approaching. Bow 11 having a nice line. She's from Riverside, so she knows this course well. Elizabeth Houston. She was 2016 Senior Elite 8 U.S. Rowing Nationals and in the U23 8 at the Royal Canadian Henley. She was a winner in both of those categories. She also coaches in the CRI Para program, so she's an awesome competitor and a great presence down at the Community Rowing Boathouse. But rowing for Riverside today, Liz Houston. Bow 15, University of California, Santa Barbara alum Rebecca Gronsdahl, trading in 1 oar for 2 as she's never raced a single before. Previously a sweep rower, Rebecca. Bow number 15 in the white hull, white and red blades.
And she's also steering very well for someone who's never raced a single.
Bow 16 right behind her, the Canadian sculler Courtney Reich. Began rowing while attending the University of Limerick, Ireland, and rowed since returning to Canada. Bow 17 right near her is the Merrimack sculler Amy Kearns, rowing out of Merrimack River from Lowell, Massachusetts. The aqua blades with the white diamond. And she's put on a pretty big gap between her and the next sculler, which is bow number 18 from Minnesota, St. Paul to be specific. This is Grace Gardner. She's rowed for the past 2 years for MIT, so MIT, usually a sweep team, has a couple of scullers out here in the club singles today, so that's a very good sign. As we said, sculling is great for boat feel, boat balance, and great competition. Bow number 19 is the Merry Meeting sculling from Brunswick, Maine, is Patty Jones. She grew up rowing at the Cambridge Boat Club, now known as Dr. Patty Jones, a biology professor at Bowdoin College, trying to make her comeback after having a baby this year. So Patty Jones, hope you're having a great head of the Charles. She's rowing with Cambridge blades here, but rowing under the Merry Meeting banner today.
She's rowing her dad Ben's boat. Ben was rowing in the senior veterans race yesterday.
Ah, fabulous. And bow 14 out in front, another member of 612 Endurance from Minneapolis, Harmonia Balk. She's a new member of 612 Endurance, and she previously was a junior for the Minneapolis Rowing Club and coxswain for the University of Minnesota. All right, and in between races, I want to thank Cliff Bar for being a sponsor again this year. They've got great products for sustained energy, fueling athletes mile after mile as they row down the course. They've got free samples. They've got a really awesome regatta watching venue right down across the river on the Boston side, down near the finish line area. They've got seating there. They're also keeping our announcers warm and protected with a little tent down there. So Cliff Bar really doing their part for the regatta this year, and we really appreciate their support.
I had a Cliff Bar for lunch yesterday. It was great.
What flavor, Jerry?
Chocolate.
That's really the only flavor, in my opinion.
Can I talk about Delta Airlines?
Oh, sure. We can't say enough about Delta.
I love Delta Airlines. I'm going to be flying Delta Airlines twice in the next month. And this Friday I'm going Delta. I'm going down to Knoxville, Tennessee, and going to be driving home in a new car I bought, an old antique car.
Really? What'd you buy?
I got a 69 MG. And my wife and I are going to drive it up the Blue Ridge Parkway and stop and visit my sisters and have a great time coming home.
Don't show it to Tom Tiffany. He'll be too jealous.
Oh, Tom's another car nut, too. But I love Delta. I'm going down Delta, and then I'm flying Delta to San Francisco at the end of November to fly out and see my babies for Thanksgiving.
Very nice. And fun fact about Delta, since they've sort of expanded their footprint here in Boston, I had the pleasure of meeting some of their team last year, told them about what we're trying to do with the Paralympic movement, and they've been wonderful to us. They've given us a couple of vouchers when we needed to get athletes from A to B. So Delta is really doing their part for the rowing community, not just here this weekend, but has been helpful to CRI and getting that para team where they need to be from time to time. So that's great.
That's terrific. You can't say enough about them. Well, yesterday we saw Larry O'Toole rowing in the Masters eights, and Larry O'Toole, as you know, is the Gentle Giant. He's the founder of Gentle Giant Moving Company, which is one of the best managed moving companies I've ever had the pleasure to work with. We trust Gentle Giant to move our Steinway pianos, and they do a fine job. They also moved my house when I moved my house. They did everything first rate. And you've got to go up to the finish line, to the expo, and take the Gentle Giant Challenge.
Now, did they move your house or just the stuff in it?
Just the stuff in it.
Oh, okay.
I think they could have moved the house.
Yeah,
These guys are really
They
strong.
probably could. They just lift it up and walk it and put it back down wherever you want.
Absolutely.
And up next, we've got the Women's Youth Fours. And you'll note that some races actually have a trophy or a cup associated with them, and some do not. This one has not had a trophy, but I believe we'll have one as of 1:30 p.m. today. Can you tell me any more about that, Jerry?
1:30 p.m. this afternoon on the Cambridge dock. This award will be named in honor of our great friend and a wonderful coxswain and a great contributor to the Head of the Charles, the man who wrote the book on steering the course, Tom Tiffany. And Tom is back here. He was ill for a while, and he's living out in Minnesota now. And he's come back and to be with his friends on this Head of the Charles. It's just great to see him.
Yeah, I haven't seen him yet, but I've heard rumors, and I know he was here. So I look forward to that presentation later today. We won't know if we'll be announcing it live or if the races will be going on at that time, but the Tom Tiffany Cup for the Women's Youth Fours will be awarded for the first time this year.
So any of you in earshot of this, come on down to the Cambridge dock this afternoon at 1:30. And just it's going to be terrific.
All right, but we'll talk a little bit about the competitors today. The Women's Youth 4, the record was set back in 2010, still stands today. A blistering 17 minutes, 58 seconds. That was set by the South Niagara Rowing Club. So it should be a fast one this year, though. We've got great conditions. I don't know that we've seen any records fall yet this weekend, but this looks to be about as close as you might get to record conditions, but we don't know what it's like further downstream.
Well, in terms of clean and smooth water, we've certainly got a good setup for record conditions, but usually you need a little tailwind to make that difference. Get a little tailwind during that last half mile is when the records start to drop.
Well, last year, the Row America Rye crew had a 30-second margin over second place. I don't think we're going to see that anymore. These young rowers, they're improving at such high rates. I'd be surprised if we saw that gap. They are returning as bow number 1. They may be able to hold off the field and get another win, but I wouldn't expect a 30-second margin based on the field that we have here today. We've got 85 competitors, but this Row America Rye crew, the one that's entered this year, may or may not be the exact same lineup. They're averaging age 17. 17 years old in the Youth 4 here.
Ellen, what's the maximum age for the Youth 4s? Is it 17 or 18?
I believe it's under 18. No, excuse me, it's 18 and under. Well, regardless of the age, we've got competitors on the race course just going by the referee launch. That's some gutsy coxing there, right on the buoy line.
That would be bow number 1.
Bow number 1, Row America Rye, Isabel Gallucci, Katie McDermott, Catherine Iliano, Sophia Coppola, and Ashley Gianetti, rowing for Row America Rye out of Rye, New York. White blades, white hull. A nice long stroke rating, bow number 1. But look at bow number 2's line. I don't think they have a 30-second gap on the bow number 2, who is like literally on the buoy line. As we said, that is legal. Blades can cross the buoy line, just not the hulls. A gutsy move by the coxswain. At bow number 2, the Greenwich coxswain, we don't have a lineup for them, so they obviously had a tough selection to make this boat because it's a very strong boat. The Greenwich crew is always very strong in the youth division. They're in the blue hull, white blades, a high vis there in the 2-seat. Most of the boats you'll see today are the bow loader. They're rowing a little bit higher stroke rating than the Row America Rye crew, and that's probably what's kept them on terms with that experienced crew from Rye, New York. But these two have opened up a pretty good gap, so we can assume that they might be among the leaders of the field so far. But bow number 6, no wonder they're tough because they're coached by Holly Hatton, the former Olympic coxswain. She's done a great job bringing that program forward out in Bromfield, the Bromfield Acton Boxborough crew, training out of Harvard, Mass. They're an all-public high school program, and they're squeezing by. As we said, they're coached by a former Olympic coxswain, and the coxswain there is doing it just like Holly would have taught her to, right on the buoy line in the blue hull. They've got by bow number 4 the Holy Names crew from Seattle. All-girls school from out in Seattle. They're in the white hull with the dark jerseys. Bow number 5 did an outside pass. You don't see that very often, but she is not fooling around. This is the West Side Rowing Club from Buffalo, New York, passing on the outside. That always feels good. She must have a very aggressive coxswain there in the dark hull and the dark jerseys. They've got through bow number 3 as well, the Nobles crew, the very experienced crew from Dedham, Massachusetts, as we said earlier, coached by Blair Crawford. And bow number 9, NorCal, giving everybody a run for their money. They were 3rd at U17s this year. Sophia Buxton, Ava Honerkamp, Jacqueline Kelly, Steph Seliski, Philippa Lundgren from NorCal, doing a great job from the middle of the pack. Bow number 8, red-white, win fight, go Windsor. They row out of the next boathouse, the hometown crew, Windsor School, coached by Lisa Stone. They're in the red hull with the red blades with the white W on them. And they've bow number 11, though, giving them some pressure from Northfield Mount Herman. The NMH crew in the light blue jerseys and the black hull. Bow 7 in the dark jerseys with the Brookline blades. This is the Friends of Brookline Rowing Association from Brookline, Massachusetts, in the red hats. Bow number 10, putting pressure on everybody, are the Saugatuck crew. Go Soggy. Claire Devine, Emily Lowe, Victoria Stewart, Tallulah Alaska, and Lauren Lesher. Bow number 12, Camp Randall, rowing in light blue jerseys and light blue blades. They were in the Youth 4 at Nationals this year. The first time that they've sent a crew to Nationals in the youth division. Camp Randall crew doing a nice job steering through the Elliott Bridge. We turn our attention now to bow number 13 in the red blades. White blades with red stripes and the red hull, San Diego crew. This is their women's varsity 4. Grace McNerney, Marin Hull, Delaney Troyan, Annika Yee, and Natalie Erb. Bow 15, lucky to be alone right now because there's some stuff developing behind them, but bow 15 are the triangle rowing crew from Raleigh, North Carolina. And as I said, lucky to be alone because look at the pack behind them, 3 crews here. Bow number 16 on the buoys is from St. Catharines, the Canadian crew. They are passing bow number 14, who has yielded to them as they should. That's the Resilient Rowing Club in the dark hull with the high-vis visors. Bow number 14, Resilient. Bow number 19 looking to put their bow back into that pack. The Three Rivers crew. This is a coxswain returning from last year's top 20 finish, so she is sitting up and she is demanding a line. I love it. They've blown through bow number 18, who's now out in front of Cambridge Boat Club. This is the Greenwich Academy crew, rowing on the Mianus River in Connecticut. Go Gators. And bow number 17 now approaching the Newton Country Day School from right here in Brighton, Massachusetts. Row locally here on the Charles River. Their 10th consecutive appearance in the head of the Charles and the 10th anniversary of the NCDS program. Happy anniversary, Newton Country Day, and have a great regatta. That's true. They've overtaken the former Proctor Boathouse and claimed it as their own in conjunction with the Wellesley School, but it still looks pretty much the same with a few more decorations as it did back in the day. Bow number 20 now approaching the City Island crew from Bronx, New York, averaging 17 years of age, hope to requalify the boat and come back next year. They are putting a move on it there, but dark hull heading through the arch right now. But bow number 4 putting pressure on everybody. 24 now from Texas Rowing Center. Do a great job with the flags of Texas on their blades. Bow 23, Cambridge Ringe and Latin. Coached the program by Bill Beckline, our own Cambridge Boat Club, Cambridge Ringe and Latin. They've got a huge showing here on the docks here, the Falcons, as they head through the Elliott Bridge. And they have passed bow number 22, the Blood Street Skulls. One of my favorite club names, the Blood Street Skulls. Cameron Gagnon, Haley Stevens, Emma Carey, Charlotte Wiley, and Jada Fuentes. Bow 22. Bow number 21 now, the Greater Lawrence Rowing Association out of my hometown, Lawrence, Massachusetts. This is their 3rd year. They've got the automatic entry, and they're looking strong here this morning. They've got bow number 25 right with them, though, from Duxbury, the Duxbury Maritime School, in the blue hull and the blue jerseys. Oh, Jerry, what are we going to do with this pack as they come forward? We'll get this first crew here. Who do we got? Lucky to be by themselves. This is the Phillips Exeter crew, a club crew lineup. They row out of Exeter, New Hampshire. They are in the maroon hull. And their Exeter team blades, lucky to be ahead of this pack, and the coxswain doing a great job taking advantage of the fact that nobody's with her as she goes through the Elliott Bridge. But look behind here. Bow number 26 is trying to hold off 27. Bow 26 are the Green Lake crew, coxswain in the high-vis jacket there. Bow number 27 are the Pacific crew from San Francisco, California. And they're holding off 28 for the time being from Ann Arbor, Michigan. That's the Huron crew in the yellow hull. Bow 31 marching along the buoy line. That's the Connecticut crew out of Norwalk, Connecticut. A fabulous job there. 32 going right with them. Wilson High School out of Washington, D.C. And they've both passed 30, who has the Kent School Boat Club from Connecticut. Bow 34 now out in front. That's the Twin Cities Rowing Club of Edina, Minnesota, the largest youth competitive program in the whole state of Minnesota. Claire Willett, Elisa Bixby, Elizabeth Price, Jillian Onke, and Skylar Dahl. Bow 33 from New Canaan, Connecticut. A very young team here. They've got, they're all 15 years of age. This may be the youngest average age for in this division. They're doing a nice job. Blue hull, dark jerseys, white blades. The New Canaan crew from Norwalk, Connecticut. Sadie Goodman, Keegan Smith, Lily Plum, Jillian O'Meara, and Ava Tucci. Bow 35 all by themselves and in the middle of the lane. Bow 35 is the Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club from Springfield, Massachusetts. Emma Coogan, Sarah Kimmel, Abby Paquette, Piper Weldon, and Sage Harper. But 37 claiming the buoy line right behind them and making a move. The PCRA crew from New Rochelle, New York. That's in the blue jerseys. Got a helicopter above us. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but the blue hull and the blue jerseys, PCRA. Jerry, we got choppers. 36 out in front now in the yellow blades. Bow 36, Marion Mercy Station Academy. You can hear the young competitors on the charge. We must have a BB&N crew because the sound is deafening from the BB&N dock. And indeed, we've got Bow 38. The black hull with the high-vis jacket on the coxswain. BB&N charging in front, putting on a show for their coaches and friends and family right here on the dock. BB&N having a great row. But Bow 40 giving them some pressure now. The Cascadilla crew from Ithaca, New York, taking charge on the buoy line in the Elliott Bridge. 43 now is trying to get past 31. That's the Milwaukee crew from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, trying to pass 41. The Sarasota Scullers of Osprey, Florida, who are taken to the sweep oars today. 41 is the blue hull, white hull with blue blades. Yellow is 41. 43 is white. 39 trails that pack. The Manhasset High School from Port Washington, New York. And Bow 42, lucky to be rowing solo because they were able to pick the line that they want. That's the Long Beach crew from Long Beach, California, bow number 42. Jackie Ove, Heidi Maxon, Molly Monson, Sydney Perry, and Catherine Warren from Long Beach. All right, and approaching next are bow number 46, the Emma Willard School from Troy, New York. They were the silver medalists at the state champions, New York State Championships this year, and semifinalists in the Scholastic Nationals. So a strong crew from Emma Willard, and they have passed a few crews already. So this is Emma Willard passing out in front, the red and black jerseys and the white hull. Bow 44, the Rockford crew from Rockford, Michigan. So they've got the orange blades there, but they've got a lot of pressure right behind them. Bow 50 is moving up in the pack and claiming that buoy line. That's TBC Racing from Arlington, Virginia in the blue and red blades. 47 a bit wide here, 47 in front, the Wilmington Youth crew from Wilmington, Delaware in the orange blades. And they've come through bow 45, the Boston Latin crew, the first public school in the country, Boston Latin, in the checker blades. Very good steering from these young coxswains, only 15, 16 years old, but doing a fantastic job on the buoy line here. It's not as easy as it looks, folks. And bow 52, City Honors from Buffalo, New York, doing a great job moving up in the field because they've pushed out 48 over toward the Cambridge shore. That's the Groton School from Groton, Massachusetts. So a very experienced fours program on the NEIRA circuit, getting pushed a bit wide by 52. And they've already also passed 49, another near school. That is the Gunnery School from Warren, Connecticut. They are the maroon jerseys and the gray and maroon blades. Bow 51 now approaching the Detroit Boat Club. Bow 53, though, is giving them a run for their money. That's the crew from Great Britain, the Pangboard crew. They won their first 4 events of the season and were selected to compete at this Head of the Charles early. So it was a great showing from our friends from GB, the Pangboard crew. 54 from right here at home, that's the Hingham High School crew. And bow 55 now out in front, Havergal from Canada. They row out of the Toronto, Canada. Havergal is all-girls school. 59 giving them some pressure from Nashville, Tennessee. This is an incredibly competitive event this year. An international field with top American crews from all over the country. Yeah, as we said earlier, this you don't really know in the youth divisions. The lineups change year to year, so we will not know who wins until we see the splits come up on the screen. Bout number 56, the Rogue Rowing Association from Ashland, Oregon. This is their first entry in the Head of the Charles in the youth event. They are in Southern Oregon. Welcome to the Head of the Charles, everybody. Jillian Hammond, Avery Dreyer, Lily Luce, Catherine Vasey, and Annalise Kerschel. 58 doing an outside pass. The King School passing. 57 trying to hold them off. That's the Friends of Brookline crew. They've untangled themselves. 58 opting wide, 57 claiming the buoy line back. But 60 is the one who's giving them all the pressure and causing the commotion. 60 is looking to pass both of them, and she's claiming that buoy line. You can hear the coxswain from here. 60 is the Concord crew from New Hampshire in the white hull, white blades. 60 wants the buoy line. Brookline is saying no way. And King School is saying, I'm taking the inside of the next corner. So see you later. That's true. The outside pass is legal, and sometimes it's to your advantage to get the next corner. But out in front, 63 rowing solo right now. That's the Jacksonville Episcopal School from Jacksonville, Florida. They were third at the state championships this year. And this is their first time back to the Head of the Charles since 2012. So welcome back, Jacksonville. Bow 61 in the turn is Westerville, who already can feel the pressure from bow 69. So they know that bow 69 is coming. Bow 69 is taking those buoys right under the riggers. That's the North Bay crew from Petaluma, California. Aiden Kern, Laura Pullman, Elizabeth Manka, and Ella Berger, and Evening Waterbury. That's their third trip to Boston, and they're not wasting any time. That's them on the buoy line. Bow 69 in the high-vis jerseys, claiming the buoy line. As we said earlier, bow 61 is doing the sportsmanlike and required, yielding that buoy line. That's Westerville, Ohio crew. Mainly seniors this year, enjoying the Charles, but that 69 crew, and North Bay is doing a great job.
The Petaluma crew, they row on the Petaluma River, which is about the northernmost navigable part of the San Francisco Bay.
Yeah, it's beautiful up there. I had a chance to be there for a couple of years. Beautiful place to row, and they're clearly doing a great job.
You get 62.
And they've come through bow 62 in the red hull. That's Tabor from Marion, Mass. The Seawolves. Bow 70 giving them some pressure. The PNRA Mercer from Princeton, New Jersey. This 4 is Emma Zizik, Devin Reed, Carla Backenbush, Elise Sink, and Eveline Enthoven from PNRA Mercer, being motivated by the national team people who train there as well. Bow 66 now, King's Chester, England. King's Chester crew from Chester, England, coming all the way and doing a great job. They're rowing with Brookline blades, disguised, but they are another crew from GB. And okay, on the buoys, it's going to get tight. Bow on the buoys, it's the Lower Merion crew from Ardmore, Pennsylvania. They were finalists at the Scholastic Nationals, but another outside pass is coming from the Mount St. Mary's crew in the blue hull. That is 68. Mount St. Mary's, but 72, making another move. The Ridley crew from St. Catharines, Ontario. Just 16 years old, saying, I want those buoys. 71 following right with them. That's the Sacred Heart crew, Sacred Heart Greenwich, Connecticut. 65 just a bit wide in the Red Blades. That's the Hudson River crew from Poughkeepsie, New York. Can't see the bow number here. This is the Yellow Blades. All right, we'll turn our attention downstream. Bow 73. Bow 73 is the Beaumont crew from Cleveland Heights, Ohio. Bow 79 on the buoy line. That's the Cape Cod Rowing Club from Centerville, Massachusetts. Oh, this is fabulous to see Cape Cod doing a great job out here at the head of the Charles. Bow 76 now, first on the buoys. That's the Central Ohio crew from Dublin, Ohio. They've gotten by 77, the Redwood Scullers, and 75. 78 in the green boat, the Nardin Academy crew. 75 on the buoy line, Cape Cod from Centerville. And 80 pushing all of them with nowhere to go. That's Treasure Coast from Palm City, Florida. 80 looking for a window to go because they clearly have the speed. They've closed the gap on about 5 or 6 crews, but looking for a line. Bow 74, the Colorado Juniors, borrowing club oars from Community Rowing. Colorado Juniors, I believe, coached by Veronica Platzer, I believe. Youth crew, Colorado Junior out of Boulder. Bow 83. The Gwynedd Mercy Academy from Gwynedd Valley, Pennsylvania. In the red blades with the white jerseys. And I'm very impressed with the coxswain so far, Jerry. There's been so many tight corners, but no contact from what I've seen this part of the river anyway. And rowing in a shell named Pegasus is bow number 81. This is First Coast from Jacksonville, Florida. Bridget Swartz, Shannon Chamberlain, Alyssa Backus, Ainsley Gibson, and Irma Actius. But bow 85. 85, giving them some pressure from Los Gatos, California. That's always a strong junior program. The white and navy blue colors. And they've passed bow number 80. Bow number 82 from the Dublin School from Dublin, New Hampshire. And if you think it's not easy steering the course, it's also not easy getting across to the warm-up lane from here. So the Cambridge Engine Latin 8 doing a nice job to clear the path for the next 4 that's coming down. Bow 84. That's the Cooper Training Center from Collingswood, New Jersey. Erin Thurman, Madison Stack, Annie Kowal, Carolina Zamost, and Kaylee Carlson. Rowing out of Collingswood, New Jersey in the black hull, black and white blades. Jerry, I think that might be everybody, but we probably have missed a few. There were so many tight packs there. It's always exciting to see in the junior racing. As I said, these coxswains are fearless. They're doing a fabulous job, and so many tight packs. But I think that rounds out the youth 4s.
The whole name of the game on this is if you're not quite fast enough, you better be able to get out of the way and get back in to save yourself the time and save yourself any interference penalty. So we're seeing some really well-coached kids that are doing a great job in sportsmanlike behavior, getting out of the way of the faster boats and getting right back into their course.
Absolutely, making some split-second decisions that could either cost them a race or win them the race. So it's a lot that goes into that coxswain position.
Okay. Hey, we'd like to thank another one of our partners, Harvard Pilgrim, proud to be the official healthcare services provider for the head of the Charles Regatta. And when you get Harvard Pilgrim, you get more than a health plan. You get a partner on your journey to better health. Bring your partner with you to the Happy Zone, happy, Harvard Pilgrim, zone over at the Harvard Pilgrim pop-up tent by the Weld Boathouse. Get healthy, get happy, and get there with Harvard Pilgrim. Ellen, how about gear? Have we seen some cool gear out here? I think a lot of it comes from one of our sponsors, JL. JL Racing has got really nice stuff. Get up to the JL Racing tent, and they have special HOCR gear available for only a limited time, and get over to the tent before it sells out. They're the official sponsor of the U.S. national team, and JL Racing is committed to expanding access to and supporting the sport of rowing. Come talk to our team today at our special custom tent to see what we can do for you this season. I think I've got drawers full of JL stuff, and it's just wonderful.
I think you've got JL drawers.
I do have JL drawers.
But not only do they support rowing, they also do it. They had JL's ambassador team had a few entries already in this regatta. So the JL ambassador team is one where they have folks going out of all ages and abilities representing their product and their brand. So the JL ambassador team, I've seen at least 2 or 3 entries under JL ambassador over the last day or so.
It's great to see the sponsors that have got rowers out on the course as part of it. I mean, Gentle Giant was maybe the first one to have their own rowing club and their own boats.
Yeah, and we've got the Massachusetts State Police not only guarding the riverbanks for us today, they rowed yesterday. The Massachusetts State Police had a 4s entry yesterday. They rowed out of the Cambridge Boat Club. I think 1 or 2 of them had rowed in college, and they wanted to put a crew together, so that's been a lot of fun.
Did they have a siren on the boat? Flashing blue lights? Pull over.
No, but they were going the speed limit. And I'll have to say it's much warmer up here today than it was yesterday. So if for anyone's as thirsty as I am, you can check out LaCroix Sparkling Water. They're the official sparkling water of the head of the Charles Regatta. They're down at Attager Row. And if any of you guys wonder why they call it Attager Row, take a look at that word and spell it backwards. Attager Regatta. Adager Row Expo area down also at the fitness area. You can try free samples of many of their zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters.
And you also should be a Facebook friend of Mr. Charles Adager.
Yes. I love that guy.
Hey, we have some splits up on the screen now. Looks like number 59 Nashville, who will look great coming by here in time of 15:43 at the boat club here.
And
Then plus one is Row America Rye, which was bow number 1, and number 19 Three Rivers, plus 179. That's very close.
Yeah, and these are unofficial results, and that's only as they came by the Cambridge Boat Club. And as we said, Row America Rye was trying to repeat as champions. A year ago, they won by 30 seconds. Right now, they trail by 1.43. So that just shows you the high level of competition in these Youth Fours, and we'll wait to see the final results. And also, we don't know if there were any buoy or pending violations. So those are unofficial results at the checkpoint of the Cambridge Boat Club. For those of you at home that don't realize, the Cambridge Boat Club is how far are we from the finish line? 800 meters?
It's about a half a mile, yeah.
Yeah. So by the time they are here, they've gone through all the bridges on the course.
3.5, 4 minutes from here to the finish line. No, this is the last bridge.
That's what I said. Yeah, this is the last bridge, yeah. There's 6 bridges total. 5 serious corners to take for the coxswains. And as you can see, if you watch that live feed, the corners run askew of the bridges, and that's what makes it so challenging. The bridge is skewed one way, and your corner has to skew the other in order to complete the course efficiently. So it's a very, very difficult course to do well.
Well, this Elliott turn, the entire turn is probably close to 180 degrees. And then you come into a 60-degree turn to the right, going around after Belmont Hill, and it's really tough to make that swing. And that's where we were seeing boats taking the inside course here. The outside course here becomes the inside course right at Belmont Hill.
Exactly. Never am I more grateful to be a port rower than on the head of the Charles course in a sweep boat. I tell you, this Elliott turn, if you're a starboard out there, that's where you earn your stripes, is hauling your crew around this 180-degree corner that lasts a good long time, all the way until the Elliott Bridge.
Pretty soon it seems like work, doesn't it? And then they call on you for a sprint at the finish.
All right, and up next we have the crazy Anything Goes Directors Challenge Women's Quads. We have 35 entries in this event, and the Directors Challenge are events that are comprised of mixed lineups. You generally can only row once in this regatta. However, the Directors Challenge allow folks to get together with different lineups and head down the course again with a lineup of their own choosing. So it's friends, reunion crews, families, co-workers, literally anything goes here, and but we will have some very strong competitive scullers in this event.
And the entry fees are substantial in these. I think it's $250 a seat, isn't it? And those entry fees go directly to sponsor the regatta. They go into the endowment for the regatta, and they also give out quite a bit of money to other charities.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great way to get folks down the course and to keep the regatta alive and keep the regatta giving back to the community in so many great ways. But we, as we said, we'll have a mix of speed, but we'll look for a lot of speed in the very beginning. We've got former national team lightweight scullers, all of the women in the bow number 1 trained together out at the Chula Vista Training Center in the late 90s and early 2000s. We'll see Sherry Klein, Kate Ackerman, Cass Cunningham, and Shannon Kaplan. Their average age 46. Behind them, we'll have an entry from Cambridge Boat Club, which should be pretty competitive. We've got Molly Watkins, Laria Wedden, Owen Huxley, and Kristen Miller there. We've got too many to really call. We'll do our best as they come by. We've got Lucky Charms out of Providence, Rhode Island. That's got Karen Reynolds and Tracy Glover. Many crews racing for their 5th, 6th, 7th time in a row here. So you'll see as many reunion crews in this event as you do in some of the Masters 8s. And this event is already on the course, so there are just past the halfway mark, or right about the halfway mark, I guess. Most of the early bow numbers are already at the Anderson Bridge, so they're well clear of the, about the halfway. The 2 mile mark being right across from the Newell Boathouse, roughly.
And Ellen, there is nothing as difficult as steering a high-speed quad. You've got 8 oars, which are really helpful, and it's a really fast boat. And the bow rower is usually the one with the tow hooked up to the rudder.
That's right. I've done that for the last, I've done it a few years. I rode sweep this weekend, but it's good adrenaline to have that tow, I will say. And there's no opportunity to ever be tired because you're full on. It is a high-speed thing. The lucky thing you can remember is the faster crew has the right of way. So you just hope anybody in front of you know that rule.
And here we go. Here's bow number 1 just coming into view, coming into the turn right on the buoys. Well steered.
And these guys are so happy to do this every year. They're not only teammates, they're good friends. They get together whenever they can. They don't live right close with one another, but these are former national team rowers who love the reunion row, and they love to do it well, and that's exactly what they're doing here today. They call themselves unaffiliated, but we'll call them loosely the former U.S. lightweight scullers, Chula Vista Arco Training Center. Kate Ackerman, Sherry Klein, Cass Cunningham, and Shannon Kaplan doing a great job here, showing their skills. They've clearly got the 10,000 hours, 10,000 strokes down, because look how cleanly they're rowing. They're in the black blades, black hull with white and combo blades there.
That's muscle memory. Look at them row. They are so smooth. Yeah,
well, they're all coached by the same coaches, so when you row from the same era, it is pretty easy to hop back in. Right behind them, though, is a crew. They're rowing with each with their own respective club blades there, so you see a mix of Potomac and a few others in there. That's bow number 3, College Club out of Seattle, rowing with Sarasota College Club and Potomac blades. They won this event last year. They've clearly put some pressure on the lead bow numbers because they've already passed bow number 2 and looking to hunt down that bow number 1. Bow number 2 has a mix of Cambridge, Minneapolis, and Potomac as well. As we said, Molly Watkins, L'Oreal Whedon, Olwen Huxley, and Kristen Miller. They're also friends who like to travel, bike, and ski together, as well as steer very, very well. I believe that's Molly up in the bow towing.
With the tow, yeah.
She knows what she's doing. And 5 has passed bow number 4, as we said. Very experienced crew in the Lucky Charms crew. These directors challenge, they can call themselves whatever they want, so you see some funny names out here. But the Lucky Charms are enjoying their luck today. This is Tracy Glover, Karen Reynolds, Ann Boucher, and Margarita Zeza. Their 7th time in this event, averaging age 58. Wow. White hull, combo blades, combo jersey colors. And they've passed bow number 4, the Maritime Rowing Club, combo of Upper Valley and Maritime, Erica Dade, Ann Bracken, Leslie Cricco, and Rowan Carroll.
You know, Ellen, back in the beginning of the regatta, you were able to enter a number of different events because there was plenty of time and there was plenty of room for different entries. And it wasn't unusual for people to row 3 races the same day. Yeah, it was only a one-day regatta.
Yeah, and we were announcing with a program and a free mic from the Magazine Beach. So we've all come a long way. Heather Charles has done a great job making this America's fall rowing spectacle.
Well, number 6 coming by us now.
That's the White Marsh Boat Club from out of Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. This is where the Villanova crew row also. But there are scullers here today. Lauren Lane, Monica Martin, Paige Burke, and Laura Roberts. Their 2nd time rowing together in the Head of the Charles, coming all the way from Pennsylvania. Bow number 7, trying to hunt them down. That's the Blood Street Skulls in the red jerseys and the blue hull. Blood Street rows out of Old Lyme, Connecticut. Dee Dee Birch, Peggy Johnson, Candace Fuchs, and Charlotte Hollings. Wow, that's an all-star lineup. They've rowed together in several national teams, and this is their 2nd time racing together in the Head of the Charles.
I think good steering can make easily 100 meters or more difference in the length of the course. just watching this turn here. This is just beautiful.
Well, it's not only the meters that it makes up, it's the motivation. When you are neck and neck with a crew and one crew makes a good turn and the other doesn't, the lead crew sees the advantage. It's a very visible advantage when you make that good turn, so it can really motivate you to go even further. When you see that coxswain has pulled a line like that and giving you
And you
three
just
or
put
four,
the hammer down and go.
three or four free seats, you're grateful and you go for it.
Number 8 coming up.
Banner 8 coming up, that's the community rowing entry. Ann Redmond, Catherine Johnson, Kristen Lal, and Laura Davis. Laura Davis, also a board member at CRI. This is bound number 8. Red blades, a familiar blade design. She's taking a quick check over her shoulder to make sure she's got the line she wants, and off they go. They've moved out a good distance, I think, on bow number 9 on the MPOCR from Baltimore. It's a combo, Baltimore and Union. But bow 15, looking to come through the middle of the pack. That's the Bear Island Aquatic Center, Lincoln Park, RV Linz from Austria, and Whistler Rowing from Canada. So a very international crew with full of all-stars. Fran Hoot, Inga Steckel from Austria, Lillian Rentley, and Marian Harriman from Canada, a very experienced combo international club crew. Bow 15 showing their speed and experience on this course today. They've passed bow number 11, the Riverside combo of Beatrice and Patricia Sims, Linda Herco, and Angelique Reiko, a mother-daughter, sister-sister combo there. Bow 17, the Twin Donut crew from Menlo Park, life lessons from that crew learned at Sunrise. Bow number 10 now in the pink hats, the Duxbury Bay Maritime crew in the arch. Out in front, bow 19 in the Riverside Blades is College Club Seattle and Station L from Portland, Oregon combo. Bow 12 in the pink hats, another crew from Duxbury Bay. Bow 13, Duxbury again, so they're teaming up, combo, tag teaming, trying to maybe take some hardware in this event. But 14 is giving them some pressure. That's another crew from Community Rowing, Anna Jurashek, Deb Kemper, Christina Baker, and Kim Burnett. They all row together, and Anna is one of the coaches for CRI, so they're very experienced on this course and know what they're doing and doing a great job. Bow 18, look like a Texas combo here. Rachel Berman, Devin Lafferty, Sarah Daniels, Veronica Shear, Texas. Bow 23, the Marin crew from Greenbrae, California, Kate Boyd, Wendy Tobiasen, Marta Benson, and Dawn Dobris. They're teammates from the Masters, and they love racing the Charles. They've medaled multiple times in the D8 and having a great row today. Bow number 20 now, Karen Klinger, Victoria Brown, Martha Logan, and Elsa McDowell, a Masters coaching group, raced in the Senior Master 8 yesterday. They represent Mendota, Boulder, Smith College, and Kansas. Rowing in her own boat, that's got to be a strong motivation. Karen Klinger, the namesake on the bow of that hull as well. Bow number 16 next is a combo from North Palm Beach in Juneau, Florida, the Row America Rye program, and Treasure Coast. So New York, Florida combo crew here. This is Linda Merck Gould, Dana Sands, Elise Napick, and Leslie Freed. Averaging age 63. This is Dana's first head of the Charles. Welcome to the head of the Charles. Not bad for a first timer on that buoy line. Bow 24 now out in front. The yellow MPOCR and the Cambridge Blades. Looks like Beth Mooney, Nina Streeter. We don't have the names here, but we're doing our best with our eyes. Mary's in the 2 seat, I think, there, and I couldn't quite tell who was the bow, but well rowed, Cambridge. Bow 29 moving up well in the field. Another entry from Community Rowing in Brighton, Massachusetts. We really got a lot of scullers out here. Amanda Rogers, Alicia Bender, Annie Phillips, and Genevieve Holmes. They were all former members of the Comp Women's team who've turned to sculling now. And they've passed bow number 21, the Spokane Bear Island Aquatic combo of Nancy Brown, Marnie Schroer, Helen Popper, and Susan Lucas Conwell. Yeah, this is very difficult in a quad, a pack like this. The rudder responds very quickly in the quad, so you've got to be careful with that maneuvering. Leading the pack is bow number 25. 25 is Saugatuck, but they're getting a lot of pressure. 34 really putting on the speed here. 34, the Dallas crew, they started next to last. They've already passed these boats, so bow number 25 correctly yielding, and the Dallas crew is smoking here. White blades, white hull. Bow 22 now trails them, so they've passed a lot of boats. Another entry from Community Rowing in bow number 2, the red blades. 27 is also Community Rowing, so 2 CRI quads entering the Elliott Bridge, cooperating well with the steering. And 28 putting pressure on both of them. An entry from the Sarasota program down in Osprey, Florida. Janine Walter, Cheryl Burke, Diane Desmarie, and Marla Yeagers. And these guys, they're doing a really smart thing. I don't blame them. They took a coxed quad. Good for them, because they're clearly out there having some fun. It's bow number 30. And they're being coxed by, we think maybe it's a lobster. And maybe these are rock lobsters. It's bow number 30, Ann Broderick, Deidre Pernilli, Melissa Tolson, Elizabeth Shanower. They're with Masters Coaching, and they've got a really fun outfit on, a lobster and maybe some blue crabs. I'm not sure. Hopefully they don't catch any crabs. They just cut by bow number 26 now, the Duxbury Bay crew from Duxbury, Massachusetts. Bow 32. Also got some headgear on. Maybe, what do we got? Reindeer, lobster? I'm not sure. Feathers. Bow 32 from Community Rowing. They say they're fashionable women from the comp sweep team, but we'll let the general public decide that one. That's Lisa Doucette, Melanie Allen, Patricia Robinson, and Martha Mance. And bow 35 now, Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire. That was Liz Marshall, Maria Lascaris, Liz Glenshaw, and Deb Hannum. Yeah, 35 competitors. We think we've seen almost all of them. 1 or 2 bow numbers left to go. Bow 31, this is anotder entry from the Marin Rowing Association out in Green Bray, California. Laura Van Devere, Jean Bodeker, Laura Tauber, and Mary Alice Nolan. It's a very strong masters and junior program from Marin. They're not rowing in Marin colors just here, but we know they're from Marin. Bow 33 now, another entry from CRI. I think they've had 5 quad entries here, so CRI are really trying to stuff the ballot, as they say, and try and get a medal here with so many multiple entries. But this one is bow number 33. It's Karen Landy, Jen Hochschild, Marjorie Elliott, and Erika Maida.
I don't think it's trying to stuff the ballot so much as support the race and support the event. It's just wonderful. CRI has just come such a long way. It's great to see the depth of the programs at CRI and the quality of the coaching. It's just wonderful. There's something, rowing for everyone, rowing for all. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's true. We've got coaches racing. We've got our adaptive rowers out on the course. Our adaptive coaches competing. So it's really community rowing considers itself all in when it comes to the head of the Charles.
Okay, we have a little unofficial split times here at Cambridge. The unaffiliated USA, the Arco Reunion boat, which was bow number 1, at 14:51 coming by the boat club. Now, you can see that 14:51 is way faster than many other boats that we've seen, many other races that we've seen. And the quads are deceptively fast. They just zip along. Then bow number
they're
3,
especially fast.
Sarasota.
Especially fast when they're full of former national team scullers. So that's that Kate Ackerman crew that we saw that rode together many national teams. So we knew they'd be kind of a ringer there, but they only won by 4 seconds as they come by here. So you don't really know. One steering error after this corner could cost them that. So it's too early to tell, but Sarasota was right behind them, just 4 seconds back, but we'll have to wait. I believe they age adjust this one as well. Is it handicapped for age?
I'm not sure. We'll find out. But Potomac at 31 seconds plus. A good split of difference between them, but another good show. A lot of fun. A lot of good racing. And wonderful support of the regatta.
All right, and they had introduced the Director's Challenge coxed quads a few years ago. Open quads a few years ago, and then more recently they have a youth coxed quad, which I think is pretty genius. You put the youthful exuberance that we've seen in all the youth events in the quad. You want to give them a coxswain. So
absolutely, you want to give them a coxswain.
Yeah.
Just some eyes to the front of the boat, so you can see in this course, and you see a great disparity sometimes in the speed of the boats. And a good coxswain, will either make or break you on this course.
Yeah, as we said, so in the straight quads, which are without a coxswain, the bow person is steering with their foot. So you're coming at a blazing speed, having to look over your shoulder and make the appropriate adjustments to your foot angle in order to steer the boat properly. So the wisdom of the head of the Charles figured that was maybe a little bit too much to ask of our junior scullers. So they are a coxed quad, which is a fantastic way to get this growth of sculling going and give the coxswains also a little bit more experience as they come down the course. So we know that they're underway. We see some of the first crews are just getting their way through the Anderson Bridge. We have a very distant bird's eye view as we look at that, but I can see some tight packs. So, clear your throat, Jerry. It's going to be a tight one.
It's going to be great. This is wonderful. We've got the camera high up above the course at Peabody Terrace. The Harvard dormitories that are down along Memorial Drive. Yeah, and they've got an upstream view and a downstream view, and it's just wonderful to have that. People who are looking online. And if you probably get it on your cell phone or your iPad or whatever you've got, or if you're watching from home, thanks for being with us.
Is that where they are? I thought maybe they were all up at Kathy Keeler's balcony, but I guess they're not.
No, they're a little higher than that, I think. It's a little higher. They're up there, but what an absolutely fabulous day for rowing. Now we're getting to see the downstream view, and you can see the boats that are on the course now, and the cars going by on Storrow Drive and Memorial Drive. And this is the powerhouse stretch that we're looking at. You can see the River Street Bridge. It's just in the Western Avenue Bridge. And now here we're looking down. We got boats on the course approaching the Cambridge Boat Club in the Elliott turn. Led off with bow number 1, 2, and 3 in order.
All right, perfect. So bow number 1 is the Dawn Rowing Club from Canada. We've got one of the youngest competitors in this entire regatta in this crew. That's Ariane Birch. She's just 14 years old. So the Dawn scullers are Angelica Foxa, Kendra Smith, Hannah Fodgeron, and Emma Seawright.
And this is a stern coxswain.
And with a stern coxswain. So the coxswain is sitting in the stern of the boat. You'll see both ends of the boat for the coxswains, but bow number 1 getting a little bit of pressure from bow number 2. I'm not sure they'll catch bow 1, but they look like they would have made up ground. Bow number 2 is another Canadian rival from St. Catharines in the red and blue blades of St. Catharines. And moving up on them is another international crew from Denmark, the Danske Studenter Row Club from Copenhagen. They were third last year, but they've looked like they've closed a bit of the start gap on both 1 and 2. So the Danske Studenter Row Club from Denmark are doing a great job, and they were third last year, so maybe they're going to move up in the ranks. But very early to tell. We've got a lot of scullers on the course right now. There are 85 entries in this event, 85 coxed junior quads.
And here you see, Ellen, bow number 5 is called for room on the buoy line, and bow number 4 is appropriately moved out and giving them a little bit of room, not too much. And very, very good racing here. Bow number 4 is given a little room. They've gone a little wide.
Yeah, well,
get it back on the next
bow
turn.
number 5, that's Redwood, and they were 6th at this event last year, so they're hungry for more, and they're going to take that buoy line, and rightfully so. The Argonauts of Toronto have yielded the buoy line. That's bow number 4, the Argonauts with the striped jerseys, light blue, dark blue. They're from Toronto, Canada. Bow number 8, the White Marsh Boat Club out of Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. They want to improve on their guaranteed entry place from last year, and they are so far doing a good job of it. They've just gotten ahead of bow number 7, who trails them by about a seat of open water. Bow 7 is the Row America Rye crew. We've seen so many entries from them this year, so they're clearly a strong and up-and-coming program. They've gone through bow number 6, which is the Potomac crew. You can see the red field with the white star of Potomac Boat Club just entering the Elliott Bridge right now. And 7 has regained contact, and by contact I mean overlap. I don't mean actual contact, but bow number 7 has reclaimed some space back from White Marsh. So while they may have lost the actual spacing there, they're gaining the moral victory by moving back on bow number 8. So well rowed, Row America Rye. Bow number 9, though, on the buoy line out in front in the red hull with the white and red blades, San Diego Women's Varsity Coxed Quad. You can see the coxswain pounding the side of the boat. She's urging her crew on.
And Ellen, you see that bit what you mentioned about bow number 10 was out there just about ready to overlap 9, but they went a little bit too wide and lost some distance. So they've lost the ground they made up, and they've got to do it again.
Yep, so they're calling for a power 10 now at bow number 10. That's the Long Beach crew from California. White boat with blue and white blades. And bow number 12 giving them a run for their money. That's the ACRA from Nyack, New York in the blue hull. And bow 15 making a name for themselves. Texas Rowing Center, they've done very well in the youth events so far. Mazzy Burson, Sarah Slayton, Catherine Doolin, Hope Brooks, and Finja Geisman. White Blades, Black Hull of Texas Rowing Center.
13.
Bow 13 now, Long Lake crew from Minnesota.
And 11 is going wide to make room for number 6.
And 11, a little bit closer to Cambridge Boat Club, Saratoga Springs, New York crew. And 16, they're taking the command of the buoy line, another crew from Canada. That's the Notre Dame Rowing Club from Welland, Ontario. And they're in the white hull, look like gold blades, rowing Notre Dame, but from Canada. 17, the Atlanta crew from Roswell, Georgia. This is their first trip to the head of the Charles, so welcome to the head of the Charles, Atlanta. Red hull, blue blades going through the Elliott Bridge. And they've done a nice job moving through bow number 14, the Germantown Friends School from Philadelphia. Orange blades and checker blades right through the arch. That's the Friends School. Bow 18 trying to hunt down the Friends School. That's another Holy Names crew from Seattle, Washington. Bow 18, white hull, white blades with the school seal on it. And as we turn our attention a little further downstream, we've got a pack of 3 crews. Bow number 20 is trying to hold off 21. So the Petty School from Princeton Junction is trying to hold off Haddonfield, their neighbors in New Jersey. So a New Jersey rivalry playing out before our eyes. Bow number 20 is trying to hold them off. 21 claiming the buoy line, but 22, the Narragansett crew from Rhode Island, is going wide to pass both of them. Ooh, but the coxswain has changed her mind. She's taking the line that bow number 20 is yielding. Bow 20 is giving way to bow 22 from Rhode Island, so now Rhode Island can go after the Petty School. So that's a great race there and a great job coxing. Bow 19 out in front from South Jersey, from Pennsauken, New Jersey. White blades, white hull, black blades. 25 and 26 are dueling it out. 26 is the Niskayuna crew, and they're trying to pass Shenandoah from New York. Shenandoah in the green shirts and green and white blades. Niskayuna right on their tail at the white hull and white blades. That's right. Both crews now moving over to the next turn, well through Elliott, and we'll turn our attention all the way back downstream. And this looks like bow number 24. Oh, they're doing a great job. This is Row Boston. This is the girls program that started out many years ago by Holly Metcalf as G-Row, Girls Row Boston, and then the boys finally convinced us to make a program there. So it's now known as Row Boston, but the girls compete together. And this is Pearl Moyes. She's just 14 years. She's one of 3 14-year-olds on the race course this weekend. Liz Ellsbury, Anna Bethune, Isabel Healy, and Orange Farinella. They're doing an awesome job there. Their coaches have got them sculling all fall. They raced the head of the queue, and they're doing a great job. Go Row Boston. But they're going to have some pressure from 31, who's moving up from the back of the pack. That's PCRA from New Rochelle, New York, in the blue jerseys and the blue hull. They've moved right past the American School, a Great Britain crew in bow number 27 behind them. That's the white crew with the white blades, white hull, white blades, and the orange high-vis hat from Great Britain. Bow 28, looking to climb their way back, is the Brentwood School from Mill Bay, British Columbia. And bow 32 now, Burton Beach rowing from Vashon, Washington. Alexandra Ryan, Helen White, Ava Lorenzen, Rosalind Belscheit, and Catherine Kelly. Catherine actually raced in the Junior World Championships in a straight 4, and Rosalind attended the ID camp this summer.
23 close to us, and then 30 on the outside.
Bow 23 close to us is the Ransom Everglades crew from Coconut Grove. They're rowing in white tops, white blades, and a white hull. Bow 30 right behind them, giving them some pressure. Another Great Britain crew from Marlow. This is the Borlays crew. With 34 hot on their tail is the Connecticut crew from Norwalk, Connecticut. And they've just passed bow number 33, the Redwood Scullers from Redwood City, California. And 39 moving up well from the back of the pack, another Connecticut crew. This is the New Canaan crew. Black shirts with light blue tops. Bow number 39, New Canaan. High school in Connecticut, down near Norwalk. And they've passed bow number 29, so they're doing very well. 29 is the Detroit Boat Club. Also white blades, a white hull and blue tops. And 38 giving them some pressure at a much higher stroke rating. The Leander Scullers from Hamilton, Ontario in Canada. This is their first time at the head of the Charles, and they're not wasting any time at all. A nice high cadence, a good clean line. 37 trails them, the Founders Rowing Club from Dallas, Texas. And neck, 42 and 35. 35 giving them some room. Saratoga and 35 giving them just a daylight from CRI. Carolyn Kennedy, Piper Laren, Kelsey Best, Ann Bedigal, and Erin Bedigal. The Comp Girls team, very aggressive on that buoy line, and luckily no contact there. 36 now, trying to move back onto that pack. CRI did a great job on that turn. You're right, Jerry. City Island now in the bridge. That's 36. The dark-colored blades and the pink visors from the Bronx, New York. And 43 in the high-vis jerseys. I believe that is the Colorado Junior crew. These crew have a lot of experience in youth nationals in the U17 category. They've got a 13-year-old in there, most likely the coxswain, rowing with CRI blades, bow number 43. And they've passed bow number 40. Who's next? That's from Hollis, New Hampshire, HB crew. And 41 trying to pass them. That's the Peachtree City Rowing Club from Peachtree City, Georgia. That's right. They've got peach hats on as well. The blades peach and green. I think that might be the last. I think we saw everybody.
Wow, we saw some great coxing on that. This really shows the benefit of having a cox in this youth quads, Ellen. This was good racing, really good steering.
Yeah.
I don't think you could have as good a race if you had straight quads. No way.
Yeah, well, usually by this time we've gone through a few youth events. We usually see a few paint chips left on the arch of the Elliott Bridge, but we have not seen anything today. So it's been smooth sailing, so they say.
No broken oars yet.
No broken oars, not even much contact at all. So we're lucky for that.
I have to confess that I've broken an oar on the Anderson Bridge while towing a quad.
Well, it was probably your own if you were in the bow towing, so I guess that's your own punishment.
Did you know that you can get a new shaft put on your oar? And they match.
Where's Marlene? I thought she was with. Is she there?
Hey. Easy Dock is one of our official dock is our official dock sponsor, and right down here in front of the BB&N dock, you can see they've replaced their normal two fingers with a sort of a square outfit so that they can launch boats parallel to the shore, much safer. We've got Easy Docks all up and down the river, at the falls area, launching the 8s, launching all the boats up at the falls area, and they're just wonderful for ease of getting on and off the water. The height of them is absolutely perfect for both sculling boats and for sweep boats, and we're happy to have Easy Dock. Thank you.
What do you mean, who is that growling into the microphone? I have just got official visual confirmation that Tom Tiffany is in the house. I'm going to also thank Geico for being a sponsor this year. They've got a booth down at the Weld exhibition venue. You can see for yourself if, in fact, 15 minutes does save you 15% or more on your car insurance. So thank you, Geico. I'd also like to thank Hudson Boat Works. They are the official gold boat builder for the head of the Charles Regatta. They're hosting close to 100 crews. They're providing rowing shells for the competitors internationally and nationally here. Many of the world's best rowers are going to be rowing in Hudson's all weekend long. You can meet some of them and even check out their equipment over at the Shark Zone. Right beside the main expo tent, you can see how Hudson is pushing the pace of rowing high performance. And if you need a bit of a jolt, we'll also like to thank Pete's Coffee. They've got iced espresso, and they're proud to be the official patron of the head of the Charles Regatta. They've got a signature dark roast Colombian espresso blend of carefully sourced quality ingredients, delivering the perfect coffee-forward pick-me-up. You can grab your free sample at their tent down at the Weld exhibition area right near Harvard Square. Thank you, Pete's Coffee.
Ellen, coming up is event number 49, which is the Women's Youth Eights. And the course record is held by Saugatuck Rowing Club in 2017. There are 85 boats in this event. And at bow number 1 for the 5th consecutive year is Saugatuck. They want to add a remarkable 6th win to a really amazing streak going on. And we talked about this before. With the youth rowing, you turn over the crew every year. You've got several seats that are changing, and it tells you a lot about the depth of the Saugatuck program that they're able to maintain such a dominance. This is going to be great. They're going to be returning only 3 rowers and a coxswain from last season. So they've added 5 new rowers into the boat from their depth position, and we'll see how they do. They're going to be pressed hard by Greenwich crew from nearby Coscob, Connecticut, rowing from the Mianus River, I believe. And another Connecticut crew from Norwalk will be in bow number 3. Bow number 4 is Green Lake from Seattle. Then PNRA Mercer, the Princeton Junction, New Jersey. This is going to be terrific. Greenwich came very close to Saugatuck last year, missing out by only 2 seconds. And they're going to be ready to put the hammer down and see what they can do in this race, see if they can close the gap on Saugatuck. We're going to see Rose City, bow number 12, and New Trier, bow number 22, are both going to be contenders when we see these boats come up. They're on the course now. They're approaching the Weeks Bridge. I can see, if you're watching on the video feed, you can see the boats going under the Weeks Bridge, making the turn now. That is a very difficult turn, Ellen, making that. And I see the lead boat just making an absolutely perfect line around there. How many degrees is that? About 60 degrees at Weeks? I think pretty close. You've got to hit the apex right under the bridge if you get it right.
Almost 90. If you
If you want to do it well, it's almost 90, but you've got to just nail it, and it's very dangerous. If a boat on the left side of you decides to take it a little wide, and you're trying to take it tight, there can be a lot of contact, unintentional and very disastrous to anybody's race. Slows you way down.
Yeah, on a typical day, you would just maybe take a 40-degree, 60-degree turn to stay in the center of the river. But on race day, once you're through Weeks, you want to shoot way up to the Boston shore so that you can go straight through the Anderson Bridge, which is skewed the opposite way. So it's really about setting yourself up on the center arch. And on a typical practice day, when we're not racing, most people will go through the right-hand arch of Elliott. So it's a very different from training day to racing day, and that's what makes the Weeks turn so challenging. Not so much just getting through Weeks, that is challenging, but get yourself through Weeks and set up perfectly for Anderson, that's really difficult.
Well, Anderson, you'd normally go through the right arch if you were sculling on a regular practice day, and today on race day you go through the middle. And that's a very different position to be in, and you want to be way over by the business school, by the Harvard Business School, to line yourself up to be coming out of Anderson. And that's a story with every turn on this course. It's not coming into the turn, it's getting out of the turn correctly. And if you can get out of the turn correctly, you are just going to be setting yourself up all the way down the course to just succeed and thumb your nose at those other guys that didn't steer quite as well. I always liked to have the home court advantage when I was out racing. It was fun. Whenever you pass somebody, as you say, you do get a big jolt of energy, and it's a lot of fun to do. Here we are on the course. Yeah, you do that. I'll do this. Okay. Now, coming into the Elliott turn, boy, we got two boats pretty close together. Is that Saugatuck in the lead?
Yep, bow number one.
Bow number one, Saugatuck holding off Greenwich crew. Greenwich is not giving up. Look at Greenwich right on the buoy line.
Bow number two.
Bow number two is making it. They are smoking. They are closing the gap. They can see it. They want it. Saugatuck trying to push them back. Saugatuck rowing beautifully. Connecticut state rivalry, New England state. This is the world state rivalry for youth states.
Right in front here.
It's our regatta. This is the world. And look at that. They have definitely closed the gap. They started further apart than that, so I think Greenwich might be ready to nip them. Greenwich has got the fire in the belly, and they are going after Saugatuck. You can see that coxswain calling for a little bit more pressure. What a nice turn. Great job coming through the bridge. Ooh, three boats coming up now. We're seeing three boats pretty close together. Taken a little wide is bow number three, but they're being pressed. Number four is called for space to go through. So that's Norwalk, Connecticut, going a little bit wide, but Green Lake has called for the buoy line, and they are getting it. And they've got probably, what do they get, just a bow overlap? Maybe a bow overlap.
With bow number five in the Blue Blades.
Number five in the Blue Blades is Mercer, PNRA, from Princeton. This is some very tight racing. Now, you'll see that this bow number three in front of the club, Connecticut has given way. Number four has the right, but I think Greenwich is going to push them back, and they're going to have it on the inside turn at Belmont Hill. They're giving up that lead that they had. Number five, Mercer, still pressing very well. Number six, Saratoga. Bow six is Saratoga. They're just rowing a very clean race all by themselves. All they've got to do is close the gap. Now we got a little bit of room. Four more boats coming into sight. Bow 8 has moved up a bit. Bow 8 rowing smoothly, a little bit lower cadence than the other boats. I don't have my stroke watch with me.
They've passed bow number 7, the Mount St. Joseph crew in the yellow blades and the purple hull.
Mount St. Joseph having moved out a little bit to give them room. Very nice. Bow 9 next is going to be Saugatuck, another entry from Saugatuck. Talk about depth. Wow.
But they've got some pressure from bow 10. That's
Bow
the
10.
Marin crew from Green Bay, California. Look like they're rowing with junior national team blades.
That's just for a little intimidation factor. And bow number 11 holding their own. That's a Sarasota boat. David marked them off. I don't see. We did see this one.
We've got CRI fans here on the dock, about 13.
CRI getting a big yell from their fans. 13, I think they may have moved up a little bit on the pack.
Yeah, they've opened up a bit of a gap. Who's behind them here?
This looks like 12. Rose City from Portland, Oregon, rowing with the Radcliffe blades. And they're followed by OKC River Sport from Oklahoma City. Their coxswain looks like no stranger to the river. What a nice line they've got.
Yeah, that's Margaret Doyle, Catherine Hagersman, Layla, Brittany Hill, Celine Allegan, Anna Servin, Ruthie Lacey, Hallie Holmes, and Hannah Odnick. We got three approaching here, so bow 19 is on the buoy line.
19 on the buoys. That's Row America from Rye, and they've got a very nice course, and they've been given a little bit of room by number 15.
Bow 15.
15 is closer to us. That's Mercer PNRA from Princeton, New Jersey, and they're holding off. They're still trying to push back Marina Aquatic Center from Marina del Rey, California.
Yeah, but Marina looks like they're closing the gap.
It looks like they're trying to close the gap, but they are on the wrong side right now. They should be to the other side trying to push them out. We've got a little bit of more close racing here. Giving way over here on the outside. We've got number 18 is Atlanta Juniors, and number 17 gave them a little bit of room. That's Pacific Club from San Francisco.
And you can see the 2 seats sitting out in that Pacific crew. That's to help with steering there. The coxswain knows she wants to be up on those port side buoys. Starboard's cranking around, and she dropped her 2 seat out, and now they're back underway, all 8.
Okay. You spotted? When you spot? Don't yell. Okay.
Sorry.
I know.
Bow 20.
Bow number 20 on the buoys, Upper Arlington from Columbus, Ohio, has just moved in through in the orange.
21.
It's number 21, which is our own Wayland Weston crew. Alyssa Azam, Lauren Berry, Michaela George, Julia Pack, Jenna Cook, Darcy Foreman, Quinn Gleason, Sophia DePietro, and Jane Greenaway. Wayland Weston rowing.
22 is next in the green and blue.
In the green and blue is New Trier from Winnetka, Illinois. All seniors with 5 returning rowers in the boat. Very nicely experienced crew. Rowing well together.
25 in yellow and black.
In the yellow and black is Marion Mercy Academy from Marion Station, Pennsylvania.
23
And they've moved up on number 23, which is Milwaukee. And 24, is that 24 in the black and white? I can't.
That's Milwaukee here.
Yeah, there's Milwaukee in front of the club now. And 24 is Montclair from Montclair, New Jersey, right along the buoy line. And they're being pressed by 26 is taking it a little bit outside. But I'd say that's SAC Gold River, California. They were the silver medalists at the Southwest Youths and 9 plates at the Youth Nationals. But they took a little bit of a long course around this turn, thinking they could be able to pass on the outside. But Montclair just pushed them back, and Montclair has grabbed the advantage coming into the Belmont Hill turn.
We've got some preliminary times from the earlier event. We'll say them quickly. Row America Rye currently holds first position in the previous race. Greenwich Crew and Marin following behind them. So that was the women's youth 8 splits as they came by CBC. Number 27.
Right in front of the boat club now. Old Dominion from Alexandria, Virginia. Rowing nicely. They're being pressed now by bow number 29, which is Dallas United Crew. 2 members of the crew are related to Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. Do they have some fans on the bridge that can give them a little noise? Oh, we got a good crowd coming through now, Ellen. Right on the buoy line. Looks like they're doing a nice pass. Is bow number 32, Pittsford, New York. Rowing very well. 30 in the high vis. Over on our side is Westerville, Ohio. Giving up just enough room that they're required to do for good racing. Westerfield is not giving up the race, though. They're pushing to keep it back. In the green closer to us is Greenwich Academy from Greenwich, Connecticut. 33 with the zebra stripes out on the buoy line is Saratoga. From Saratoga Springs, from the home of the Head of the Fish, which is next week or the week after. Another fun race to go to.
31, Black Boat, Red Blades.
In Loyola Academy from Skokie, Illinois. It's coming by now. That's boat number 31. Now we've got a mix of one boat all alone and then three more bunched up together. This will be interesting to see who's doing the passing.
36 in the white and black.
In the white and black, all alone here, having gotten through those other boats, is SA Rowing Club from Roswell, Georgia. They've earned their first silver medal in the women's 8 at Southeast Regionals. Now we got three boats wide. Three boats wide in this turn.
Buoy line 37.
37 on the buoy line, Boston Latin School. They know their way around here. And they're 30. They're getting by. In the middle is 34, Port Rowing from Port Washington, New York. And then close to us
35.
is 35. So there's a little bit of passing. The two-seat has dropped out on 35. That's Los Gatos. She's back in now. They're going to decide to go for the inside arch here, it looks like, Ellen. This is going to be a long way home, but they're not giving up much. They're still trying to pass.
That's a very strong crew, but it's difficult
This is a very difficult
on the other
move
side of
to
this
make.
bridge.
But I think that coxswain's got some confidence that she's got it.
Yep, she has. She's clearing herself for the starboard buoys. You see her ports holding to get her back on course.
Oh, she
They
had to
want
come
to
to-
avoid that
Lost
buoy
a lot
penalty,
of speed
and
there.
they've done it. They're clear.
They're clear. It's better to stop than to take that penalty, Ellen. Now going into the bridge is number 38. All alone, staying out of that mess. That's Phillips Exeter from Exeter, New Hampshire. Now we got another good pack. Good pack on the buoy line in the green blades. That's number 41. They've gotten by. That's Whitemarsh from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. And then 40 is just on our side, a little bit outside. That's Everett Rowing Association from Washington. 41 pushing them a little far over, I think. We'll see what that is. 43 sneaking up on the buoy line. That's CRI. Beautifully steered. We got a little contact here. We're trying to get through here without any contact. 39 charging up, hoping to stay out of this mess. They're coming a little wide, just appropriately. The coxswain's holding back a little bit. That's Nashville. Pause for a second and save yourself a minute. Number 42 is Bromfield Acton from Boxborough. Bromfield School in Acton, Boxborough. It's a public high school program in Harvard, Mass. Brian Doff from Cambridge Boat Club was one of the founders of that. He was the coach. Yeah, he was at Bromfield School. Bromfield School out on the little lake out there. He did a great job with those kids. They were really motivated. Right out of the box, they did. Holly Hatton's there now, yeah.
45.
45, another local crew, Arlington Belmont. Arlington Belmont crew from Arlington, Mass. From both Arlington High School and Belmont Public High Schools. They row on Spy Pond in Arlington, where they have to go in a figure eight. The pond is so small, little island they go around.
46 in
They're,
pink.
they're being pressed by Notre Dame Academy from Toledo, Ohio.
44 is after them.
We got a little typo here. It says Notre Dame Academy All-Girls College Predatory High School, located in, I think they meant preparatory.
Get on the screen. Come on.
Sniskiuna is number 44, going by the boat club now. Very nice course.
48.
And then we've got
Bow seat sitting out.
bow seat is sitting out on this one to make it around.
Bow, so they've got a
that's
starboard stroke.
that's Pinecrest from Florida, from Fort Lauderdale. 49 is Row, New Jersey, from Mount Arlington, New Jersey. Now we've got another passing situation coming up. This way, and in the green blades, we've got the Chargers from Liverpool, New York. And then we're looking at just a pass that's just gone on here. Very.
The bib is off. Lifts, 30.
Can't get it yet. We can't get a bow number yet.
56.
Wow, that's a lot of motion. Number 56 has moved on a lot. That's Newport Beach, California. Newport rowing.
They just passed 52.
And the coxswain is waving her hands, calling for more. They've gotten by number 52. They've gotten by a number of boats, but 52 is Greater Lawrence. Greater Lawrence Rowing, home of Ellen Minsner. Greater Lawrence doing a nice job steering that course. They took that pass and jumped right back into the favored line.
50 now is next. 50.
Bow number 50 is Oakland Catholic School from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Notable for their 2004 alumna, Amanda Polk, U.S. Olympic gold medalist, came out of that program. That's a strong program. That's a great motivator to have an alumna like that.
53 closer to us, yielding to 55.
53 is going to get a little noise when you hear him get around the corner here. That's the Windsor School. Windsor and Belmont Hill row together. 55 is the next one on the buoy line. That's Twin Cities Youth Rowing from Edina, Minnesota. Wait till you hear the noise going by the Windsor dock.
All right, Jerry, get ready.
Get ready. Whoa, have we got a crowd coming through now?
Bows.
On the buoy line is bow number 60. They've done a little bit of passing. That's Ottawa Rowing from Ottawa, Ontario.
57 in the middle, trying to push out 51 in the green.
Okay, 51 in the green, staying a little wide over to us. That's bow number 51, Central Ohio from Dublin. And 57 in the middle with the Radcliffe blades. That's Putney High School from London. And 58,
Back to the blue line.
58 sneaking by everybody is Bedford, New Hampshire High School. Bedford crew team is a varsity sport at the Bedford High. And boy, are they steering nicely. That's two boats going through, and you'll see again this third boat going wide, but they're going to make the turn. They've got it. 63 on the buoy line. That's San Diego Rowing Club. 54 close to us. Is giving way to 59. 59 is Lower Merion from Ardmore. 54 close to us. That's St. Anthony's from Huntington, New York. 61 pressing both of these boats is Rockford School from Rockford, Michigan. But San Diego, 63, did kind of a horizon job. Boy, they passed a lot of boats before they got here. What a nice job they did steering through that bridge, too. Those boats did well. I didn't have a chance to look. How did that boat do that came through the inside arch?
She did it about as good as you could do it. It's not an easy one, but she didn't even have to stop
She didn't
anywhere.
park the boat. She just kept
she
it
did
going.
great.
Good. Oftentimes when they go through that with the big boats, they get in trouble coming back out again. This is bow number 65 going by now. Detroit Boat Club from Lathrop Village, Michigan. We'll have to start spinning. Okay. Maybe tape on the stick that's over there.
You do that. I'll do this. I'm going to fold it back.
He needs everything taped on.
Go ahead.
This is St. Catharines from Ontario. Bow number 67. Is that working? Yeah. Bow number 67, St. Catharines from Ontario. Now we got a little passing situation again, Ellen. 66, closer to the boat club. That's Wilson High School from Washington. And I didn't miss the bow number on that boat that's passing them. Did you get that? I don't have it. I can't see it. They've lost their bow number. They're getting a little close here. There might be some contact. 64 coming up next. That's Brooksum from Toronto.
A lot of
That
contact.
may be 62 Maguntakuk from Maine. I'm not sure, but they're getting a little boat stopping contact going into the bridge. And no, this is 62 here. This is Maguntakuk now passing the boat club. They got out of that tangle and they're getting going again. So that's good to see. They're They're still rowing. That's McGunticook. We got a good.
71 in the red boat, 72 in the
Okay.
middle.
Okay, in the middle is Ocean City High School. 71, the red boat coming outside. That's City Island, Bronx. They're getting past. And 74 in the blue, GMS Rowing from New Milford, Connecticut. They're putting a push on. Now, this coxswain is going to be working at it. This is bow number 71. City Island, Bronx is going to take the outside arch and make a tough turn, but she's got a very good line for that. Very nicely done. Set it up and did it.
69.
Bow number 69 on the buoy line now. That would be Haddonfield crew from Haddonfield, New Jersey. They're coming. And then Hudson River from Poughkeepsie, New York. Poughkeepsie. That boat did a great job of coming on the inside arch, Ellen, and they set themselves up without losing any speed going into the Belmont Hill turn.
Yeah, I think she would have surprised the crews who thought they had passed her, and she popped
And she
right out of the
popped
arch
right out of
with
there.
them.
And here, wait a minute, where'd she come from?
73.
In view now, coming into the turn is 73. That's City Honors from Buffalo, New York. You know, Ellen, you can't say enough the inspiration it is to kids to have an example like Amanda Polk coming out of your program. And we're so blessed with the talent that we've got here at Cambridge, of the number of national team and gold medalists and silver medalists and people that have just excelled in rowing, and they still do. It's a wonderful inspiration to our youth programs. And our kids do very, very well as a result. This is the Duxbury Bay Maritime School down in Duxbury. And they're followed by East Lyme Rowing Association from Lyme, Connecticut. And now we have passing on the buoy line is number 79 has moved up a little bit. That's West Side from Buffalo. And they're just getting by East Bay Rowing from Barrington, Rhode Island. Now East Bay, if you watch that turn, they moved out just enough, and they're popping right back into a perfect position to get through the Elliott Bridge and be set up for Belmont Hill turn. Now they may get back. They may get some deck back on 79. I think 79 is a little bit faster boat though. Okay. Okay, and the Yellow Blades coming up now is Mount St. Joseph from Flowertown, Pennsylvania. And they've gotten past Ringe and Latin, Cambridge Ringe and Latin. You'll hear a little noise when Ringe and Latin comes by. Here they are. They're going to sit up, get long, and row for the hometown. A little bit of a hometown favorite. A lot of noise here. 83 in the Blue Blades is Camp Randall from Madison, Wisconsin.
81 in the blue line.
On the,
77.
okay, and on the buoy line is number 81, Shrewsbury High School from Shrewsbury, Mass. One of the oldest programs in the country. Passing Narragansett, number 77, who's gone a little bit wide to give him some room.
And then 84 in the blue blades behind them.
And 84 in the Blue Blades. Moving right up is Annapolis Junior Rowing. These boats are all very close. And 84 and 81, they're moving. So I think we got one more boat on the course. Okay, coming into view now, coming up in through the Elliott Turn is bow number 85. This is a City of Oxford boat from Oxford on the Upper Thames. In 2019, this crew raced at the Quinton Head on the Tideway in London, and they won the women's eights at the Bedford Head and the women's eights at the Evesham Regatta. They would have raced at the women's head, but high winds caused the event to be canceled. They'll be competing at National Schools, Henley Women's, and the British Junior Championship Regatta. And they've come a long way to race with us, and we're really happy to have them here. Let's give a hand to the city of Oxford, Oxford, Upper Thames. So Ellen and I have finished our morning shift, and we are going to turn over the mic to Katie Longy and Nick Copley, who will bring you the next event, which is the Director's Challenge Mixed Doubles, which is a lot of fun. Katie, you got it? You're on. Nick?
Thanks, Jerry.
Do you need anything else? You want the pen? Yeah, I'll take the pen. Okay, I'll get my coffee cups out of here.
All right, so we've handed over the announcing team. Jerry and Alan have signed off for this morning. Always doing a sterling job here announcing at the head. The head of the Charles wants to thank Bertucci's Brick Oven Pizza and Pasta. Be sure to visit the Bertucci's tents located at World Exhibition in Adjero near the finish line for freshly baked pizza from Brick Ovens. They are offering in-store coupons and a chance to win $200 gift card. So they're down at Adjero and at the World Exhibition.
They have real like brick ovens set up.
Yep, Katie's telling me they have real brick ovens set up if you're hungry and want some pizza. And the head of the Charles always loves working with Brooks Brothers. We're proud to celebrate their 10th consecutive year as the official apparel sponsor of the head of the Charles. You'll see all the volunteers wearing Brooks Brothers jackets. And you can visit them at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and at the World Exhibition. They're here all weekend. And they also have a store on Newbury Street in Boston. So you can get limited edition Brooks Brothers head of the Charles gear. So our next event, as Jerry mentioned, will be the Directors Challenge Mixed Doubles. This event went off at 10:57, so they've been on the course for a few minutes now. The first boats will have been on the course. Got 40 entries in this event. The Directors Challenge event support the Head of the Charles charities. And there's quite an international field in this event. Crews from Denmark, the UK, Germany, Canada. They were expecting crew from China. Looking forward to seeing them come down the course. The upcoming races, next few races after we've had the Directors Challenge Mixed Doubles, we've got the Youth Doubles, Youth Fours, Men's Quads, Youth Cox Quads, and Youth Eights. So you've seen all the girls racing this morning. We've got the boys racing next, all the boys races coming up shortly. So we can see the first, looking at the video screen from up high, we can see the first doubles approaching Anderson, going under Anderson now. So we're expecting them to come into view.
You found number 2 coming in first.
So the first mixed double is coming into view here in Directors Challenge event, and it's crew number 2, Danske Students Row Club from Copenhagen. Taking a bit of a wide course around this big bend. This crew is made up of the men's single and the lightweight single from the Danish national team. Sverre is a 2-time gold medalist in the men's single at the FISA World Rowing Cup, and Julian is a 4-time Olympian in the lightweight double. That's Danske Studenters Row Club. Just going under Elliott Bridge right now. Welcome to the Charles, guys. They've opened up a big gap, huge gap on the field. Really storming down the course.
That's about number 3, though. What about number 1?
This is great.
Yep, yellow.
And coming into view now around the corner, it's bow number 3, all the way from Glasgow in Scotland. Andrew Holmes and Elizabeth Holmes. They both rowed in college for Harvard. Elizabeth captained and stroked the Harvard Radcliffe Varsity Lightweight 8, and Andrew was the stroke and captain for the Harvard Men's Heavyweight 8. But it's their first time racing mixed doubles together. That's Andrew Holmes and Elizabeth Holmes, all the way from Glasgow, Scotland.
Right, and then we have bow number 1 and striped oars coming through now.
That's bow 3 just going under the Elliott Bridge right now.
1.
Bow number 1 coming round the corner. This is Narragansett crew.
And then
Alden Bumstead and Edward Gay.
bow 8 making a push in these striped unisons, or I guess only 1.
Wow, and behind them it's bow number 8 from Riverside. Sean Wolfe and Christine Cavallo. Sean says that Christine is pulling him down the course. She certainly seems to be doing a really effective job today. They've moved up a long way. Good for you, Christine. That's Riverside Boat Club just going under the bridge now. They've opened up another big gap too. Long stretch of open water between them.
Okay, we got bow number 5 with blue blades.
Bow 5 coming into view is Cambridge's own John Randall and Lisa Pierce. They've done this event a few times.
And bow number 6 in the neon and pink shirts.
And they've overtaken bow number 6 from Greenwich. But the boat approaching CBC now is John Randall and Lisa Pierce from CBC. Go CBC. CBC going past the dock now.
Bow number 5 right in front of.
And then the dark blue boat, it's the Greenwich crew. Katie DeLuca and Patrick Kaufer. They love rowing together. They're set on winning the head and will keep on trying until they do. Go Greenwich.
Big group coming up. We have bow number 4 in the green boat.
Bow number 4. Another CBC crew. Margarita and Carlo.
Bow number 9 in the yellow.
Margarita and Carlo Zetzer. Previous winner of this event going past CBC now.
Bow number 9 in the yellow.
And crew number 9 in the yellow Ampacker. Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club.
We have bow number 16 with the buoy line.
Bow number 16 on the buoy line. They've been having a good row out there.
Bow number 7.
Elizabeth Pratt and Jonathan Winter.
Bow number 7 holding off bow number 12.
Bow number 7 in the white boat is another Greenwich crew.
Bow number 12.
Both have medaled in their singles. Bow 12 is Station from Portland, Oregon.
Bow number 10 in the yellow shirts. Just
Who's the... Bow 10, Mopjack. The white boat, they're a brother and sister crew just going under the bridge right now.
bow number 13 in front of us in the bumblebee outfit.
Bow 13 in the yellow and black bumblebee stripes is Roe Brevard from Indian Harbor, Florida.
Passing bow 11.
And that's bow 11 next to them, Upper Merion from Pennsylvania.
Okay, and then bow number 14 in the blue boat. Right in front of us.
Bow 14, going past CBC dock now, is Atomic Rowing from Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
With bow number 15 just behind.
And bow 15 is chasing them tightly. That's the Chinook crew, Kim Wilson and Peter Kosic.
And then bow number 18 with the blue blades.
And right behind them in the yellow tops, the CBC blades, and in the white boat is CBC, Naomi Lang and Blair Crawford. Blair's one of the directors of the Head of the Charles.
In the blue shirts.
So some split times for you. The Danska students are very much leading this race at the CBC splits. 14 minutes and 15 seconds, and it's a 38-second gap. 38 seconds between them and Riverside, the Wolf Cavallo Riverside crew.
I with bow number 17 in the blue shirts.
Coming into view now, just passing CBC, it's Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire. That's a father and daughter combination, a great combination to row. Catherine and Tim Rooney. That's Upper Valley, just going past CBC right now.
We have 23 in the blue unisuits and the blue and white blades.
And approaching the CBC dock, it's crew 23, Lake Union from Seattle, Washington. They've been rowing together for about a year, Anthony Folds and Carly Tallman. It's their first mixed doubles row.
Okay.
Lake Union, welcome to the Charles.
In the tight group, we have 26 in the green unis taking the buoy line.
26, all the way from Germany, Viking Berlin.
We have bow number 19 in the neon hats trying to hold off bow number 22 in the green unisuits. 19 neon hats, 22 green unisuits.
So that's Berlin, another father-daughter combination going past CBC now. And then 19 and 22. 19 is Baltimore, and 22 is Minneapolis Rowing.
22 wanes off.
It's 19 keeping on paddling, 22 in the green outfits from Minneapolis.
Neon hats.
Bow 27 going past the CBC dock with the neon hats. That's Greenwich, up from Connecticut.
Okay,
Stephanie and Luke have been rowing together for a few years now.
we got a group. We have bow number 29 in front.
Good group approaching the dock. Bow 29
Just behind
are from Oklahoma City.
Just behind them is bow number 30 with 25.
Closely followed by crew 30 from Quinsigamond in Shrewsbury, Mass.
And then 25 in the red boat.
And in the red boat, it's crew 25 from San Diego Rowing Club.
Bow number 28 just behind them, also in a red boat.
Crew 28 in the red boat going past the CB dock right now is the Delta Dares from Delta Boat Club.
Bow number 24 in the white boat and white oars.
That's Delta Dares just going under the bridge in the white boat.
24 is the white boat in front of us.
Is St. Catharines. St. Catharines, Ontario, just going under the bridge now.
Number 20 in front of us.
Crew 20 is a Cambridge Gentle Giant combination. Rich Whalen, he's instrumental in race operations.
21 right behind them.
Crew 21 is from Petapork.
36 in the blue boat taking the inside.
36 has come up a long way on the blue boat.
And then 35 is still trying.
Greenwich crew. 35 next to them is from Portland, Oregon, Station.
And 32 in the white boat
Just passing CBC right now and approaching the bridge. It's crew 32 from Rocky Mountain. Got a big gap at the moment on the course, but we've still got a couple more doubles that we're expecting to see. Overall, we've got 11,000 athletes this year in the Head of the Charles from over 800 different clubs from all over the world. They come from most of the states. They come from over 25 countries around the world, all coming to Boston to celebrate this great event. And it's fabulous weather. I just couldn't wish for a better racing weekend here on the Charles. And here we've got the last few mixed doubles coming into view. This Directors Challenge mixed doubles race.
38, and then followed by 31.
Crew 38 coming around the bend now is from Wichita, Kansas. That's Carrie Van Sickle and William Van Sickle. They refer to themselves as just as old folks. They're both down here as being age 62. That's not really old. The oldest competitors in the Charles are in their 80s. So they're still young.
31 is taking wide around the bend, with 40 in the yellow Impaka is taking the buoy line and cutting them off.
Crew 40 in the yellow boat on the buoy line is Swan Creek Rowing Club from Lambertville, New Jersey. That's Andrea Deanan and Steve Platt. This is their second time on the Charles. And crew 31, closest to CBC, is Quinsigamond.
Right, we have 39 in
That's
behind them in the
Quinsigamond,
white boat.
just approaching the CBC dock now.
And we have 39.
Quinsigamond Rowing Club, just going under the bridge with the bright green hat. Behind them, we've got crew 39 in the white boat, white tops, white blades. That's Vespa, up from Philadelphia. Sally and Thomas in this boat say it's a tradition for them to come and race here on the Charles. It's crew 39, Vespa Boat Club, just going under the bridge right now.
Okay, we have 34 approaching CBC, and we have black boat, white oars.
Crew 34 approaching CBC. This is crew all the way from Shanghai in China. 2 seasoned rowers. That's
Blades 37 is next.
Shanghai, just going past CBC at the moment and approaching the bridge.
Then 37 with orange blades.
Crew 37 with the orange blades. Going past the dock right now is another Vespa crew. Vespa have been well represented in this event. Summers Nelson and William Nelson. Summers was a silver medalist in the World Under-23s in the lightweight quad and rode in many other national team events. We think that's it for the Directors Challenge mixed doubles. And if that's the case, we've got the next event that we're expecting to see is another doubles event. It's the men's youth doubles, who should be on the course now. This event started at 11:19. The course record was set in 2017, just a couple of years ago, by Salazar Schley in 16 minutes and 52 seconds, which is a pretty speedy time. 16:52 in the youth doubles. That's the course record.
The overall course record is. We'd like to thank our sponsors. The head of the Charles Regatta is proud to have Cliff Bar as a supporter in the 2019 regatta. Cliff Bar, nutrition of sustained energy, fuels athletes miles after mile as they row down the course. Visit the Cliff Bar Pavilion and Adger Row for samples, coffee, and more. Thank you, Cliff. Also, it helps that they taste good as well.
So the view from up here, we can see the first men's youth doubles. They're just going under the Weeks Bridge right now. The view we have. So we should expect to see them here in probably about 4 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes. So leading this men's youth doubles, we've got GMS Rowing, which always has a really strong youth sculling program. They're returning at the top of the field in both bows 1 and 2 this year, but expect to see some stiff competition from both Saugatuck and the CBC's own crew at bow number 4. Local river experience could be a real edge for this CBC crew in the youth events. Also have an eye out for New Canaan at bow number 7, Newport at bow 13, and Pangbourne from the UK at bow 46. Got a lot of youth doubles coming. There's a total of 47 entries in this youth doubles event. These youth events are really popular. Often oversubscribed, nearly all oversubscribed. But it's great to have both the boys and the girls out there racing and sculling. In both the singles events, the doubles, and the quads. They're all some of these are relatively new events. All right, men's youth doubles. We're expecting to see the first cruise come into view imminently around this big bend. The cruise started about 2.5 miles down from here by the BU boathouse. It really is a beautiful day. The conditions here are just perfect. So have you heard anything about what it's like down in the basin?
I have not, but from experience, the basin is never a pleasant experience, no matter how nice the weather is.
Yeah. But it's probably as good as it gets on a day like today.
Yeah, you can't really have any complaints about the weather. The crisp conditions is just the sun out, light breeze. You really can't ask for anything better.
Yeah. And the wind has dropped from yesterday, too, which makes it nicer.
Yeah, and earlier in the week, we had quite the rainstorm and hail and wind, so good thing it cleared up just in time for the weekend.
Yeah, and oftentimes that can mean a lot of stream on the river, but there really isn't much. The guys managing the river flow have done a good job.
Yeah, and no debris either, which is great. So we have clear conditions on air and water fronts. And we have our first competitors rounding the bend at bow number 1, as expected. This is GMS Rowing Center. And bow number 1 is Xander Van Dien Nieuwhausen and Jaden Snyder.
All right, so we're expecting some interesting racing here. This is the men's youth doubles.
Coming out in front of CBC right now is the first GMS Rowing Center boat at bow number 1 in the blue shell, followed by bow number 3, who made the push to pass the second GMS Center boat, so that's the Saugatuck Rowing Club boat in the dark boat at bow number 3.
Some really good racing here. Bow 3 going past the CBC dock, then it's bow 2, which is GMS, and then bow 4 in the Empacker is the CBC crew.
All taking great lines through the bridge and keeping tight competition.
The CBC crew is doing a great job. They moved up on both of those crews ahead of them. Nice job, guys. And opened up a lot of water. Big space between the next crews. All those first 4 crews have made big moves up the course. Crew 6?
Number 6, then bow number 10.
Wow. So the next 2 crews we see coming around the corner, it's bow 6 followed by bow 10. Clearly bow 10 have been pushing hard up the course. Bow 6 is a California Yacht Club crew in the white boat. Right behind them is bow 10 from Oak Neck Rowing Academy in Bayville, New York. That's bow 10 who've been making a move and pushing hard up this course.
Not too far behind, we have bow number 8 with the red blades. Bow number 8 from Haddon Township. And then not right behind them is bow number 7 with the blue blades and the yellow boat. Bow number 7 is New Canaan High School. Bow number 5 passing CBC right now in the orange unisuits is Albany Rowing Club. All right, we got bow number 11. Yeah.
Bow 11 in the white boat, passing CBC. This is Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club from Springfield, just out west of us here. That's Pioneer Valley going under the bridge right now.
Green oars right in front of us is bow number 12.
Green oars right in front of us is Seattle Scholars.
Neck and neck, we have bow number 9.
That's Seattle going past CBC now.
And neck, we have bow number 9 in the white boat, and then bow number 13 with the buoy line. Bow number
9 is Ransom Everglades crew.
And then bow number 13 is the Newport Aquatic Center.
Crew 16 going past CBC right now. That's Resilient Rowing Club. James O'Grady and Jacob Riddle. They've raced together at U.S. Rowing Nationals and were 4th at Canadian Henley.
Bow number 19 passing the CBC right now is the Dawn Rowing Club out of Mississauga, Canada.
And behind them, having a tight race, it's crew 17. Followed closely by 14. Crew 17 have moved up, overtaken crew 14.
Bow 17 is the Haverford School, and bow number 14 is the St. Joseph High School Rowers. Right behind them is bow number 15 in the bright green blades, which is the Seattle Scullers. Then we have bow number 22 trying to make a push as we head into the Elliott. Bow number 22 is the Niagara Falls Rowing Club. Bow number 18 in the gray shell is hitting the outside bridge, so we are seeing them go under Elliott just in a moment.
And crew 25 going past CBC, approaching the bridge now. That's NRS from Vinland, Ontario, from Niagara Rowing School.
Then bow number 20 with a strong buoy line with the red oars. Bow number 20 is the Burton Beach Rowing Club.
Crew 24 now going past CBC. This is Rockland from New York, up from New York. Welcome to the Charles guys.
Bow number 21 in the green and white unisuits is the Minneapolis Rowing Club out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. With bow number 23 in the black shell out of Great Miami Rowing, making a strong push as we head into the bridge.
And they're followed by crew 27, Miami Rowing Club. They were state champs in 2019 and regional champs in 2019. That's Miami just going under the bridge.
We have bow number 30 in the striped oars making the strong push past bow number 28 in the yellow boat. Bow number 30 is the West Cambridge Club out of Watertown. And then bow number 28 from Munich Rowing Club from Germany. 34.
Yeah. Crew 34 going past CBC now is Row House from Miami, Florida. These guys made the finals at Club Nationals in the single. And Connor was rowing in the lightweight double.
And we have quite a group of boats coming up here, around 6 in pretty close competition, with bow number 31 leading the pack in the red boat, bow number 31 out of Bergen Catholic High School Club.
And they're followed by 35 in the Empacher, taking the buoy line. That's crew 35, which is Nurid from Rutherford, New Jersey, in the yellow Empacher, going past CBC right now.
Bow number 29 in the white boat with white oars is the Lincoln Park Boat Club out of Chicago, Illinois, my hometown.
And on the buoy line in the dark boat is 38, Texas Rowing Center.
with 33 trying to hold them off in the red oars. 33, Haddon Township High School. With 36, and not too far in the black boat, Litchfield Hills Rowing Club.
Yeah, and then 26 behind them, just going under the bridge right now, is Greenwich.
We have bow number 41, Long Lake Rowing Crew, just passing CBC right now, with 32 just behind them, Colorado Junior Crew in the red boat, bow number 32.
Then it's crew 42 approaching CBC, just going past the CBC dock right now. This is Quad Cities rowing. These guys also rowed together at Youth Nationals in the double this year. That's Quad Cities, William Sharris and Tristan Wakefield. 17 years old and 15 years old. Welcome to the Charles, guys. Coming into view round the corner, it's crew 37. This is Cape Cod Youth Rowing. Two 16-year-olds in this boat. Burke Valley and Gavin Lemieux. That's crew 37 is the first boat approaching CBC at the moment. Cape Cod Youth Rowing.
We have bow number 46 and 47 neck and neck as 47 tries to make the push to pass. We have bow number 46 in the white boat is the Pangbourne College Boat Club, and 47 St. Mark's with the buoy line. This is a tight group going into the Elliott Bridge. Let's hope everyone is steering correctly.
Crew 40 in the white boat going past CBC right now. That's the Shaker crew up from New York, from Shaker High School. Shaker Rowing Association just gone under the bridge. Crew 45 approaching CBC right now. This is the Brooks School crew from North Andover. Two 15-year-olds. Give them a big cheer. Both 15-year-olds in this crew from Brooks School going past now.
And then we have bow number 43 passing the Cambridge Boat Club right now out of Peachtree City Rowing Club in the orange unisuits.
Crew 44 in the white boat. That's King's School from Stamford, Connecticut. They were bronze medalists at New England Regionals in the novice double.
We have bow number 39, who took quite a wide line through this corner, is Soyeset Rowing Club from Bayville, New York.
Soyeset going past the CBC dock now. That's Neil Sheth and Lucius Yu. Lucius is down as only 14 years old. Oh! We hope those guys are safe as they just clipped the bridge. It looked like they were adjusting and then they just tapped the bridge as they went under. But hey, for a 14-year-old, it's impressive to be out there. All credit to you. So the splits we have from the women's youth doubles. This is the splits at CBC. What we're seeing at the moment is at CBC Long Lake Rowing were first in 14:31. This is CBC splits for the women's youth doubles event, 51. They were followed by Oak Neck Rowing, who are about 8 seconds behind them, and then Row House, who are 9 seconds behind them. So Lake Rec Rowing were leading women's youth doubles as they passed CBC. I'll correct that. The splits we just gave you, or I just gave you, they were the men's youth doubles. The women's youth doubles is the next event coming down the course, so we're a bit early on those. But in the men's youth doubles, it was Long Lake Rowing who are leading the men's youth doubles as they pass CBC in a time of 14 minutes 31 seconds. So that was the men's youth doubles. The next race we're expecting to see, or will see, coming down the course is event 51. That's women's youth doubles. The course record for this was 17 minutes 47 seconds. Tied course record. So that record was set in 2017, 17 minutes 47 seconds. Why Quad Cities has been the powerhouse in this event recently. They've owned the top spot since 2014, which is really impressive to put out new youth doubles, to have a program that can produce winning women's youth doubles for 5-6 years in a row is incredibly impressive. So they've held the top spot in this event since 2014. And they have both bows number 1 and 2 in this event.
And we're starting to see the first competitors come through the Weeks Bridge on our monitor, so we should be starting to see crews come by in the next 4 to 5 minutes.
BNY Mellon is our presenting sponsor for the 7th year. BNY are big supporters of rowing. They're sponsors here and also at the boat race on the Thames in London. They're a global leader in investment management and investment services. They deliver informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets. That's BNY Mellon. Thank you, BNY.
And we are seeing our first competitor from the women's youth doubles race come through right now with an extremely tight buoy line. This is bow number 1 out of the Y Quad Cities Rowing of Morley and Evans.
This is impressive steering. For women's youth doubles, that is a really impressive course. You can see why this program sends out winners. If they can steer like that, they deserve to win.
And bow number 2 coming in just behind them, rounding the curve, also with a pretty great buoy line steering. So those Y Quad Cities are quite great on the steering coaching.
So the Y Quad Cities crew number 1 just going under the bridge now. And then the next boat we see is Y Quad Cities bow number 2. Taylor and Emma in this bow number 2 are both in youth nationals in the quad that won gold. So an impressive resume, 2 17-year-olds. And then behind them, it's bow number 3 from California Yacht Club. Alexandria Langer and Talia Koch. This is Alexandria's second head of the Charles. She placed 3rd in last year's women's youth doubles. She's a junior this year. This is Talia's first head of the Charles. She just began rowing last season. All those first three crews have opened up a good gap here. The next crew coming into view, it's a CBC crew coming around the corner right now. Youth doubles from CBC's junior program approaching the dock. Two CBC juniors going past the dock right now. Eliza and Bronwyn, both 17 in the CBC junior program.
We have bow number 5 coming up right now in the black unisuit. This is the Redwood Scullers with bow number 8 making a push to pass currently. Bow number 8 is the another Y Quad Cities Rowing Club.
Wow, those Y Quad Cities are putting out some impressive doubles this weekend. Really good.
And then passing CBC right now is bow number 6 in the black boat. Bow number 6 is the Niagara Falls Rowing Club.
Crew number 9 is First Coast. So it's First Coast just passing the CBC dock now. Emma and Annabelle up from Florida, Jacksonville, Florida, just going under the bridge.
Then bow number 7 passing CBC in the Red Blades. Bow number 7 is the Three Rivers Rowing Association out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And with the White Blades passing CBC, it's Crew 10, 612 Endurance out of Minneapolis. 612 Endurance just passing the CB dock and approaching the bridge. White Quad Cities, that's a really impressive program in terms of what they've just done here.
Yeah, having 3 crews in that close succession doing such great line work and steering throughout this difficult course really says a lot about the coaching skills there.
Another CBC crew here. Bow number 14, Michaela and Catherine.
Doing a great push past bow number 12, the Row America Greenwich boat in the white oars.
Then we've got quite a few crews coming up behind them as they go under the bridge.
Bow number 15 in the blue oars leading this next pack out of GMS Rowing Center, followed closely by bow number 18 from Notre Dame Rowing Club, with bow number 13 with a bit closer buoy line not too far behind them from the Agnes Irwin School.
There's a battle going on along the buoy line here. Crew 19 in the white boat leading this little pack is Sagamore. Crew 21 on the buoy line is Potomac. And crew 11 in the dark blue boat with the orange blades, that's Albany. Those 3 crews navigating well under the bridge.
We have bow number 16 in the orange shell passing CBC right now out of the Litchfield Hills Rowing Club from Litchfield, Connecticut.
This is a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old. They describe themselves as young and feisty. That's great.
And they're looking pretty feisty as
they really
go
are
through
looking
the bridge.
feisty. We've got another good battle approaching us here. There's 4 boats coming up in close contention.
bow number 25 kind of taking a wider lane as we go around the corner out of Founders Rowing Club from Dallas, Texas.
They're closely pursued by crew 27.
27 out of the Wallingford Rowing Club, with bow number 24 still holding in there from Row America Rye. As we go through the bridge with three such boats in such close succession, you got to watch their lines and their power as they go through. Oh no! We seem to have a bit of unwilling collision under the bridge. Hopefully those three crews can come back and hold strong for the last less than mile left in the race.
Yeah, they've separated, so that's good. No hold up there.
Bow number 23 just missing the wreckage as we go under the bridge right now out of Resilient Rowing Club.
They're followed by crew 28, which is Charlotte Youth Rowing up from North Carolina.
We have another pretty close group of competitors coming into the straightaway through the bridge. We have bow number 17 leading them off out of Peachtree City Rowing Club, with 32 making a large push to pass at Haddon Township High School.
Then in the middle of this next pack, in the pink, it's crew 35. That's Westminster School, all the way over from London.
Making a push to pass bow number 31, the City of Oxford Rowing Club. As we go into the bridge, these two boats are neck and neck. Bow number 20, not too far behind, out of the Orange County Rowing Association. And bow number 30, just behind them,
That's
from the
Lincoln
Lincoln
School.
School. And then passing CBC at this moment, we have bow number 33, the Great Miami Rowing Center boat from Hamilton, Ohio. Misleading that they're the Miami Rowing Club, but they're in Ohio.
Yeah, it's some more close races here. This is 34, crew 34 leading this pack. From Ann Arbor, crew 34. They're closely followed by crew 36, Germantown Friends up from Pennsylvania.
Who is also closely followed by bow number 37, the Kent School Boat Club.
Crews 34, 36, and 37 just passing CBC now and going under the bridge.
And then leading this next pack, we have bow number 29 with the pink oarlocks from Ransom Everglades, as bow number 39 tries to make a push before the bridge from Long Island Rowing Club.
And in the blue boat, it's crew 45 who've been moving up the field here. They're making a strong push through. This is Olympia area from Olympia, Washington in the blue boat. Moving nicely.
With the white boat just behind them, bow 41, still trying to hang on to that distance from Green Hills School. Oh, we're seeing another close competition right in front of the CBC with bow number 42 from South Jersey Rowing Club passing bow number 28, the bright blue, or 26, the bright blue oars, Cape Cod Youth Rowing Club.
Crew 43 going past us now is Nurid from Rutherford, New Jersey. This is Ariana Welton and Georgia Young.
With bow number 38 in the green unisuits passing CBC right now from the Central Crew Club out of Hooksett, New Hampshire.
Crew 40 going past the CBC dock now is the Brooks School crew. From North Andover, this is Lydia Barker and Ashley Picard. And crew 44, just passing the CBC dock, that's Rivana from Charlottesville, Virginia. Olivia and Dara have been rowing together for 2 seasons. They are 2-time lightweight Scholastic Virginia State double champions. And crew 46, just passing the CBC dock in the red hats, that's Lake Lilano. Elizabeth Saunders and Kaja Hornberg, all the way from Michigan. Welcome to the Charles.
For being a head race, that was definitely a clumping group of competitors where they all kind of found their next boats and really tried to pass a lot of them throughout the course.
So that looks like it for event 51, women's youth doubles. No, there's some young competitors in there, and overall they did a nice job staying out of each other's way.
And especially towards the cruise, you could see how much, if you get that steering in early, how much it can really impact your race. And for 14-year-olds, having those close buoy lines, it really makes a difference for their overall racing times and the competition.
So the next event we'll see is event 52, men's youth fours. These boys' boats are getting bigger and therefore a little faster, but they do have coxes on board. You know, the doubles we just saw go past, both the boys and the girls. The bowman is basically also the steers person in each of those boats. So it's tough for those kids to to put it all in on the water and also be steering. The next crew is the men's youth fours, so they do have a cox on the boat as the boats get bigger, which certainly helps. They don't have to worry about steering and rowing. And we can see from here the first of the men's youth fours coming up to the Weeks Bridge from our viewpoint, the video view we have here. Actually, some splits that we're seeing from the women's youth doubles. As expected, the first Y Quad Cities double, which was taking that tight line around the buoys on the corner here, their splits at CBC were 15 minutes and 20 seconds. And then the second women's youth double, they were 23 seconds behind them. And then third was California Yacht Club, who were also bow number 3. They were 30 seconds behind them. So you can see that Y Quad Cities first double that came past here in the women's youth doubles. They were steaming down this course and taking a really nice line. They had 23 seconds here difference on their splits as they passed CBC.
And a word for our sponsors in this break between races. We'd like to say thank you to Delta Airlines for being the official airline of the Head of the Charles Regatta and the presenting sponsor of the Union Village venue. And also, we'd like to say thank you for getting many of the 11,000 athletes competing this weekend safely to Boston from either the United States or internationally.
So the next event that we'll see, event 52, men's youth fours. The record for this event is held by South Niagara and is 16 minutes, 12 seconds. Also, again, set in 2017. 2017 was quite a year for setting course records. Unlike the other bigger boat youth events, this field is packed. It's got 85 competitors, which is the maximum number of competitors in any of the events here on the Charles this weekend. St. Catherine's Rowing Club are returning to defend their 2018 title. They dominated this event last year, winning by 20 seconds, having started at bow 53, which is pretty impressive. They must have passed a lot of boats, St. Catherine's, last year. So they'll be starting bow number 1. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do with clean water ahead of them. Following them up, well, at bow 2 will be Sacramento State Aquatic Center. They'll be looking to regain top honors. Local crew Belmont Hill is at bow 18, and they could be one to watch. And also Noble and Greenough School at bow 36. They've made their way to the top from the back in the pack before. St. Paul's Boat Club are fast out of the UK, and they'll start bow 8. We'll see what they can do here on the Charles this weekend. So this is the men's youth fours coming up, event 52. Another quick word from our sponsors. Harvard Pilgrim is very proud to be a premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles. They've been helping people across New England get healthier and happier. You can head over to the Well Boathouse area. They'll show you your happy dance and join in the fun at their happy zone. So get healthy, happy, and get there with Harvard Pilgrim. Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. You can visit their studio on Anager Row next to the Brooks Brothers tent. They do have a couple of Aston Martins out there if you want to go see their cars. The first competitors are coming into view here, men's youth fours. And it's bow number 1, St. Catherine's. From our friends to the north, they're the defending champions who say they won this event by 20 seconds last year, but it looks like they've been strongly pushed this year.
By bow number 2, who's following them right hot on their heels in the pink hats. This is the Sacramento Sacramento State Club.
Both these crews battling hard. That's St. Catherine's in the white boat, bow number 1, just passing the CBC dock now. And Sacramento pushing them hard down the course. Both these crews are flying down the course. They've opened up a huge lead on the crews behind them.
We got bow number 4.
And it's bow number 4 that we see coming around the corner after them.
Bow number 5.
The red tops, bow number 4, taking a tight line. You can see them. See that buoy line? It's underneath the blades. That is awesome steering by these young coxers. When you feel those buoys just drifting along the side of the boat there. Great coxing. So crew 4 is Blood Street Skulls, showing us nice coxing, nice steering. In the red boat, Blood Street Skulls. They're followed by crew number 5 in the white boat. That's Culver from Culver, Indiana. And 4 and 5 have overtaken crew 3 from San Diego Rowing Club. That's San Diego in the red boat and the white tops, white blades. San Diego just going under the bridge now. Charles, John, Krish, and Sebastian. Oh, some nice steering there.
Okay, and coming around the bend, we have a quite close group of competitors with bow number 6 leading the charge from Upper Canada College. They're probably taking the tightest buoy line, which you can see how much it matters when you see these other crews taking a little bit wider.
And behind them it's crews 7, 8, and 9. Crew 9 on the buoy line. CRI, local crew. In the white boat, it's crew 8.
And bow number 7 just behind them in the dark blue shell.
So it's St. Paul's in bow number 8 in the white boat. CRI in the red boat.
Passing CBC right now, we have bow number
Great race.
12, the Christian's Brother Academy, in these striped unisuits with bow number 10, the Lawrenceville, in the black shell and red and white blades just behind them.
The St. Paul's crew took the inside arch there on this bridge, which is perfectly allowed, and he did a good job. The buoy line bends round to allow for that.
And then we have bow number 14 in the white shell from Row America Rye, with bow number 11, the Milwaukee Rowing Club, just behind them. The Milwaukee Rowing Club actually rows in the same river as my home club. Milwaukee River. Leading this next pack, we have crew number 16, St. Joseph's Prep, in the white shell in red oars, coming out in front of CBC at this moment, with bow number 13 in the bright yellow unisuits from Long Beach Junior crew just behind them as they enter the bridge.
And it's crew 18 behind them in the yellow Empacker. That's hometown crew Belmont Hill, who've done a good job pushing up. All members of this year's NERA Championships from this spring. Their coach, Chris Richards, is a member here at CBC and a director of the Head of the Charles.
Then we have bow number 19 with the white and red blades from Radley College Boat Club, and bow number 22 just behind them with the yellow and black blades. Bow number 22 out of Upper Arlington Crew Club. Bow number 22 taking a real tight in front of and through the Elliott.
Got crew 21 coming up next. That's Bromfield Acton Boxborough. Public high school program located in Harvard, Mass.
Okay, in close competition, we have bow number 24 in the blue boat with white blades from Pelham Community Rowing Association, with bow number 17 also in the blue boat just behind them, the Glastonbury High School crew, with bow number 23 heading in closer as they go through the bridge, Phillips Exeter Academy. Bow number 15 in the green unisuits, Riverfront Recaptures, heading under the Elliott Bridge at this moment, with bow number 25, the Duxbury holding off bow number 26, the Los Gatos Rowing Club, as they head under the bridge.
And a few of the geese there, flying out of the way of those crews under the bridge. The geese ducking and diving to get out of the way of those crews.
Because, you know, the course wasn't difficult enough on its own without adding in some aquatic life.
Got crew 28 here, Northfield Mount Herman, just going past CBC and approaching the bridge. And a really interesting battle developing as they approach us here.
We have bow number 27, Hanlon Boat Club, neck and neck with bow number 29, the King's College School in the dark blue shell, as they head under the Elliott Bridge. This is neck and neck as 29 tries to make the push to pass.
33 and 34 side by side. 34 is overtaking 33. 34 is the Sarasota crew and 33 is the Greenwich crew.
With bow 20 hanging in there from Hingham High School, also all trying to make those power 10 pushes under the bridge as we head into the last bit of the race.
And then behind them it's crew 30, which is Kent School up from Connecticut.
And bow number 31, the Petty School with the bright yellow blades heading under the bridge at this moment.
Got crew 36. This is Noble's crew. Got a lot of local support down there. Noble's crew just going under the bridge right now, coached by Blair Crawford.
And then bow number 35 in the black blades from South Jersey Rowing Club.
They're followed by crew number 37. This is Gonzaga from Washington, D.C. Gonzaga has won 3 Stotesbury medals in 2019.
We have bow number 38 rounding in front of the CBC at this moment. We're looking at the Pink Hats, bow number 38 from the Monmouth Junior Rowing Club.
Crew 32 just passing the CBC dock. This is the Pittsford crew. They row on the Erie Canal just east of Rochester, New York.
And bow number 39 just behind them in the orange and red blades. That's the Wayland Weston Rowing Association out of Wayland, Massachusetts.
Crews 41 and 42 approaching CBC now. 41 is Cascadilla from Ithaca, New York. They're followed by 42, the Miami Rowing Club. So this is crew 41 passing CBC, Cascadilla, Sarah, Larson, Miles, Glenn, and Wiley. Welcome to the Charles. And they know that Cascadilla rhymes with Godzilla. Crew 42 is the Miami Rowing Club, just going under the bridge. They were the state champs in 2019.
We have bow 40 coming in front of CBC at this moment, taking a tight line. That's the Cambridge Ringe Club.
CRLS. Nice job, boys.
With bow 44, Central Ohio rowing in the green unisuits just behind them.
And then 46 in the yellow boat is Ann Arbor from Ann Arbor, Michigan. They're a lightweight crew, but with open weight attitudes.
We have bow 48, the Gunnery School crew, with the gray and red blades just behind them.
And crew 50 in the white boat. This is Jesuit College Prep of Dallas. Up from Texas in the white boat.
We have bow 43 in the yellow boat, the Groton School. And then bow 49 and 45 struggling to pass each other.
That's Boston College and Shenandoah. Let the umpires sort that one out.
We have bow 51 taking advantage of this collision as they pass through the bridge out of Pinecrest School crew.
Then crew 47, BB&N. A lot of local sport by the BB&N crew. Just going under the Elliott Bridge.
And we had our two impacted crews in the collision seem to be separated and are rowing down the course. Hopefully they steer clear of each other for the rest of the course.
Yeah, anything that's a boat stopper is a bad one. Crew 59 is Newport, over from California. This is their first trip to the head of the Charles by these athletes. Welcome to the Charles.
And then bow number 56 with the red oars coming out in front of CBC right now. City Honors crew.
They're followed by crew 52, which is Syessa Rowing Club from Bayville, New York on Long Island. And 53 right behind them is St. John's High School from Shrewsbury, Mass.
Then we're looking at 55 in the striped unisuits and pink hats from the Christian Brothers Academy. And then in the black boat just behind them, we have bow number 60, Friends of Brookline, as they try to kind of close that gap as we head into the rest of the course.
The Brookline High School lads say they're looking to spin some silk down the Charles.
All right, we have white boat with the stroke seat wearing a yellow bucket hat on bow number 58, the Sir William Borlase.
Yep, Sir William Borlase School from Marlow, row on the Thames. Contains several GB junior trialists looking to earn a GB vest.
And then we have the Haverford School, bow number 61, hitting the bridge at this moment in the yellow blades.
Not literally hitting the bridge, thankfully.
No, they seem to be,
quite, steering a nice
quite
course.
through the middle.
Crew 62 in the red boat. This is Chaminade from Mineola, New York. They're all on Bar Beach in Hempstead Harbor on North Shore of Long Island.
Then we have bow number 57, Fordham Preparatory School Club in the red boat, with bow number 54 in the white boat and white blades just behind them out of Orange County.
Close crews behind them. That's crew 66. Closely followed by 65 and 64. So 66 has gone past 65 and 64. 65 is another Nobles crew.
We see 64 making the push to try to pass through the bridge. We have bow number 67, the Derryfield School, in the lead as we head through in front of CBC, with bow number 68 just behind them, the Arlington Belmont crew. Also making the push is bow number 63, the Gentle Giant Rowing Club, with 71, who made quite a jump into the ranks
Yeah,
in the
71
Marine
is
Aquatic Center.
Then it's 69 passing the CBC dock now. This is Benny's from Bedford View. And behind them, it's crew 72. Up from Princeton Junction, that's Kyle, John, Nolan, Matt, and Krish. They row on Mercer Lake in Princeton, New Jersey.
74 in the blue boat.
Crew 74 passing the CBC dock now. This is North Bay from Petaluma, California. This is the first trip to Boston for North Bay's men's team. It's Daniel Forsman, Tristan Vanderland, Logan McKinney, and Miko Brown, and steered by Murphy Stearns.
Passing the CBC right now, we have bow number 70, the Radnor High School boat in the red blades with white shell as we're passing under the bridge.
Crew 73 is Long Island Rowing Club, and they're working hard to hold off Crew 76, which is Lower Merion. 73 in the white boat at Long Island. They're working hard. They describe themselves as five hard-working guys, and they're working hard here on the Charles. Been pushed by Lower Merion in the black boat. Both of those boats going under the bridge right now.
We have bow number 80. Look for the yellow boat with the yellow oars. This is the Bellin Jesuit Prep Club out of Florida, with bow number 75 just behind them in the checkered oars from Boston Latin School, a local crew here in, as you guessed it, Boston.
And then it's crew 77 over from King's Chester School, Chester, England. That's Chester School, just going under the bridge now. Crew 78 in the red boat is DC National. They row on the Potomac. That's Navin, Ross, Duncan, Vinay, and Zach. Potomac crew just going under the bridge right now. DC National.
We've got 79 in front, followed closely by 81.
79 in the white boat nearest to us. This is the Greater Lawrence rowing, but they're being pushed hard by 81, which is a Radley crew. Radley is just downstream of Oxford. They row on the Thames. And then behind them in the red boat, it's a CRI crew. CRI pushing hard on the two crews ahead of them. CRI just going under the bridge now. CRI has such a good big program. Just based upriver, a couple of miles upriver, community rowing. If you want to learn to row, whatever your age, head up to community rowing. Crew 82 coming into view now and passing the dock. This is Twin Cities, the youth rowing from Minnesota. They have the largest youth rowing team in Minnesota. Twin Cities going past the CBC dock now. And they're followed by Crew 85 in the dark boat. This is St. John's Prep from Danvers, Mass. They're just in their fourth year of their program. This is their third consecutive head of the Charles. They row up on the north shore of Massachusetts. So that's St. John's Prep just going under the bridge right now. Crew 84 coming into view now with the neon hats. This is a Lowell crew, Lowell High School from Lowell, Massachusetts. Steve Long, Brandon Grace, Lucas Petruzziello, Aiden Lavoie, and Ethan Solinger. Young crew rowing out of Lowell High School. Hey, welcome to the Charles, guys. So we have some initial splits from that men's youth fours event. These are just the splits as they go past here at CBC. Sacramento winning as they go past CBC in time of 30 minutes 23 seconds. That was crew 2. Sacramento were ahead of St. Catherine's, who started off in the lead in this event. They were 7 seconds ahead of St. Catherine's. We've got a report here that bow number 59 was in 3rd place as they went past CBC. So bow number 59 from Newport were just 11 seconds behind the Sacramento crew. So they moved up a long, long way. So it shows you what you can do. It's harder at the back of the field because you've got a lot of crews to pass. Much better if you start at the front of the pack and have that open water. Maybe just have 1 or 2 boats to chase. So that's it for our men's youth fours. That was event 52. Those young boys provided some excitement out here in front of us. A few bit of clashes, but on the whole, they steered that course pretty well. You know, some of those kids steering are just 14, 15, 16 years old. The next event coming up is the Directors Challenge Men's Quads. There are 35 competitors in this event. Whole variety of ages across this event, from 70-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds, 20-year-olds, whole range of ages. Texas Rowing Center will be going off first in the Directors Challenge Men's Quads. And they're planning on bringing home that raw time first place again. Bow number 4 is interesting. It's a family crew. Michael, who's obviously the dad, is 61, and he looks like whether it's his sons, cousins, nephews, but Michael has found a 28-year-old, a 30-year-old, and a 23-year-old to pull him down the course. So Michael Taff in crew number 4, he's 61, but he's rowing with a 28-year-old, a 30-year-old, and a 23-year-old. That sounds like a nice race for him to have. If he can hang in there with those youngsters.
At some point, he seems like he might just be the figurehead, so...
And there's always those CBC home crew favorites of Jay Manson, Jim Pierce, Tom Darling, and John Grant. They're going off bow number 3 in Directors Challenge. They've raced this event since it was inaugurated by the directors several years ago now. but they always have stiff competition. The Fruit Loops is the crew number 2, which has Dan Gurian, Russ Cohn, Greg Benning, and Michael Smith. They're 5-time defending champions in the quad and hold the course record. They're starting at bow number 2.
Easy Dock is proud to be the official dock supplier and official sponsor of Head of the Charles Regatta. We'd like to welcome every crew team to this year's event and invite you to visit the Easy Dock booth to see our low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. We're starting to see our first cruise approach the Weld Bridge and should be around the corner in the next couple of minutes, so watch out for the Director's Challenge men's quad.
All right, so the next race we're going to see is the Directors Challenge Men's Quads. This is always a competitive field. Lots of guys who love to just go out there and race and have been racing each other for many, many years. So we got the first crew coming into view now around the corner. And this is bow number 1, Texas Rowing Center. Texas Rowing Center returning this year. This is different ages in this event. So this crew has 34-year-old, 33-year-old, 38-year-old, and a 52-year-old from the Texas Rowing Center. Approaching the CBC dock now. They have opened up a big bit of water between themselves, going really nicely, really cleanly. And the next crew number 2 is Fruit Loops, which is a local crew. It's got Greg Benning in this crew, Fruit Loops crew, approaching CBC at the moment. Dan Gregorian, Russ Cohn, and Michael Smith. Fruit Loops are the 5-time defending champs in the quad and hold the course record, going past CBC right now. That's Fruit Loops. Fruit Loops Rowing Association, just going under the bridge. Then behind them, it's CBC, Jay Manson, Jim Pierce, Tom Darling, and John Grant. Nice steering, Jay. Good race, guys. Go CBC. Crew 4 is the next crew coming down. They're being chased out by Crew 5. Crew 4 is the Taft family crew with Michael, the 61-year-old, and Alexander, Brandon, and Travis all in their 20s. They're being pushed by Rocky Mountain, crew number 5. This crew number 5 competes at Mile High in Colorado. Crew 9 going past the CBC dock. This is the Coven Training Center, Jamie Coven. Former national team member in that crew. It's Coven Training Center, just gone under the bridge. And crew 6 going under the bridge right now. That's Merry Meeting Rowing and Upper Valley Rowing, combination of Maine and New Hampshire rowers.
My names aren't the right, or the same as yours.
Crew 7, All-American Rowing Camp up from Florida.
This one, all different.
Crew 10 is a mixed crew of Chinook, Riverside, and S&M Rowing. This combo crew number 10 going past now. Riverside rowers in that boat.
Bow number 12 on the buoy line. And bow number 8 trying to hold them off.
Bow number 12 racing hard in the yellow blades. That's Pennsylvania Barge Club and White Marsh Boat Club. Chuck, Keith, Pete, Mark, and Mark have been rowing together for 10 years. Crew 8, closest to us, is Malta Boat Club. They're based in Philadelphia. Former LaSalle High School and St. Joseph's Prep rivals. Bow number 11 approaching the CBC dock is Rockland Rowing Association from Nyack, New York. This is their 4th Directors Men's Quad Race, but with a new lineup this year.
Then bow number 13.
And they're followed by bow 13, Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Connecticut. So this is Directors Challenge Men's Quads. This helps support the Head of the Charles charities with this event. Crew 15, it's a sort of corporate entry from Akamai based in Cambridge.
And then bow number 16 right behind them.
They're closely followed by Undine Barge Club from Pennsylvania, who would just say they're happy to be here.
We have 17 on the buoy line and then 14 in the green suits.
Crew 17 is Narragansett. And crew 14 in the yellow Empacker is Dartmouth. That's Dartmouth in the Empacker, the green tops. Dartmouth class of 1979. Crew 21 approaching CBC. This is an Austrian-American international lineup with former national team members of both countries. 3 Austrians and 1 American in this crew.
In front of CBC right now, we have bow number 25 with the white blades.
Bow 25 passing CBC in the white blades and dark boat. That's Maritime Rowing Club.
And 19 right behind them, or in front of us.
Maritime followed by crew 19, which is Belmont Hill. Mark Findice, John White, Tim Fulham, and Daniel Schley. These guys have been rowing together since the 70s. Yeah. Crew 20 approaching the CBC dock. CRI boat, CRI blades. It's CRI.
We have bow 23, which is, I think, the Sammamish.
CRI going under the bridge now. They're followed by crew 23, Sammamish.
And then bow number 18.
From Redmond, Washington. Sammamish gone past crew 18. That's Narragansett. The Masters Quad from Narragansett Boat Club. Our friends up from Providence, Rhode Island.
Ooh, with a pink.
Crew 35 is the Malvern Prep School from Malvern, Pennsylvania.
I think this is the Don O'Neill one. In the neon, we have bout number 26.
Crew 26. We think this is Greenwich. But we're getting mixed results here between our program and our booklet. So for the directors' events, the crews chop and change.
This is 27. They have London on the back of their shirts.
Crew 27 is London. All members of London Rowing Club from the UK.
28.
Crew 28.
Boat.
That's Duxbury Bay Maritime from Duxbury, Mass.
And 22.
Crew 22. Got this down as Jessica Archibald, Sean Engel, Kay Worthington, and Hans-Jörg Wyss. 84-year-old in that boat. Crew 22.
Oh no. Oh no.
Looks like we had a boat stopper back down the course, but 24 escaped all that.
There's 3 boats.
Crew 24 is Nashikitsa. Is Nashikitsa in the purple tops? This is Larry Ellsworth stroking that boat. Nice job, Larry.
Okay,
Escaping all the mess down the course.
we have a 3-boat pileup as people start to make their way out of it, and bow number 29 in the neon took a wide line.
Oh my goodness, we got all sorts of things going on here. This is going to be an interesting one for the umpires. Crew 30 is Melbourne University.
And we seem to have bow number 33 making the push out of this mess first.
They'll have a lot of stories to tell when they get home to Australia.
Oh, and we have a quite close clumping as we go under the bridge. Let's not have a repeat of 30 seconds ago.
Crew
So
31 is from Shanghai in the yellow M packet, just going under the bridge now. Crew 29 by the dock. This is all North Shore crew from Illinois. Crew 32 taking the wide arch. That's Harvard, the Harvard crew, Harvard lightweight oarsman from the 60s.
and bow 34 taking advantage of that mess to make up some ground from King's Crown.
Okay, that was some exciting happenings on the river. Hope you guys are getting your money's worth down there. Those directors challenge men's quads. There's a lot of testosterone in those boats. A lot of those guys just don't know when to give up, so they just keep going no matter what. Just race and be damned. We'll go out there, we're going to pull hard, we're going to race down the course. Everyone else get out of our way, or not, as the case may be. So we just had the men's quads, which is a director's challenge event, and quite a few older guys in that. The next event we're going to have is the men's youth coxed quads. Now the big difference here is the boys who tend to be all schoolboys actually have a cox on board, so they shouldn't in theory have the steering issues that the grown-ups have. As you just saw, the grown-ups can have a lot of steering issues. So when we see the boys come along and the men's youth cox squads, they should do a little better because they've got a cox on board whose sole job is to steer them. Well, it's not his sole job, it's to be the strategy and the motivator in the boat, the cox, to guide the crew along. So that's what we're expecting next. Event 53, Men's Youth Coxed Quads. This is the 4th year for this event. The regatta has been encouraging a lot of youth sculling events and grown that part of the regatta, it's a great way for the kids to start learning to row in sculling boats. If you can move a sculling boat along, it really helps once you get into a sweep boat. Just to give you an idea, Men's Youth Cox Squads, this next event, Event 53, there are 48 boats in this event, so it's a popular event, only in its 4th year here at the Charles. New Canaan will be the starting bow number 1. They're looking for a three-peat, and this New Canaan crew won Youth Nationals in the quad this year, so it should be a pretty hot crew. But they could have some challenges towards the back of the pack. Bow 24 is a crew from Germany, Bayer Leverkusen, members of the German Youth 8 champions. And bow 46 is Henley Rowing Club from the UK, one of the top quads, members of the GB national team.
And we're having our first competitor come through for the race, bow number 1 from the New Canaan High School Club. This is the white boat with the white blades as they reach the Elliott Bridge.
So these guys won Youth Nationals in the quad this year. That's the New Canaan crew going under the bridge. Behind them, we've got bow 6, really made up some room. This is the Pocock crew from Seattle, Washington.
Bow number 3, crossing the CBC line right now, the Redwood Scullers.
And then bow 2 in the green and white stripes. This is Argonaut Rowing Club from Toronto, Ontario. Welcome to the Charles Argonaut.
Bow number 9 in the dark blue caps is Row America Rye with the white blades.
Crew 10, behind them is Crew 10's taken a really nice course. That's what having a good cox can do for you. That's Brentwood from Mill Bay.
Bow number 8 also taking a strong line with the red blades. This is Three Rivers Rowing Association, and they just passed bow number 7 in the neon yellow and blue blades. Resilient Rowing Club. Bow number 4 just behind them in the seafoam green blades from Vashon Island Rowing Club. And bow number 13, who made up quite a bit of space, the California Yacht Club, as they go under the bridge.
Wow, California really moved up there. And it's like Crew 12 has done pretty well too. That's Saratoga. Crew 14 approaching the CBC dock. This is Maritime Rowing Club from East Norwalk, Connecticut. Maritime going past CBC right now, and then they're followed by Crew 5, which is Niagara Falls from Niagara, Ontario.
And bow number 16 with the inside buoy line from Utah crew. And bow number 11 holding in there with the dark green blades. That is
That's
the White Marsh Boat Club.
Crew 15 approaching CBC now. This is Advanced Community Rowing Association. They row out of Nyack, New York. ACRA passing the CBC dock. Welcome to the Charles guys. Shoshana, Brandon, Kyle, Jason, and Emerson.
We have our next grouping approaching the CBC dock. We have bow number 19 in the striped unisuits from the Christian Brothers Academy, and bow number 24 taking a tight inside buoy line to try to pass them before the bridge, the RTHC Bayer E. Ruder from Germany.
And then it's crew 18 and 17. 18 in the orange and black, that's London, Ontario. Crew 17 nearest the CBC dock, that's First Coast from Jacksonville, Florida. This quad average is just 15 years old in the First Coast quad.
We have bow number 23 with the white blades in red. That is the St. Benedict's College crew as they pass under the Elliott. And very close, we have bow number 20, the Buckingham Brown Club.
BB&N.
With bow number 27 with the blue blades trying to make that push as they go under the Elliott from Camp Randall.
Crew 21 in the blue boat, approaching the CBC dock. This is the HB crew. Hollis Brookline Cavaliers crew. They're closely followed. Is that crew 28? From Newport Beach. Half the crew were in the 2019 lightweight eighth at the national championships, won the national championships.
Then we have bow number 29, the Long Beach Junior crew with the dark blue blades as they seem to be making that push through the bridge. Closely followed by bow number 30, the Niagara Rowing School, as they hold off bow number 25, the Ransom Everglades team.
'22, this is a Row Boston crew. Boston Public School composite crew. They train together on the Charles River.
We have bow number 31, the Colorado Junior crew in the neon hats as they pass the CBC. Bow number 26, the Cape Cod Youth Rowing Club in the blue boat and the blue blades, looking strong as they head into this last part of the course.
Crew 36 is past 35. 36 in the stripes at St. Catharines, Ontario. They've gone past the Borlase School. Crew 35 over from Marlow in the UK. Crew 38, Don Rowing, down from Ontario. That's Crew 38, Don Rowing Club, from Ontario, Canada. Just going under the bridge right now. So far, these guys are doing a good job steering around this course. Much better than the older guys who preceded them.
And with that, we have bow number 39 from Shenandoah in the bright green unisuits. And in the dark green unisuits, we have bow number 32, the Central Crew Club out of Hooksett, New Hampshire.
Crew 37, following the buoy lane, is Potomac Potomac Boat Club, Crew 37 in the white boat with the red tops and red blades.
33 towards us.
Crew 33, closest to the Cambridge Boat Club, is Narragansett. Cousins to the south in Providence, Rhode Island.
Then we have 46 making a push.
Crew 46 pushing hard. That's Henley Rowing Club over from Henley in the UK.
And then 40 right behind them.
Just behind them is Crew 40, Germantown Friends from Pennsylvania.
We have bow number 34, the Gordon Rowing Association in the blue unisuits and blue blades. Getting some distance from the next bow number 42, the American School Club. On the bow line, we have bow number 44 in the red boat from the California Yacht Club. With 45 not too far behind them out of Saugatuck.
There's Crew 43, that's another CRI crew. Crew 43 just approaching the bridge right now.
And
Community rowing.
Closely followed by bow number 41 with the orange blades from the Manchester Rowing Association.
Crew 47 passing the CBC right now is Oakland Athletic Rowing Society, Oars, from Oakland, California.
And passing CBC right now with the black and white blades, we have bow number 48, the Los Gatos Rowing Club out of Los Gatos, California.
This is the first time Los Gatos has raced a Cox Squad at the Charles, and we're happy to see you here, guys. Come back next year and the next year and the next year. Don't make it a one-time event. We will love to see you here. So that looks like it for the youth Coxed quads. Those boys did a fabulous job steering down the course. But having said that, our next event is the Youth 8s, men's Youth 8s. Boats get bigger, they get a little faster, more crazy things can happen. So the men's Youth 8s event this year has 86 crews. I think that's totally the max. 86 crews in men's Youth 8s. Really packed field for this event. It's one of the most popular events at the head of the Charles. The record was another 2017 record set by St. Paul's School, who raced the course in 14 minutes 12 seconds. That's really clocking it down the course. 14 minutes 12 seconds from St. Paul's School. That's the record that they set in 2017.
And they should be launching at 1:12 p.m., which is the current time. So we have quite a bit until they get to us.
But from the men's youth Cox quads, we got some provisional times as they pass CBC. Henley Rowing Club, bow number 46, are currently, they got the fastest time going past CBC, 13 minutes 8 seconds. They started bow number 46, so they were really motoring and passing a lot of crews. The second place crew was the Pocock crew, who were bow number 6. They were 7 seconds behind. And then bow number 9, Row America, they were 8 seconds behind the Henley Rowing Club crew. That's split times here at CBC.
Harvard Pilgrim is proud to be a premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. For 50 years, they've been helping people across New England get healthier and happier. Head over to the Weld Boathouse to show your happy dance and join in the fun at the Happy Zone. Get healthy, get happy, get there with Harvard Pilgrim. The head of the Charles is also pleased to have once again Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is an all-natural and the perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes.
If you haven't got enough of the racing this year, and we know you never do, you always want more, so the place to go is you can go back and watch the races on the rowingchannel.com. All these races are being recorded today. We've got a couple of cameras up here on the CBC, on top of the CBC roof. There's also cameras at Weld. So all of those, all that video is available. You can go back and watch it anytime you like. It's on the rowingchannel.com. Go back, watch your race. Watch your mother's race, your father's race, your cousin's race, your great Aunt Joan's race. All those races, they're all there. See how they did? You can tell them how you think they did. They can make up their own stories to tell or relive stories in case they missed a bit. But rowingchannel.com is where to look up the races from this year's regatta. Katie, my co-host, just didn't realize that she was being broadcast live over the internet. Not only has she been broadcast live over the internet, she's been recorded for posterity. So it just struck her, a couple of hours into her shift that anyone can go and listen to what she said.
Feel free to ask for my interview and my signature later.
She's doing a great job, though. Even though she didn't know she was being streamed live over the internet. The race wouldn't happen without all the thousands of volunteers that we have helping make the regatta an event that runs on time and that people love coming back to every year.
It's a great organization to volunteer for. You can do it really at any age, any rowing experience. Is like everyone is happy to help and happy to have you.
Yeah, I think we have something like 1,600 volunteers this year at the Charles.
That's a lot. But if you think about all the detail that goes into making this weekend go off without a hitch, you need every single one of those people. And also, great thing about being a volunteer is you get a wonderful jacket from Brooks Brothers, one of our official sponsors of the Head of the Charles. So anytime you see someone in those bright red jackets, you know they helped make this day everything it could be.
Yep, all the timing, just putting the docks in, all the logistics and operations that make this race happen. It's all done on a volunteer basis by a huge volunteer crew. Many thanks to all the volunteers. All right, Katie, I can see from our vantage point up here, men's youth eights, they're going under the Weeks Bridge. They're approaching Anderson from the video shot camera we have. So we should be seeing them in a couple of minutes. The first boat we're expecting to see in men's youth eights is Row America Rye, or they're starting bow number 1, but they're going to be chased by bow number 2, which is St. Paul's School from the UK. St. Paul's are also the record holders in this event, so I'm sure they're keen to push through. Last year, these two crews were only separated by 3 seconds. So they'll be looking to battle it out again this year. But there'll be several other crews looking to get into those top spots. Community Rowing is bow number 6. They have this is their home course, so that certainly provides some advantage. And there's a Radley crew at bow number 7. Also, you never know, a dark horse in this event could be the Bennies from Johannesburg, South Africa, starting at bow 62, looking to make their presence felt. Remember, we've got 86 entries, 86 competitors in men's youth eights.
And we have our first crew rounding the corner to the Elliott Bridge. This is bow number 1, Row America Rye. They're wearing the bright orange hats.
They seem to have opened up a good gap behind the crews behind them, who are just coming into view now around the corner in the yellow alpaca, St. Paul's School. But it's Row America going past the CBC dock now, pounding down the course. Row America making an impressive start to this men's youth 8 events. Opened up a good wide margin between the St. Paul's School, who are following them in the yellow alpaca, white blades, white tops, St. Paul's from the UK, row on the Tideway in London. Row on part of the boat race course is their home water. The Tideway is an interesting bit of water to row on. It's well named. It's part of the Thames, but it is very tidal.
Then we have bow number 3, our next competitor, rounding the corner into front of Cambridge Boathouse. This is the Sarasota crew out of Florida. Look for their white and red blades.
So that's Sarasota just passing CBC and going under the bridge. Then behind them we've got crews 4 and 5.
Bow number 4 is New Trier High School from Illinois, and then bow number 5 would be the Oakland Strokes. New Trier is working on holding them off as they head into the rest of the course in the blue and green blades.
And Oakland is pushing them hard. Good battle out there in the men's youth 8s. Ooh, hard-fought battle as they go under the bridge there for those boys 8s. Hopefully they're clean at the other side.
Bow number 6, out of CRI, a local crew, is approaching Elliott Bridge in the red oars.
CRI just going under the bridge right now. Crew 7, another crew over from the UK. This is Radley, a school that races and practices and is based on the Upper Thames in the UK, Radley School. Radley going under the bridge.
And we have bow number 10 in the gray shirts. Seem to have passed a couple of crews to get here. They're the Marin Rowing Association out of California.
Yeah, crew 12 following the buoy line, and outside them is crew 8 of crew 12 is Gonzaga. Gonzaga following the buoy line, and closest to us here at CBC is Saratoga. Saratoga from Saratoga Springs, Saratoga Rowing Association, with the striped blades and in the blue boat.
Then we have a showdown between bow number 11, Montclair High School with the blue blades, and bow number 13, NorCal crew in the blue boat as they approach the Elliott.
Oh, 13 and 11 having a good tussle. They'll hopefully stay. Oh, nerve. Oh. We've got a bit of a hold up under the bridge. There's a hold up under the bridge.
We have bow number 9 making the most of the collision to pass boosters of Winter Park. Bow number 16 passing St. Joseph's Prep.
And 17, Greenwich crew going under the bridge. Hopefully all those guys got out of each other's way, sorted themselves out. That's what happens in these youth 8s. It's young crews, young coxers in fast boats. Crew 14 going past CBC. This is the Atlanta Junior crew.
Bow number 18 with the buoy line out of Saugatuck, passing bow number 15, TBC Racing.
It looks like those crews who clashed under the bridge sorted themselves out. Can't see anything from up here at CBC, so they seem to have sorted themselves out, which is great news. Crew 20 in the yellow alpaca going past CBC is Rose City from Portland, Oregon. Welcome to the Charles, gentlemen.
We have bow number 23, Row, New Jersey, in the white boat with the buoy line, followed closely by bow number 19 as they pass the Cambridge Boat Club. Bow number 19 is the Dallas United crew.
Then it's crew 25 in the white boat and the red tops and white blades. Crew 25 is King's College School Wimbledon.
We have bow number 22 passing us now out of Camp Randall Rowing Club with the blue blades.
And quite a good set of races behind all those. Crew 24 is the Brunswick School in the white boat. But they've got 27, crew 27, Princeton crew, battling them hard as they go under the bridge. Nice work from Princeton there, pushing hard.
And then bow 28, Jesuit College Prep with the red oars is making the push to catch up to the rest of the group.
26 and 26 in the black boat.
26 out of Green Lake Crew and 21 St. Catherine's Rowing Club seem to be heading to a bit of a collision as we head into the Elliott, with leaving room for bow number 29 Oakland Athletic to cruise through.
Yep, 29 Oakland oars, making the most of that. Crew 30 here is St. Ignatius. They're over here from Cleveland, Ohio. It's the St. Ignatius High School crew. They won the SRAA Junior 8 national title in 2019.
And seem to have quite a bit of support on the Elliott Bridge.
And it's crew 32. This is a New Canaan crew, passing CBC right now.
Bow number 31, just behind them, Bellin Jesuit Prep in the yellow boat with the yellow blades.
And it's 33 behind them with the yellow and black stripes. That's the LaSalle crew up from Philadelphia.
And in close succession, we have bow number 34, Chaminade High School. Bow number
35 is St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute of Buffalo, New York. Crew 37 is Canisius from Buffalo, New York. Canisius won the high school men's lightweight 4 at the New York State Championships, and this is their 8. Going past CBC right now.
Then we have a bit of a show-off between bow number 36, Pinecrest School Crew, and bow number 40, taking the inside buoy line from the Woodrow Wilson Senior High School.
And behind them, it's crew 39 in the white boat. That's the Los Gatos crew behind them. But these are another 2 crews as they go into the bridge. Let's just hope Los Gatos crew 39 avoids the tussle. Good coxing there. Crew 39 is avoiding that mess under the bridge. Nice coxing from crew 39, Los Gatos. He really avoided that mess.
And we're giving bow number 38, the Friends of Brookline, time to catch up to the rest of the group.
And they're well out of the way. Small coxing, just avoid all that when you get a clash like that happening.
We have our next group coming up, bow number 44, the Everett Rowing Association.
They're followed by crew 42, which is the Concord crew from Concord, New Hampshire. Concord just going past the CBC dock now.
Bow number 41 passing the CBC currently. That is Port Rowing out of New York in the black boat and black blades.
And they're followed by crew 43, which is Loyola Academy from Skokie, Illinois. They finished in the top 10 in the country in 2018. That's Loyola just going under the bridge.
Then in close, followed quickly, we got bow number 45 in the red boat. That is St. John's High School, with bow number 46 right on their heels, Boston Latin School.
Yeah, Boston Latin are pushing hard. That gap looks to be closing as they go under the bridge. Gonna have some interesting racing. Yep, definitely closing that gap there.
Then bow number 47 also making that final push for the Westerville Rowing Club.
And then crew 48 in the blue boat. This is Greater Lawrence rowing. Just going under the bridge now. Greater Lawrence from Lawrence, Mass. Row up on the Merrimack River in Lawrence, Massachusetts. Crew 51. This is crew from Austin, Texas, Texas Rowing Center. Welcome to the Charles, guys. Good to have you here.
Then we have bow 50 in the maroon shirts and pink hats. This is the Boston College High School crew.
And they're followed by crew 49 in the blue boat. Crew 49 is Manhasset High School. They row out of Port Washington, New York. It's a small New York club. You've got an interesting rig on that boat. The bow 4.
Then we got a show off between bow number 55 on the inside buoy line, Hawk Rowing Club, and bow 52 from Fordham Prep. It looks like 55's taking its legs and using the Elliott Bridge to make its pass.
A lot of supporters on the bridge for that little battle there. Crew 53 going past us now. That's the Belmont Hill score. They'll get a lot of support at the other side of the bridge. Their boathouse is just 100, 200 yards upriver from us here, Belmont Hill. For you guys watching the live stream, got a band from Harvard down on the dock naming some new trophies for the head of the Charles now, so you may be able to probably picking up the live sound from the band. But back to the river.
We have bow number 54, the East Lyme Rowing Association, passing the CBC at this moment in the dark shell.
And then it's crew 57, who've just gone past 56. 57 is Rockford crew from Michigan. 56 is City Honors of Buffalo, New York. Rockford Rowing is now in its 24th year.
We have bow number 58 in the all red outfits, red boat, red oars to round it out. That is the Hingham High School Rowing Association. And then, in a little bit of a color war, we have a blue boat following bow number 59 from the Duxbury Bay Maritime.
Crew 62 and 63 are up next. 63 is really making a move on 62 here. 63 is the Sacramento crew. 62 is Benny's, all the way over from South Africa. That's great to see a South African crew over here. But they're being pushed hard by 63, the Sacramento crew, as they go under the bridge. Although the South African crew have probably got the better line.
We have bow number 61 in the bright purple shell. This is the Bedford Crew Club out of Bedford, New Hampshire. We're seeing bow number 64 taking advantage of that inside line. Bow number 64 is the Central Catholic crew, passing bow number 60, the Lower Marion High School crew.
And then it's crew 65 just passing the CBC dock now. Crew 65 is the Pittsford crew from Pittsford, New York. These, as we mentioned before, these guys row on the Erie Canal just east of Rochester. Probably maybe picking up the band on the live stream again.
But we have bound number 66 in a very patriotic boat passing now. That's the Glastonbury High School out of Glastonbury, Connecticut.
Who is the emeritus chair of the Head of the Charles, and he will be speaking on behalf of Sweet Car, the communicating car on the dock, and that's absolutely to be dedicated.
Crew 70 is Shrewsbury High School in the yellow boat. Shrewsbury, Mass. The team was established in 1937 from Shrewsbury. Shrewsbury going to the bridge now.
Later in 1971, as the Harvard freshman, won the 4
Crew 69 approaching CBC. Crew 69 is the Lewis S. Mills High School from Burlington, Connecticut.
And then we're seeing bound number 71 trying to catch up to them, the Green Lake crew out of Seattle, Washington in the red shell.
Fogatox Coxon died.
We have bound number 68, the Iona Preparatory School in the red shell in red and yellow blades. And then in a bit of a showdown, 3 boats in a row. We have bound number 73 in the middle, Bromfield Action Brooksboro with 78 on the inside buoy line.
And 76 is the Pocock crew from Seattle. 76 just paused as they didn't want to get caught up in a big mess under the bridge.
It's rare you see 3 crews go through the Elliott all at once and not have some sort of snafu. So, small blessings.
79 in the red boat. They're close to, very close to San Diego. That's San Diego.
And we have bound number 77 passing the CBC Ridley College with 67, not far behind Central Ohio rowing with the green oars.
Crew 80. This crew is Milwaukee approaching CBC in the blue boat and blue tops. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Boys team had a lightweight 8 qualify and compete at nationals in the spring.
Then we have bound number 75. This is the Burnt Hills Rowing Association as they pass the CBC, kind of having some nice distance between the next 2 crews, which is bound number 74, the Megunticook Rowing out of Camden.
81 taking an interesting course into 74.
Bound number, and hopefully that's all that gets damaged.
Yeah. It's a hard turn to take at the best of times. You've really got to crank it around this bend, and these junior coxers, if they're not used to rowing this course, they don't realize how much they need to crank the rudder on and get their guys to pull it around as well. It's a tough corner to take with a bridge on the corner, and that's an example. If you don't quite get it right, that's an example of what can happen. But they've gone into the bridge, but they seem to have sorted themselves out and are going again.
And we have bound number 85 using the advantage of that minor crash to make up some ground. 85 is out of Annapolis Junior Rowing Association.
And then 83 passing the CBC dock now. This is Ottawa, Ontario, one of the oldest and largest clubs in Canada.
With bound number 82 with the green oars. This is the Chargers Rowing Club out of Liverpool, New York.
And then 84 in the blue boat passing CBC now. This is Rowe, New Jersey, out of Mount Arlington, New Jersey. They were youth nationals this year. That's Rowe, New Jersey, just going under the bridge. Getting a view there under the bridge. I think that might be the last of the 8s. There's none of them that we can see down there.
Definitely one of the more exciting races with the amount of crashes we're seeing under the Elliott, but with age comes wisdom and hopefully a little bit more discretion as we go under the bridge. So hopefully as we get into some of the older crews, we can see a little bit more skill in steering.
Yeah. Oh, but well, it looks like we've got one last crew. This is crew 86. Yeah, this is St. Anthony's. St. Anthony's crew, bow number 86, approaching CBC. They haven't participated in the Head of the Charles since the 50th event in 2014. So we love to see them back here. So that's St. Anthony's High School crew. Just passing CBC now with their yellow blades. St. Anthony's crew is 17, 16, and 15-year-olds in the crew. Nice job, boys. That's about it for the men's youth 8s. As we said, we got some interesting racing, particularly here, just taking this corner. It's tough. It really is tough. Even people who've been doing this for years, you've got to have your wits about you as you go around this big bend. It's late in the race. You're tired, and getting that steering right is hard to do, especially in the big boats for the boys. So our next race coming up is the Men's Championship Fours. This is the top fours race, top men's fours race. But the 2018 champs, KNRB, aren't returning, so it's a bit of an open race this year. It'll be interesting to see who ends up as the head of the Charles in the men's champ fours. Brown University is slotting into bow 1. But you know what? They'll have their hands full. They've got the Italian national team members chasing them from Gruppo Nautico Fiamme Gialle, who are bow number 2. So the Italians are bow number 2, chasing bow 1. But we've also got a German crew in the mix. Ruderklub Favorit Ammonia starts bow 8. So they'll be looking to improve on their performance here from last year. So it's the men's champ fours coming up next, event 55. They'll just have started a minute or two ago, so they'll just be passing under the BU bridge at the start. That's 2.5 miles downriver from where we are. They go through the start. The starting line is the BU Boston University dock. All the marshalling is done in what's known as the Basin, big wide area in Boston. It's always an interesting area. If we have interesting windy weather, the Basin always gets a little bouncy down there. But today we've got perfect weather on the Charles. It's just beautiful out there. No wind, no rain. We give a shout out here to Concept 2, longtime partner of the Head of the Charles. You can race your friends on the ergathlon. Bring your teammates and friends to the Concept 2 tent this weekend to race in one event with 3 ergs, row, ski, and bike over at the Concept 2 tent in Atjaro. Each race winner receives a raffle entry to win a bike erg. Thanks for being a partner, Concept 2.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Sierra Nevada Brewing Company is proud to return as the official beer of the Head of the Charles Regatta. If you've never had a Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, it's probably your favorite brewer's favorite beer. So try one today at the Sierra Nevada Beer Garden at Reunion Village or the newest beer garden, Falls Bar at Attager Row. Stop by for delicious brews and sweeping views. Purest ingredients, finest quality. Sierra Nevada.
I walked past Reunion Village yesterday, Kay. I went into Reunion Village. It was jam-packed down there. There were massive lines to get in.
Hopefully it was after everyone's races, but nothing like a little energy drink before, I guess.
I guess so. I heard the Fowls Bar was pretty popular too.
Yeah, that's a beautiful one. It's right on the course, a great view of the water right near the finish line. So if you're looking for some place to hang out for the championship events coming up later in the afternoon, you know where to find me.
Will that be Reunion Village or the Fowls Bar?
Nothing like a little brewery tour along the river, so maybe one of each.
Getting a view down on the dock here now. Some of the launches. Folks chatting. We've got safety launches down there. Out on the Charles, make sure all our competitors. So when you saw the crashes earlier on, we do have several safety launches up and down the river today, just in case anything too bad happens. Those guys can get out there, help the crews if they have any accidents or incidents out on the river. Want to make sure everyone's safe today and during the weekend. So, Katie, have you seen all the recycling areas this year along the river?
Right, so sustainability at Head of the Charles has been a big push this year. You'll notice that there are composting stations along with the recycling stations all along the course, and they've made a really big push to have all these water stations so people can reuse their water bottles and really cut down on our plastic waste this year.
Yeah, and there's a lot of volunteers. There's over 100 volunteers because it can be confusing sorting out what's compostable, what's recycling, and what you don't want to do is, put everything in the landfill.
Exactly. Even when we were picking up our volunteer jackets, they had separate labeled containers for us to put the plastic and then that would get recycled, and then also the tissue paper that lined it. So they've definitely made a big push and made everything clearer and easier to read and understand as we try to kind of make sure that the river is nice for our future generations.
Exactly. We use the river every day. We want to preserve it for everyone in the future. And the rest, the riverbank too. It's not just the river. So, all the recycling is a big part of the Head of the Charles this year and will be for many years to come. So if you haven't seen those big free water stations, there's big free water tanks. I know there's one outside here outside CBC. You can go and refill your water bottle for free. Just bring your own water bottle. The idea is that people don't use single-use water bottles. Grab one of the reusable ones. Bring your own reusable one. But reduce the use of plastic and just fill up the water bottle for free. Lots of those stations all dotted along the riverbank here today.
And if you don't have your own reusable water bottle at the course right now, I'm sure that they have them for sale at some of our official merchandising stations along the course. So go spend your money, buy a new water bottle, and save the environment.
Absolutely. Okay, so back to the river. Event 55 is our next race, Men's Championship Fours, the top men's fours event. The course record for this event was another 2017 record, so a lot of records that we're seeing set in 2017, a couple of years ago. It was the US Rowing Training Center. 50 minutes 7 seconds is the record in the men's championship fours. These are coxed fours on this race. We don't have a coxless event at the Head of the Charles for fours, so these are men's coxed fours in the championship fours. We're expecting the first boats to come into view pretty shortly. Actually, as we look from the aerial view here, the view that we're getting on the screen, we can see the first boats going up to the Weeks footbridge. It looks like the first 3 boats in the men's Champ 4s, as they're approaching the Weeks bridge, it's a tight race between the first 3 boats. If they're in order, it's going to be Brown, then the Italians, and then Camp Randall, as they approach and go under the Weeks footbridge in the men's Champ 4s. And those first 3 boats have opened up a big gap on the first boat.
And we're seeing our first competitors round the quarter in the bright pink unisuits. This is, as you guessed it, bow number 1, Brown University.
So this is Brown, bow number 1 in the men's Champ 4s. Brown men's 4 passing the CBC dock now, putting on an impressive performance. Cox 4s is sort of the big boys' boat now in men's rowing. After the Cox pairs were dropped from the Olympics, big guys got in the Cox 4s.
In front of CBC right now, we have bow number 2 in the green unisuits. This is the Italian team, the Fiamma Giale.
Nice pronunciation, Katie.
Fake it till you make it,
And crew number 4 here from Dartmouth has overtaken crew number 3 from Camp Randall. This is the Dartmouth crew in the white boat going past CBC. Sounds like Dartmouth have got a lot of supporters out here in the CBC lawn and on the bridge. Dartmouth going under the bridge, followed by Camp Randall in the white boat and red blades. Camp Randall from Madison, Wisconsin. contain a US under 23 and a US 2017 team members from Team USA.
And we have bound number 6 just in front of us in the orange unisuits. This is the Oregon State University crew who seem to have passed bound number 5, who's just behind them in the red and white striped shirts from Florida Institute of Tech.
A big gap on the river here between those top 6 crews. Looks like we've got a battle developing further down. Crew 11 on the inside of the, following the buoys. They're going past Crew 7. Crew 11 has made up a good distance here. That's the University of Wisconsin from Madison, Wisconsin. Crew 11 taking the line down the buoy line. The red blades. That's Wisconsin, the University of Wisconsin, Crew 11. And closest to the CBC dock, that's Crew 7, Undine Boat Club from Philadelphia.
And we have our next 4 crews coming pretty quickly into the bridge area. We have bound
Crew
number
7 always
12
doing
from
the
the
interesting-
University of Pennsylvania, followed closely by bound number 10 with bow number 13 just on their heels. Another Brown University boat trying to pass bound number
10.
Bound number 10, the New York
Crew
Athletic
13 are making a push for the inside. No, they've. It's another Brown crew. They made up a lot of distance there, and they're just squeezing. No, they didn't quite squeeze past the bridge. They were doing really well. Moved up a lot of places, but they were trying to take the bridge too tight.
And bound number 15 from Syracuse seems to have passed bound number 14, Cornell, as they go under the bridge.
That's tough as you're overtaking there, like the Brown crew was. They were overtaking, but then they just took it too tight at the bridge and didn't have enough room to steer back onto the course.
It's really easy to misjudge those small distances, especially when one rower can kind of change your course just at a stroke.
And it looked like Brown had their two-man dig his oar in to help bring it round, but that still wasn't enough. It's always tough, you know, if you're asked as a crew member to put your blade in to help with the steering as opposed to getting the other side just to pull it round.
And then I believe we have bound number 9 in the bright pink unisuits from Princeton University approaching just in front of CBC.
All right, so we got some lightweight fours appearing. And there's been some interesting developments here because the first crew we're seeing of the lightweight fours is crew number 3. Crew 3, which is a Penn crew. So Penn at crew 3 have really moved up the field here. They've overtaken crew 2, and crew 2 has passed crew number 1. Crew 2 is Cornell, and crew 1 was Georgetown. So Penn having a really good race, storming up the course. Penn just going under the bridge now, and they're followed by Cornell in the white boat, and then it's Georgetown, bow number 1 in the black boat, just going under the bridge. It's Georgetown hitting the bridge.
Then we have bow number 4 in the white boat, which is the first of the Yale University crew boats in the lightweight 4 event. We have bow number 6 following up next from Harvard in the crimson jumpsuits. Seem to have passed the second Yale University crew boat.
Yeah, it seems like Harvard are having a great race out there.
They're also wearing the page boy hat, so look for them as they cross under the bridge and finish the rest of the course.
Nice hats, Harvard. We got crew 7, crew 9, about 5 on the outside. So 7 going past us now. This is another Penn crew. But they're being closely chased by crew 9, which is Delaware, the University of Delaware, the Fighting Blue Hens.
That's actually bow number 8 in the
Oh, it's actually 8.
striped pants. This would be Columbia University.
That's a lightweight crew. That's Columbia's lightweight crew, so they're having a great race as lightweights.
Yeah, the first half of competitors seem to have opened up some water from the rest of them. We're just seeing the next ones round the corner, and it looks like we have bow number 11 taking a pretty tight buoy line from Dartmouth, with bow number 9 in the blue oars from the University of Delaware trying to hold on to their previous lead.
Dartmouth taking a tight race here. Tight corner, nice steering.
We're seeing Delaware make that push as we go under the Elliott to try to gain back that lost ground, but Dartmouth seems to be holding them off pretty heavily.
Those guys are racing tight under the bridge there. Well, they're separated now, which is good to see.
Then we have bow number 10 in the dark blue shell. This is the Massachusetts Institute of Tech, the MIT boat. As they follow through, they have a little bit of water before their next competitor, bow number 15 from Columbia University.
And then it's crew 12. Another Florida Institute of Technology boat, in the black boat. Just going under the bridge now with the red and white stripes. From the splits, it looked like the Penn crew, which we'd seen, that was crew number 3. They were in the lead from the splits we saw as they went past CBC.
Then we have bow number 16 in front of CBC right now in these striped jumpsuits. This is the Riverside Boat Club, a local crew. My announcing partner from yesterday is on that boat, so give him a cheer.
Yay! So that's the last of our men's lightweight 4s. Or is it?
I think we got 13 and 14.
Oh, we got 13 and 14. Katie says we've got 13 and 14 coming into view. This is UC Santa Barbara and the Detroit Boat Club. $14 have passed 13, so Detroit in the blue has passed 13. UC Santa Barbara. So that's Detroit in the blue tops, going past CBC now. And they're followed by crew 13, Santa Barbara. Cox in the fluorescent top, white boat and the yellow blades. UC Santa Barbara.
Yeah, I think now that there's some space, just since the light
So the splits that we have as those crews passed CBC, the Penn crew, which as you saw, it started off at about 3. They had the fastest time here, as you expected. They were passed here in 13 minutes, 15 seconds. And the second place at the moment is Harvard, bow number 6. They were 6 seconds behind the Penn crew. And then bow number 8, which was Columbia, they were 9 seconds behind Penn. That's the splits as they went past here at CBC. So Penn were passed here in 13 minutes, 15 seconds.
And with the end of that event, Nick and I will be signing it off and passing it on to the next announcers for the Cambridge Boat Club.
And it's Greg Stone here to take over the announcing. Welcome, Greg.
Hey, thank you. Thanks, Nick. Well done here. We are on a beautiful stretch here. We're going to take, we're going to take your...
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Mr. Stone, nice to meet you. Mark Wilson.
Mark Wilson. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Are you a member?
I am not.
All right. You're a
I'm
rower?
a guest.
Croatian?
I'm a rower. No, yeah, Willie Castle was my buddy, and I rode with Jim Dees. I won the All-American rowing camp with Jim Dees.
All right, cool.
So, right. I've been doing this little thing for about 10 years too. So.
All right, so this is Greg Stone speaking. I am a member of Cambridge Boat Club, a longtime announcer, and proud father of Jebby Stone, who did won this championship single for the 10th time yesterday. And I'm here with Mark Wilson. I'm going to let him introduce himself, and then we'll proceed to the action.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. Again, my name is Mark Wilson. I'll be joining you this afternoon as well here from the rooftop at CBC. Starting my 11th year here as an announcer at the beautiful Head of the Charles. And as everyone already knows, we couldn't ask for a better set of conditions for racing here on the Charles. We're going to have some great racing coming up, and I'm super excited to be here with Mr. Stone and here from the rooftop. So we're going to bring you some live action here as soon as it comes. Our next event will be number 57, the Women's Championship Fours. That started at 1:57, so in about 12 minutes ago they've started, so they should be showing up in another 2 or 3 minutes. We're looking for Stanford University starting in bow number 1, followed by Syracuse, Columbia, Brown, and Cornell to round out the top 5 starting positions.
All right, well done. Good start. And while we were waiting for them to come, I was going to give you an ad, but we at our advantage position are seeing the first blades coming. And so they will be visible shortly. Again, Stanford women. We're kicking this off. Women's Championship Fours. Stanford women are a big-time program. NC2A winners. And here they come. And in this boat, we have Tassica Lim, Sophie Dixon, Anja Savus, Miranda Nicolin, wow, and India Robinson. And they claim to have only been in the water for 2 weeks, but don't believe a word of that. So here we go. Well coxed. Stanford, boat number 1, bow number 1. Good line coming through.
Bow 3 next, and bow 4. Bow 3 on the outside.
Bow 3. On the outside, Columbia University with their traditional light blue blades, the Nittany Lions, and they are taking the course wide, and they have boat 4 inside of them, and that is no doubt the Bruno Browns, silver medalists at the Ivy Championships. Now Columbia's got a great line on that next corner. So Brown, higher stroking, has got to get their stern in front. Behind them, in boat 2, looks very much like the Syracuse women. They're varsity 4. And they have been passed, of course, but they are in the hunt. And these first 4 boats, which Mark, are really separated from their peers.
And it looks like Cornell is going to be our next competitor 4 coming up around the famous Elliott Bridge corner as we approach the dock here at the very famous and iconic Cambridge Boat Club on this beautiful Sunday afternoon for championship racing. And it is the Cornell Bears coming by.
Cornell,
and they're very familiar red and white.
Cornell, I don't think they're bears. They're big red. But here we are, Cornell, and looking good, rowing at 32 strokes a minute, which is, I would say, Mark, about an average cadence for this event. And they are followed
bow number 10. They've
by
made some
bow
moves.
number 10.
That's
some
the
oohs come out.
University of Washington.
And the University of Washington are the defending NC2A championships, coached by Yaz Farouk, and a really powerful program. Bow number 10 showing their stuff, and just ahead of Princeton, bow number 9 wearing the pink. And the Princeton women, coached by Lori Daphne, perennially head of the Ivy League.
And right there is our local college, Boston College. Familiar cross on their blades going underneath the Elliott Bridge, looking actually very nice and stroking at a good rate as well. Boston College, bow number 8 under the bridge.
Boston College at 28 marks, so quite a bit lower, and different styles, different folks. Here we have Dartmouth, the big green, coming up. Boat number 11. And Dartmouth is under a new coach this year, and Nice looking boat coming down to us from the Connecticut at 30. And behind them, boat number 7, Radcliffe. And Radcliffe has obviously been past. They're very local. We're rowing a brand new boat, the R. Salty, dedicated last night.
And here comes a D1 program as well, Marist College out of Poughkeepsie, New York, coached by a good friend of mine, Tommy Sanford. His women coming by here started bow number 13 in the red unisuits and white boat.
And Mark, is Marist D1?
Marist is D1. They're in the MAAC conference.
Whoa, there's
They vie for the
information for you.
NCAAs, and they made the NCAAs for the first time last year in 2019 spring.
All right, and boat 12, black hull, is Rhode Island. Little Rhodey coming through, looking good. And right behind them, boat number 15 from Oklahoma. This is University of Oklahoma, a member of the Big 12, and very much a Division I school.
Absolutely, and there is number 14, my alma mater, Northeastern University. Go Huskies. Coached by Joe Wilhelm out of the Henderson Boathouse, just up the river past the finish line. So they're on their way home.
On their way home into the headwind at 33.5, and they have stretched out. Nope. They, so now we're looking, there were 15 boats entered in this event. And Iowa started 6, must have had a problem at the start. That's all we can say.
All right. Well, that was a
okay.
pretty good group of women's championship 4s. I think exclusively D1 women's programs in there. And we've got the lightweight 4s coming up next.
Right.
Lightweight 4s have a course record. I think it's always interesting. This is very fast conditions today. So we've got the course record was created by Undine Barge Club with a time of 17:54 back in 2010. And we'll see if how we can press that. But we've got a good group coming up here around the corner at the moment.
So this group started just on the heels of the championship 4s, not the usual gap. And coming up, we have what looks to me, someone else must be using them, the blades of Vesper. Who are you identifying there, Mark? You got your glasses
Vesper
on
is
there?
bound number 2, so they could be right here.
Penn
And it
AC
is.
Vesper combination.
It
yes.
is Vesper, bound number 2, and
Bound-
they are stroking right alongside bound number 3, which is
Bound-
Boston University.
BU women, coached by Malcolm Dalbridge, right down to very good lightweight women's program. So
And both of them obviously have passed Radcliffe, who started first. So we've got a race for first there between bow 3 and 2. Bow 3 making a nice move underneath the bridge. They'd like to get by. They'd like to get by Vesper before the next corner, or else they're going to be set up for the outside of that long corner before the finish line. So it'll be interesting to see who can keep the inside of that next corner.
And not that it's determinative, Mark, but on cadences, BU, the fastest of that group, was at 35, Vesper at 33, and Radcliffe at 30. So
that is correct. One of the things I like to mention, though, is rating and speed is speed. So sometimes boats can go faster with a lower stroke rating, and if they're rowing efficiently, that's what you're going to see. Fast boats rowing very clean and strong.
Here's another BU crew, and good-looking crew. They started 4th. So obviously their other boat has gotten some distance on them, but they're cooking right along here in the red hull, and behind them in the white hull.
Bow 7, Stanford from the West Coast. They've made some ground up here as well. Bow 7.
And Stanford, coached by Kate Burko, has been the dominant, the national champions for a number of years.
Yeah.
That's bow number 7. Behind them, bow number 8,
MIT.
The engineers of MIT. Going through, and in the blue boat on our side is bow number 6. That's Georgetown, and they are battling it out.
Ooh, there we've got a little collision
with
there.
Princeton, and we're seeing some oars hitting, not a boat collision.
That's 5. Yep.
Very
the lightweights may be petite, but man, they are aggressive. So watch out for the lightweights. They're going after it under the bridge.
A little bit too close quarters there. The umpires have something to say. And bow number 10
is University of British Columbia out of Vancouver, Canada.
just going under the bridge now.
Bow number 9 coming in front of the dock is Brock University, coached by my good friend Swede. All right, so the Brock ladies
University
looking
of
good.
Canada wearing uniforms that are quite reminiscent of the U.S. team with their red stripes.
Very clean, technically proficient group.
Yep.
All right, I'll hop in on the next race. Can I tag team for you?
Sure.
Do you know Mary?
Just a cameo.
Great.
How are you?
Great.
This
How
is
are you?
men's champ next.
That's okay.
You want that? Okay.
Whatever. Or I'll just do the women's champ. I know all the well, you know the coaches.
I know.
So if there's any lull between the racing, we're going to put splits on screen, and that's the top 3 times past Cambridge. Awesome.
All right.
From
Awesome.
here.
Awesome.
I'll let you know
Okay,
when
now
we
you
come.
know
Great.
you've got Kelly Pearson.
Thank you very much.
Okay, in this boat here.
Yeah, right here.
All right, 14. Here we go.
Boat Club,
Cambridge Boat Club, bow 14.
Pierce.
Rowing with Molly Pierce, I would say.
Yes, Molly Pierce.
A Cambridge Boat Club member and disguised in CRI equipment. And, you.
And bow number 11 passing by, another Radcliffe crew, coached by Liz O'Leary and the group. Well, she's
Sarah
the head
Baker.
coach, sorry.
Sarah Baker. They do not
Sarah
report
Baker.
to each other. So we've got a little gap here, and in this gap we are seeing for the Champ Fours, Brown University started 4th, was ahead at Cambridge by 0.2 seconds over UW, ahead by 8.8 seconds over Columbia University. So tight race between 1 and 2 in that Champ 4 division, which is now finished, but the results are not up. We've got a gap here,
Yeah, we still have a couple of
and we haven't
lightweight
seen
programs.
University of Wisconsin or Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
And Gordon College is in its 2nd season ever, so they may be wandering their way down the course. No excuse for you, University of Wisconsin, which placed 3rd at the IRA last year. So we'll wait to see something there. You take it, Mark.
All right. In the women's lightweight fours, our splits coming through the Cambridge Boat Club. British Columbia crew, bow number 10, is in first place. Time of 14:54 and ahead by 7 seconds over MIT, which had made some significant passing. So I think that's great for MIT to be coming up in 2nd place. And 3rd place, another 5 seconds behind MIT, is BU. So the first crew from BU is bow number 3. So again, British Columbia in first, starting way back in 10th, which is a great idea for them to be able to move through those boats and get up into the front pack and leading the way. And again, we're supposed to have a couple more crews from the women's lightweight fours coming by. And if we do, we'll see those shortly. And then, of course, the big event of the afternoon for a lot of people is the Men's Championship 8 event. Men's Championship 8 is event number 59. Always a huge draw for the spectators, and I'm sure everybody on the Elliott Bridge over there is looking forward to seeing some of the fastest crews in the country come through. So we've got a full international field with teams from the Netherlands, Great Britain, Germany, Italy, and even New Jersey. So the U.S. national team will be starting bow number 1 from the training center in Princeton.
So, yeah, that's a great preview. U.S. national team has 2 boats in this event. The first boat is all but one of them rowed as the U.S. team in Linz, where they finished 5th, qualifying for the Olympics. And Yale behind them are the IRA and Eastern Sprint champions. Brown's men crew behind them is, in theory, in a rebuilding year. We'll see about that. Interesting to see that we have the Dutch team here. I'm not sure that, just judging by the names, I'm not sure that's totally, they're all probably team members. I don't think it's the Dutch 8.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the Dutch 8. I think it's just they're clubs that are put it to themselves together and are here representing their country, and they're club members of the city. So great to see.
that's Italy. Oh, yeah.
In between a couple events, the announcers, we had like a experienced coxswain from the national team, and just.
Why don't I interview Greg?
There you go. I would love that. I also have another coxswain who she raced yesterday, and she's actually with the rowing channel, our like personality.
That's
And
okay.
I'd love to you guys to get to interview her too after this.
We have an
next
Olympic
event.
coach here.
Let's do it.
So, my name's Mary Mazio, longtime fan of the regatta, and I'm up here for a short cameo. And in between, while we have a lull, I am going to interview Greg Stone, who is no stranger to the city. Greg is an Olympic coach. He was a member of the 1980 team and has been rowing since, frankly, the dawn of time. Am I not correct, Greg Stone?
Well, given the ages around here, yes, that's more or less correct.
So, Greg,
I first
you
arrived on this course in 1971.
All right, 1971. What was the most difficult part of the course for you, Greg Stone?
So yesterday,
You raced yesterday.
I raced yesterday in 60 to 70-year-old singles.
What was
and,
your heart rate?
Didn't measure my heart rate. I take the monitor off for a race. You don't want to be confused.
Okay, I don't. What was your stroke rating?
So my stroke rate averaged 28, and the difficult part of the course was going through the BU bridge in the headwind. Untimely gust knocked me around a little.
No
and,
kidding. A man of your stature and strength.
Yeah, it
Slightly
happens. It
dwindling with
happens.
age.
Okay, we got action here now,
All right,
Mary.
first around the corner.
Back over to Mark. First around the corner with white blades, incognito, is undoubtedly boat number 1, the U.S. national team. And it is stroked by Austin Hack, formerly of Stanford University, in the stroke of the Rio 8. And within the boat are 4 or 5 Harvard oarsmen who know this course well. That includes Mike DeSanto, captain of Harvard and of Oxford University. So here they go, and they are rowing pretty crisp rate. I'll get that for you. And they have put a little bit of time on the Bulldogs of Yale. That is the U.S. team at 35.5. And here we have the Bulldogs of Yale, IRA champions for the last 2 years. Absolutely the finest collegiate program in America right now. Rowing that classic long Gladstone stroke. And they're rowing well lower mark, 32. They're giving away 3.5 beats to the U.S. team. And they have put a little bit of time, it seems, on the Bruno. This is Brown University, coached by Paul Cook.
34.
Rowing at 34.
Stroke by Gus Rodriguez.
Stroke by Gus Rodriguez, who is the son of Raul Rodriguez, who was a multiple Olympian. So there's a good way to start the regatta. And right behind them, we have the Dutch, KNRB Amsterdam. Many of these guys members of the Dutch national team. Dutch typically row a little higher style, a little more upright. It's very smooth, very horizontal, no bouncing of the hull. And they are very used to turning on a river as well. They're at 36.5, followed by the green of, in this case, Italy, coxed by an American, Jack Carlson, famed of the Blazer world. This boat has won 10 Italian championships. Right behind them, boat 7, white blades, the U.S. team B, stroked by Clark Dean, freshman at Harvard, and right behind them, the Harvard 8. It's been passed by USA 2, got a good spring, and Harvard, who at 33.5, so giving away a little on cadence, but right in the hunt. Behind them, boat 8, University of California, Berkeley. So here are the Bears, looking very stylish in their new white with no gold look. And also rowing at the 35 level. So, Mark, we seem to have these Champ 8s are all very close to spring form.
They are looking fantastic.
Okay, here we have boat 9 coming up, Northeastern,
No,
locals.
Washington.
Oh, University of Washington, thank you. Yeah, with the white blades. University of Washington. Team championship at the IRA, close to Yale, but not quite. Very professional program, looking good. Many-time winners here.
And the Huskies of Northeastern. We got some Huskies
other
on the
Huskies.
bridge. We got the other Huskies, the East Coast Huskies, the Northeastern Huskies. Yes, I went to Northeastern. All right.
34.5, looking good.
Coached by John Pajednik.
Chase down those other Huskies in boat 13. Looks like they've maybe made up
About
a little
11.
time.
About
11. Well, then they haven't.
Boston University coming
Boston
through.
University men. Coached by Cambridge Boat Club member. Look at the oars. What do you think of that, Mark?
Quite interesting.
Is that a technical thing, or is that for style?
I think it's for style.
Okay, and how we have another Northeastern boat. No,
Yes.
excuse me.
Yes.
Boat 12. This is the Dutch team. DRV Dortmund borrowing some Northeastern equipment. Also, national team, probably U23 members. The Dutch national team are world champions and would row at about 37 down this course.
And another Northeastern boat.
This is a real Northeastern boat. Yes.
Yes, this is a real Northeastern boat rowing the red, white, and black.
And sporting camo gear. Am I correct in that analysis? Yes.
They're striking up there around 36, 37.
Yeah, high stroking crew. We have two crews batting out. Harvard on the inside, boat number 15, the Harvard 2V.
Oh, they're ready for combat there.
And
It looks
a
like
couple
they've
of
got their
bike
bike
helmets.
on.
And that guy must have just stepped out. And they have passed Northeast BU. They've passed BU's B boat.
And we've got a guy out. Oh, Coxon's going to have some issues
So
here.
this
They're
Yale
going to lose some
boat-
speed here in the Yale.
Yale boat took
second
it a
boat.
little wide, and starboard stroke boats are hard to bring around this corner with the bowman on the wrong side.
Good observation. Absolutely. We've got some guys coming hard along the buoy line here. This looks like the big green of Dartmouth.
It definitely looks like Dartmouth with a great
They've got
coxing
a great
job.
line coming
Great
through
line.
here.
Yeah,
That's bow
absolutely.
18. And
Bow
Wisconsin
18.
Badgers.
And
Or-
the Badgers, Wisconsin,
Yes,
17.
Bow 17.
Just been passed. Look at all these starboard stroke boats, one after another. And there's Wisconsin, and they are working hard on that corner. Cox leaning out,
They
digging
are.
in his
But,
hand.
what was working harder is
And
this Princeton boat.
Princeton,
20.
another starboard stroke boat, aiming, going to clear the abutment.
Nope, they're going to scrub some speed. The whole
This
port
is not
side
a
is
good
dropping
way to
out.
pass this bridge. Okay, oars back in, guys.
Straighten that boat out. Now we got 3 wide coming.
Ooh,
This is
3
exciting.
wide. On the inside, boat number 24.
is
That's Oxford Brooks. These
Wow.
guys are serious. This is the best university program in England.
And bow
they are
19
cruising.
bow
Bow
19 's gonna take the
21
long
is
arch.
University of Pennsylvania, and they are going to have to sit behind Oxford Brooks. And then we have Cornell on the outside here. Another boat.
Cornell obviously not wishing to take that line, but they found themselves
wisely ducking
in a
for the other
position
lane.
better than scrubbing speed by dragging out and forcing into the
23,
inside.
Princeton heavyweights, boat 2 looking well. They may pay a little price to their other Princeton crew, and behind them, boat 22.
University of Pennsylvania.
Another University of Pennsylvania who's looking forward, who has a new coach in Brian Volpenheim, famous U.S. oarsman. And behind them, boat 26.
Wow, they've made up some ground. That's Syracuse, the
This
Orangemen.
is Syracuse.
They've got a
26.
bucket rig in the 6-7 bucket.
Unusual approach, Syracuse, and they were third last week. in the
Very good
Housatonic.
line, very good line here. They've made some passing.
They
so
have
that's
made some
great.
good time up. And now we have boat 25 from Amsterdam, Minerva, one of the great clubs of Amsterdam. And this crew are top juniors in Holland, in the Netherlands.
Bow number 29 is Cambridge
29.
University from Great Britain.
Cambridge University of the famous blue boats, again using Husky equipment, very generous upstream. Bow number 29, and another Cambridge boat, 27, right behind them. So it looks like a great tussle between the two Cambridges. Oh, we got Yale's B-boat here.
Yep.
So here on the outside. Oh, this is a good point for Mary Mazzio. This is Yale University. We think it is their third boat in the race, and that's 3 boats in Champ 8s because there's so many people in Yale with medals around their wreck, they can't qualify for Club 8s.
And of course, the Naval Academy, bow number 30.
And bow number 30.
Right under the bridge.
Rowing under the bridge. And that's it. That was exciting. Champ 8s.
Wow, that went by fast, didn't it?
They
Greg?
do go by fast, and when they get into a clump, it's hard to steer those suckers.
There's not nearly as much time for the extra, for the bio, as they go by so quickly in these events. It's absolutely fantastic.
Should I stand while I'm doing this, or can I switch seats?
Here, you want me to move out? Here,
I'll sit out there. Great.
All right, Greg.
All
We have
right,
an
I'm gonna
exciting.
We got lightweight eights next, Mary. I got to keep you calm down.
Oh, okay.
Because the lightweight eights are coming before, and I'll give you a little preview of lightweight eights.
All right, let's do it.
Cornell won last year, so they start first.
Ably coached by Chris Kerber, former world champion himself, and here they come around the
And
bend.
here they
Greg.
come. They are coming on fast.
The
We're not going to
men
have
of red, and boy, look at that turn as they come around with those buoys.
And they have been the dominant lightweight program now, I'd say, for 5 or 6 years.
5 years, yep, exactly.
And they're marked in their lightweight program by a long stroke. They row like heavyweights, and they take a long stroke, push it back hard, and
well, and it may work and it may not. We've got Princeton coming around the corner, and it does look like Princeton's made up about 3 seconds on them,
I would say, yeah. Princeton looks like a length. They've made up at least a length on them.
And they're rowing higher. They've got a higher rating.
Princeton is being more aggressive now.
Yep.
Both crews have good lines on this. Princeton, coached by Marty Crotty, and in the 2-seat, Andrew Berg, formerly of Belmont Hill.
Fantastic.
How could I see at that distance?
Right.
They are rowing at 36. What'd you get there?
I had 36.
36 strokes a minute.
And a little bounce on the bobble on the buoys here from Yale, rowing a boat just dedicated last week.
Yep. Coached
And,
by Andy Card.
Andy Card,
Who
great
is in
program.
his 24th season, I believe, at Yale.
Unbelievable. And
Yep.
behind them, the Naval Academy right on their heels.
Right on their heels.
And right on their heels, the University of Pennsylvania, a very serious and revived lightweight program.
Incredible.
So this is they're having a great battle.
And they've really, really opened up, Greg, on your alma mater, who is
They
now
have.
coming around the bend.
They have. So Harvard had the season from hell, as they all self-describe it, last year. And so they're rebuilding this year, spending a little more
Rebuilding year
time
for
on the
Harvard
earth, a little more
lightweights.
time on the stadium.
Yep.
And we think it's going to pay off.
Okay.
But here they go, and here's Harvard. Got to make up a little time now on their Ivy compatriots, rowing 32.5. So that's a marked difference from Princeton.
And they've opened up on the Yale B boat, which is now coming into view around the corner.
They've put a little distance on it, and boy, they better hope to beat the Yale B boat. Yale B boat, not quite as aggressive as the A boat, but doing a nice job,
Yep.
even rowing. 33. And we've got a little gap here before
Dartmouth.
Dan Rook is again the coach of Dartmouth.
Storied coach.
Storied coach has coached at Cornell, Princeton, Dartmouth, I think a few other places. So here we go.
Where is he not coached?
Yeah.
Is the more appropriate question.
Craftsbury, U.S. team. So here we go. Dartmouth, coached by Dan Rook. Taking a nice line, rowing at 34.5, being appropriately aggressive about it.
Yep, followed by Harvard's
By
B
Harvard's
boat.
B boat,
Bow number
which
9.
is looking pretty sharp. 33.5, outstroking their varsity. And they are, this is the
Wow, University of Delaware is
fight-
really
the
fighting.
Fighting Hens of
No-
Delaware,
no
a club
kidding.
program.
Good for them. They're
holding
looking
on,
aggressive.
holding on to that Harvard boat in front of them.
They also have a bucket in the middle of the boat.
Yeah.
A bucket is when two people on the same side are seated right behind each
Good
other.
idea.
Sometimes
Good idea to
unusual.
get that bowman onto the starboard side where he can help.
Yep.
Okay, and now we have boat. That's 11. 11. Brock University of Canada. Great to have him down here. Followed by
Princeton's B boat.
B boat. Boat number 12.
And Penn's B boat is now rounding the corner. Followed by a third Yale boat. So Yale's C boat is now coming into view.
C boat. Yes, we have it.
Deep lightweight program at Yale.
Yep, a lot of participation. A lot of people getting on that bus and heading out to
And so,
Housatonic.
yes, a few of the guys are walk-ons at Yale, which is also exciting.
A lot of lightweights, I think, throughout the squads are
Yeah,
walk-ons.
really wonderful. Oh, and who's coming around now that coxswain has is
we
is
got-
graciously giving way, it appears.
Well,
They have
it's
moved
we got a
aside to
little
let an
battle here.
oncoming crew pass.
What do we? Is that 15? So boat number 15 in the dark red shirts is Temple.
And
Temple
they have,
of Pennsylvania.
Yep, they are moving. They have made way for bow number 14.
And 14 is
16.
16, MIT.
MIT, E to the U to UDX is the cheer for MIT, you may remember.
And so 15 has got the right part of this next corner and are going to push off that engineer crew.
Well, and they did.
And behind them, 17, Mercyhurst is here. And this crew won the last two Dadville champs in the light 8.
Amazing.
So it's a great accomplishment. Here they are racing the big boys, Division 1, in the head of the Charles. And they're ducking under the bridge.
Here we
So
go.
that was a great event. Maybe in the interim before the next event, we'll see some split times from our incredible team here.
Here we go. They're up now.
And they're up.
And hello, Penn.
So we're looking at the men lightweights.
At
Bow
least
number
through-
1, Penn at Cambridge, was ahead by a healthy 3.4-second margin.
Over Princeton.
Ahead of Princeton. Mary, you called it, and they are a healthy 3-second margin over
Did I
the
did,
Naval
did I
Academy.
or did I not say there was a 3-second difference?
Yeah. that was
Magic, baby, science.
Great job. So we have-
Amazing. And look at Navy. Navy, all the Navy boat classes have been resurgent in the past 2 years. It's really exciting to see.
And, you know, it is hard to coach at Navy because they get called and they go off at sea during their undergraduate career.
Right.
They may be called up and suddenly your stern pair is on a destroyer for 3 weeks.
Exactly.
Hard
exactly.
to do it. Hard to play that game. So. Well, we all race.
What'd you race it?
Men's 40.
Men's 40.
Yeah.
Who did you cox?
California Rowing Club?
The Cal Bears?
No.
So was that was the
It's all the
was that the
ex-Olympians.
memorial crew? No.
No. We were just a bunch of ex-Olympians that were.
Are you an ex-Olympia?
All right, let's find out.
Okay, here we are, and we're going to spend some time speaking to the coxswain of the California Rowing Club 40 to 50 men's 8, which I assume she's here because she won yesterday, but I'm going to turn it over to her to introduce herself. And the
No,
history.
they did not win yesterday, but she's here to provide some insight about driving a sled of ex-Olympians down the course. Tell us your name.
My name is Whitney Powell, and I've been coxing for quite a long time, almost 14 years now. And when you're around this type of guy, you just kind of become part of the group, and you get roped into doing fun projects like this. And
So, hardest part of the course, and did you crash oars at any point?
No, I didn't crash. I actually have. I've actually gotten to race this course almost 10 times now. It's quite a few times, and I've made my fair share of mistakes. Absolutely, it's really hard not to on this course. But I've got to tell you, I think the hardest turn is really Weeks to Anderson. Not this one. I think following a lot of coxswains tend to follow the actual line of the river rather than take those bridges at an angle and go straight through and set it up actually for the other side of the bridge.
Well, Whitney, I'm not sure other coxswains would agree with you. We have seen extraordinary carnage under
We
the Elliott
have.
Bridge, which is both frightening, terrifying, and #exciting.
It's been incredible today. I could not believe how many just in one race we just saw piling up.
And so I think, certainly you saw coming around here that most recently this bend where Temple gave way to MIT. MIT was not quite fast enough and couldn't get around on the bridge. But this, right around this corner coming into Elliott, wouldn't you say that's a coxswain's dream/nightmare?
Both. Yes. Yes, absolutely. And really depends on whether you're the inside or the outside. But every once in a while, you really have to make those split-second decisions where sometimes a move like that can actually help you a few strokes down the line.
Right.
So it's maybe not the best move right then and there, and your
Right.
crew is going, "What are you doing? What are you doing?"
Well, Wiggy, tell me, how far ahead of the course are you talking? Because when I work occasionally with the Harvard crews, when the coxswains in the powerhouse, we want them thinking about in front of Newell. We want them to think ahead.
All right,
Okay,
Greg,
we'll
we
be
got
back
we
to
got to
Wiggy
get
in
back
the
to
story.
business. We
We're on to
have
business.
the men's collegiate eights coming down, and we think that bow number 1 from Michigan Rowing, will be coming around.
Right, and so let's just make this go. These are the collegiates now.
Exactly.
So these are not D1. These are people who compete at Dadvale and at the ACRA Championship. And
Precisely.
Michigan is the king of that world.
They are, except I would say they've been moved up by about 2 seconds, wouldn't you say, by Drexel, if that is in fact Drexel?
Right, Drexel, Dad Vale
Beautiful,
guys.
beautiful.
That's Bow 3, MIT.
MIT again, MIT.
MIT.
Amazing day for our friends down the river.
Yeah.
Another cheer for our friends at MIT who are charging. That cheer is E to the U to UDX.
And here we are. I thought it was MIT, PHT, MONEY. Okay, here we go. Boat
we
2,
go.
Drexel.
Right, from
and
Philadelphia.
Drexel men are back to the Charles. Really tough program, rowing a bit lower than they usually do, and right behind them with
And
pressure.
hot pursuit is Hobart.
Hobart, which is
Amazing.
great. Hobart and William Smith College, a great rowing pair. Let's swap here.
Okay, there we go. All right, and bow number 5 is Marist College, perennial Dad Vale success story.
Division 1, I believe.
Only on the women.
Ah,
Yes.
Mark
Ooh.
enlightens me. There was my confusion. All right, thank you, Mark. Bow 6 now coming around.
Notre Dame.
This is the University of Notre Dame.
In the classic yellow shell. Now that's styling.
No. Notre Dame. Are you colorblind? That's green, man.
Didn't I just say green?
No, you said yellow.
Okay.
Yeah. 'cause-
Green is the new yellow. Beautiful green with the shamrocks on the oars. I believe that's a shamrock.
Yeah,
Right?
Notre Dame taking
Lucky
the Fighting
Shamrock.
Irish. But they're wearing the dark blue, aren't they? Which is what Notre Dame's
Yeah, very
actual
much.
colors are.
And I see the BC blades.
BC,
our friends.
okay.
Yep, our friends down the river.
Okay, so we have
Bow number 7.
the Jesuit colleges right after each other. BC's got to catch up to Notre
And
Dame.
St. Joe's is, oh boy, this is, they
we've got-
need to make the move now to be able to get the turn going
St.
into the
Joe's
finish.
has really got to step on it now to get
St.
on the right
Joe's,
side.
home of U.S. Olympic coach Mike Tatey.
That's right. And
Little known
another
fact.
Jesuit college, 3 in a row. Boat
And Holy Cross.
4 in a row.
The Crusaders.
The Crusaders of Holy Cross coming
Yep.
through, rowing a bit higher, has made up some time.
Yeah.
They got
There
a
are
nice
some
line.
big athletes in that boat. That's exciting.
Wesleyan on the buoy line.
On the buoy
Oh,
line
and
with
Wesleyan.
the yellow, with the truly yellow hull, and
They are neck and neck.
is Wesleyan, and they are
They are passing.
boat number
I
9,
believe that,
which is WPI,
Right.
Worcester
I believe that
Polytech
Hayden
Institute.
Galusha, who wrote at CBC Junior program, may be stroking that Wesleyan boat. Wesleyan has had a resurgence over the past couple of years, an extraordinary D3 story.
He is listed, Hayden Galusha. Great. And okay, now we have Delaware, again, a Club 8, the Fighting Blue Hens of Delaware, one of the top collegiate
And it
teams.
looks like they may have passed Williams. Williams
And-
with Mark Mendel
And,
at the
and Mark,
helm
I
there.
want you to notice that what the coach has done here is flipped his bow pair so that he gets somebody on the starboard side in the bow. Look how beautifully that coxswain took the corner.
That's gorgeous.
Okay, and now we go.
And there
Boat
goes
11,
Williams, bow number 14.
Williams, boat
coached
club.
by Mark Mendel.
And Rutgers, boat number 12, black hull, red shirts. Chased by Trinity
And
College
the
of
Fighting
Hartford.
Bantams are taking it to them.
Trinity, which had a storied program under Coach Larry Gluckman, and
Extraordinary results under Larry.
and UMass, which just dedicated this shell to Jack Frackleton yesterday.
That's
And
a
this is,
that's a blast from the past.
That's right, class
He
of
was an
77.
athlete back in the 70s.
Yep, and boat number 17, UMass, and big guy in the 6th seat.
Amazing.
Looks good,
Looks
UMass.
like we've got UVA.
UVA, one of the great club programs rowing in one of the great rivers of the world, the Rivanna.
Gorgeous there.
And
And it looks like we've got University of California. Is that correct?
looks like it.
At
University
Santa
of California
Barbara.
at Santa Barbara.
Making the trip across the country to join us here from sunny California.
You do note their blades are flipped around from Cal Berkeley.
I did not know that.
And pink,
Bates College coming through.
coming down from Maine.
Styling
and
in pink.
Really looking stylish in the pink.
That's something.
19
And they have
has
moved
gotta
up
be
and passed.
Bucknell in the black hull with the orange and dark blue is Bucknell. And now Marietta, Oh, is that right? Coached by our very own Greg Meyer. Is coming through.
Newly installed.
Newly installed, just here. Looking through. All right to Marietta. And behind them, Colby.
The Classic C.
The Classic
Down
C.
from Maine.
Boat
bow
22.
number 22.
Colby College.
Looks like they have passed. They've moved out a little bit on WPI.
They've moved out on WPI's second boat in this event. Yeah. WPI
looking smooth.
Rowing on Lake Quinsigamond. Always eager to share their boathouse, their facilities with the rest of the world.
Yep. Worcester.
And here we have Clemson.
Here we go.
The Tigers of Clemson coming up now.
Oh, but it looks like they're being chased down by, is that Middlebury?
And that is Clemson, bow number 24.
And
rowing
they're
at
being
a very casual rate. And
but Middlebury may take
chased
advantage of
down
this.
by Middlebury with their wonderful Holstein blades.
Ice cream blades.
Ice cream blades, Holstein blades.
Love
yeah.
that.
We're talking Ben and Jerry's every day.
Temple from Philadelphia coming around the bend, bow number 30.
Bow number 30,
They've passed
Temple,
Tufts.
rowing at 34 and a half.
And 26 is the Chinese team.
And a Chinese team
And
who we
then
welcome to Boston
Tufts at 34,
from Xi'an
29.
Jiaotong University. Welcome to Boston.
Welcome.
Chinese team now at bow number 26.
John Shitong. Let's hear it from the bridge for our Chinese friends.
All right.
We're not going to be like the president. There we go.
Amazing job by this Chinese coxswain.
Gave us a wave, I think.
All right, looks like Ithaca's coming around the bend.
Okay, here we have good eyes there, Mary. Here goes Ithaca College. Power number what? Are they 32? 32, Ithaca College, 52nd year of rowing.
Yeah.
At Ithaca, looking good. And then behind them, right on the buoy line.
Oh, from Shanghai.
It's another
oh my
Chinese
goodness.
crew, Tongji from
Tongji
Shanghai.
University World Union College.
Yeah, World Union Rowing Club.
Yes, for
Only
our
the
Shanghai
second time.
friends, welcome to Boston, Shanghai.
UMass Lowell and a new blue boat right behind them.
They're going to move right on the inside.
And they humbly write in their brochure they're a work in progress. They're doing fine.
33, that's another
33 from the University of Connecticut, rowing a white boat named Legacy.
Followed by Purdue.
34, Purdue, coached by Dave Pusick. And Purdue is not Division One.
Purdue is club, both women
Club.
and men.
A club program
And
at
Greg,
Purdue.
we've got coming around the bend, a very, very wide bend, I must say.
36.
Is bow number 36,
UC
University
Davis.
of California at Davis, UC Davis.
They are a long way from home, and they row typically on a cut into the
Now,
harbor.
to be fair, they may have been trying to give way to the oncoming boat, which is Colgate.
Yeah.
And
They
if
could have
that's the
been.
case, that's a very sportsperson-like gesture.
Absolutely, but here we go. I think they're going to hold their distance right to the finish. Let's go, UC Davis. And here we go. Bow number 38, Colgate. Coxswain is making the turn now. Bowman's digging in. He's heard the call. And they're getting through. They're through safely.
All right, it looks like we've got 3 more boats to round out this
35, the bowman's out. In the
entry.
35 white blades, unpainted blades.
Something must have happened. You see the bow person is no longer rowing. Bow
Yeah.
pair is no longer rowing, so there must
Yeah.
be equipment damage or something. That's a shame.
Because they look physically well. So that is a shame. That makes it tough for the stern six. Very tough.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, and generously, bow 28 taking the outside here.
Connecticut College.
Connecticut College in a
37 is UNH.
and UNH 37 on the buoy line, and They're going to do some passing, I think, by the end. Oh,
Now,
yeah.
it looks like this is the last of the entries of the men's collegiate eights.
Yeah, well, let's just make sure we get
Oh, dear. We have
38
some
through. Just
challenges here.
a little bit too close to the bridge, perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay, that is all 38 crews, the collegiate men's eight.
So we're going to wait for some times to populate on our display. But in the meanwhile, Greg, let's talk a little bit about this upcoming barn burner of a race. We're going to see the
Mary,
women's
just
champ
before we
eights.
start this, do you have any special interest in this race?
I may or I may not. This is going to be extraordinary. You're going to see the perennial Olympic gold medalists in almost every year. The women's 8 representing USA. U.S. Rowing Training Center boat will field 2 boats in this category. You want to talk about who may be in those boats, Greg?
Absolutely. So the first boat is these 2 boats, the USA boats, were picked by the coxswains. They have 16 top-ranked women. They constitute an 8, a 4, a pair, and a spare pair. And rather than have seat racing confuse them, the coxswains got to choose. It's a you pick 'em. And so...
So do we think they're going to be equal boats, or do we think we got an A and a B here?
You know, I personally would bet on Karin Davies, who is stroking the number 2 boat.
Oh, yeah. Karin Davies, 3-time Olympian.
3-time gold medalist in the stroke seat.
38 years old.
CBC member.
Hello, CBC. She's coming back again. She was on the U.S. team in stroking the 4
this summer.
at the age of 38. What a star.
Yep, and she skipped the Rio Olympics because she thought practicing law would be a good idea. But like you, Mary Mazio, she decided that was a mistake. But rather than go into filmmaking, she went into athletics.
Right. She is a recovering lawyer, extraordinary athlete, and so wonderful to see some of our aging athletes come out and be resurgent and as strong and powerful. It's really, really exciting.
Yep.
38 years old. There's also Felice Mueller and Olivia Coffey in these boats.
She's in the other boat. She is 30 years old, married to John Graves, and has been on a number of U.S. teams and has rowed the single in 17.
Exactly.
And rowed the pair in 15, so it's been around.
And I believe Olivia Coffey stroked the 8, was it last year or the year before?
Olivia Coffey stroked the gold medal quad in 15.
That's right.
And the gold medal 8 last year, and this year was in the middle of the 8. So, yeah, it's an interesting boat. Let's move on to Stanford. Who claims they've been rowing for 2 weeks. Anybody who believes that on the bridge may now jump off.
Always strong program. These West Coast programs, really exciting to watch. In fact, this race is among the most competitive races. There are 100 D1 women's programs in this country. And it is provided for exceptional opportunities for the best in the sport. And these women are going to come barreling down the course.
I'd like to give a shout out. In the middle of the Stanford 8 is Letty Cabot, who graduated last year from the Windsor School, right next door.
Coached by your
Lisa
wife, Lisa Stone.
My wife.
This is all coming in full circle.
Yep.
And your daughter yesterday won her 10th title at the head of the Charles.
She did. Her 10th singles title, her 18th title.
Okay. Thank you for that additional detail, Greg Stone. And you have been her coach for how many years?
Since she got cut from the national team in 2008.
Yeah. Okay, you know what? Good for her to find a coach nearby that could help her.
Who was free.
Who is free. She does, however, refer to you as Coach Dad, which just has to be changed. Would you not agree?
Well, she asked her Instagram group whether the name should be changed last year, given I took on the added coaching of Sissy Madden.
Yes.
And the great majority said Coach Dad should stick.
Coach Dad is going to stick. All right. So Jevy Stone, as many of you know, she was in the women's double this year with Cease Madden, qualified the boat for the games, an extraordinary result. Given that these athletes had only rowed together 6 weeks?
About 8 weeks.
8 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, an extraordinary result. Placed second in one of the World Cups.
Yep.
Cambridge Boat Club is fielding extraordinary athletes, and it's a wonderful ecosystem that we are so proud of. These young women and young men, but of note, your daughter, Cease Madden, Mary Nabel, among others.
Yep.
Really extraordinary.
Emily Caulfels.
Emily Caulfels, who placed second yesterday, rode at Princeton. And then we have in their wake other CBC juniors who are going to be racing down. We've got Anna Mathis, who won.
Is Anna Mathis in the varsity Yale boat?
She's in the 4-seat with Daisy Mazio-Manson, who is stroking that boat. You're going to see a lot of U23 athletes coming down. And the U23 World Championships is sort of the next generation Olympians. And so this is going to be a really exciting race. Washington, Stanford, Cal, Michigan, Yale, Princeton, Brown, all very strong programs.
Now,
Ohio.
Mary, let me ask you, in the men's collegiate world, Division I IRA, Washington has 7 of their 9 in the varsity are internationals.
Yes.
Yale, 100% of their varsity and 90% of their 2V internationals.
Yes.
So in the women's world, is the women's world dominated as well by Germans and Brits and
So
New Zealanders?
not yet, but it's increasing. And in fact, you're seeing much more competition now for our U.S. women's team because so many more international women are coming and getting consistent training from our U.S. coaches here at universities. So Princeton, Yale, Brown, Cal, Ohio State, Texas, all of these programs are now attracting women from Australia, New Zealand, the Germans, the Dutch,
Texas
et cetera.
had the Romanian pair was out of UT.
Yep.
And they could do a hook 'em horns, and they did a good imitation of everything.
But yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting to see what this next generation will be. Will be up and about.
Yeah. Well, it is exciting.
And so, wait, hello. We've got
We've got action.
First 8 coming around. This undoubtedly has to be the U.S. team. And what's going to be exciting is to see how much they may have opened up on the field. The coxswain is taking a very nice turn, a conservative turn. A polite turn. A little bit wide for a national team coxswain, but still a good turn nonetheless.
I think there's a little scar tissue in this coxswain because she's missed a few turns in other years.
I see. Well, then not bad.
But you can see 35 and a half on this USA boat. Felice Mueller, the stroke, we believe, and she is terrific.
Look at these women go. They're strong, they're able, they're hauling on it. And USA 2 has just passed Stanford.
And USA 2
And look at that turn. The coxswain for USA 2 has just done a very aggressive, beautiful turn.
The B coxswain of USA.
Hello.
Lee Waters showing her stuff, putting them right on the
beautiful line.
And
beautiful turn.
And here we go, the B boat, which is very much on the heels of the A boat. Let's just lift it up, push it a little harder, and that is Liv Coffey in the stroke seat,
I would bet that they might have made up a few seconds on USA 1, but hard to tell.
And there with the orange blades, a little confusing, but is Stanford probably...
Oh, hello, there's Stanford. Now, Princeton, who's coming around the bend, beat Yale last year by 1 second. Look at that coxing job by Yale. That is textbook.
So Princeton
and they have
working hard to push back Yale.
Now, Yale has some extraordinary athletes in this boat, U23 athletes. We've got several hometown favorites. You've got Anna Mathis in the 4-seat.
35.
You've got Daisy Mazio-Manson in the stroke seat, hauling on it. Daisy! Kicking it. You've got Margaret Hedeman from CRI in the 7-seat. And they are really, really moving on Princeton.
Okay, and now we have boat number 6.
UVA.
UVA, a perennial powerhouse.
Yep, coached by Kevin Sauer.
Kevin Sauer, one of the great guys of U.S. rowing.
Yep, they are. It looks like they're taking it up a little bit.
They're starting to move it up, and now we've got the powerhouses. Michigan.
And it looks like UVA has moved out on Michigan. Michigan had an extraordinary result last year at the NCAAs.
Big Ten champions, third at NC2A, followed by the Bruno, who are taking no grief, rowing high.
Always dangerous.
Always
this
pulling
Brown
hard.
Coach.
Always pushing hard. And look at that. Can you wonder where Sis Madden got her stroke? Right
and
there.
Followed, listen, let's talk about Liz O'Leary and her program at Radcliffe.
Here we go. Radcliffe looking good in the hunt.
Yep, Radcliffe has really improved its rankings over the past couple of years. Liz's program has really accelerated, and some extraordinary athletes in that boat.
They've got a couple of Olympian children there.
Yes, they do.
Sharis and Rusher.
Yep.
Okay, Syracuse now. Got to be Syracuse. Boat 10.
Yep.
Yep. And Syracuse really rowing quite well here.
Yeah, they look smooth.
Very smooth.
And they've moved out on, looks like Northeastern.
Joe Murtaugh's Northeastern women, who are great citizens of the Charles River. I'm on them with them every morning. They're polite.
Yep.
Their coaches are polite.
They open up their boathouse to visiting crews, and they're, in fact, where the national team is parked.
Yep.
Northeastern has opened its doors.
That's great.
And this looks like BU,
Okay, and this
our
is
friends down the river.
BU women
A
coming
little
up.
bit wide on the turn, but the coxswain is recovered.
Boat number 13. So BU has gone by.
Wow.
And they're boat number 13. A few boats, and that's a
good for
resurgence.
BU.
Yep.
That's extraordinary.
Is there a new coach at BU? Yes, second year, I think.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Boat 15 right behind them.
Imperial
That's Imperial
College.
College London. And
Oh,
they
our friends
can't
from across the
believe how
pond.
smooth this water is compared to rowing on the tideway.
Right. And here's Dartmouth College.
Dartmouth College, boat 12, in a rebuilding year.
Yep.
Oh.
A little bit of a lower stroke rating than some of the
Yep,
other 8s.
Yep. And rowing along Dartmouth College.
All right, coming around the
Okay.
bend now.
On the inside, we have, with those.
We've got a lot of activity here.
A lot of activity.
16,
Boat
University of
number 16,
Minnesota.
The Golden Gophers of Minnesota on the inside.
But look at UVA.
And then we've got the UVA.
I'm sorry, University of Washington.
University
UW.
of Washington. UW.
Look at them.
Taking the inside
Yep.
of there.
Yep,
And we-
coached by
we
Yaz
hadn't
Farouk,
seen. Yeah, coached by
Olympian
Yaz.
from 1992,
that's their
coxswain.
B-boat. And 14 just went under with white blades. That's Bucknell.
Bucknell.
And they are chased by 17.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame with the more traditional gold blades.
And this looks like another Michigan
blue.
boat. Yeah, of course, with the M. This
And
is the University of Michigan's second boat.
Second boat on the heels of their first.
Yep.
Boat number 20.
And I believe this second boat has a couple of members from the U23 team.
Wow, they're
Yep.
U23
Seventh
is
seat.
on
I
their
believe the
second
seventh
boat.
seat was a member of the U23 team.
There we go. And then followed by boat number 19, Rhode Island.
Little Rhodey, look at them go.
Rhoden. Yep, looking
In their
good.
pretty blue.
And they are trying
They-
to fight off boat
yeah.
23, Wisco, the Badgers.
Always doing well. University of Wisco, a storied program, home of many Olympians.
Great program.
And
Great
they've
place to
they've
row.
passed Nereus, a crew from Amsterdam.
21. That is Nereus. Yes, that's a great
Extraordinary program.
A student crew, truly student, coached by students, run by students.
And
And
now
here we
we've
have-
got Tideway Sculler School from
Tideway Sculling School, which is a club, actually,
right, from London.
which is from
Home
London.
to many Olympic scullers on the GB
Yes,
team.
yeah, and
Extraordinary program out of
beautiful
Tideway.
rowing. And
And
boat
it
25
Is
behind them.
UVA, I'm sorry, University of Washington B boat, UW B boat,
B-boat.
again coached by Yaz Farouk. And boy,
Yeah.
does she have depth in that University
They've
of
got 'em.
Washington program. Extraordinary job that Yaz is doing.
Yep, big program.
Oh, and it looks like
Big-
we've got a Radcliffe crew here
Well,
on
what's
the
on
outside.
the inside with the yellow blades?
Let's
That's
see.
Iowa. So
Iowa has
third
been-
in the Big Ten championships,
Iowa has had an extraordinary year. They're building every year.
and they have Cornell between them, boat 26. So Iowa 28, Cornell 26.
There
in
goes
the red.
Iowa.
22 is
Let's see. Lee Rowing Club. So they're borrowing some equipment.
that's
From
Lee
London.
Rowing Club of Southeast London.
Very good.
And then we have boat number 29 in the yellow shell.
Coached
Penn.
by Westning, UPenn.
That's right. UPenn. They haven't got the red on their blades yet, but there they go.
Yep.
UPenn coming through.
Bow 29.
And then
Hot on
bow
their tails
30,
is University of British Columbia from Vancouver.
which is having a great battle. Just
Yeah, they've just passed,
27.
but Yale University B. Katie
Oklahoma,
Gleason.
27, and Yale.
So Katie
B.
Gleason is a hometown CRI athlete in the 7th seat, and they're hauling on it. Nicely done.
Wow.
And I think, Greg, this
These-
rounds out our
This
entries
has
with
got to be Tennessee,
Tennessee.
which is the Volunteers of Tennessee. Great program. Happy to have them.
All right,
Here they
Tennessee.
come. And looking good, too. I don't know.
Yep, they're pulling hard. What are they at, about a
34.
34. Good for them.
Perfect.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, Tennessee.
Welcome to Boston.
A little more legs, a little less back. I think you, yeah, well, you better go find him then. Okay, I'm going to cover the shop here while Mary goes look for Mark.
All right, Mark.
Mark Wilson.
Mark Wilson, report to the announcing booth. Mark Wilson.
All right. So here we go. We're going to get some times up, and we have them up. Champ 8s. Oop, they disappeared on me. Nope, they're back up. Look at that.
Okay, U.S. Training
Bow
Center.
number 1. Here, when they passed here, bow number
called it.
1, USA team number 1 was 1.7 seconds ahead of Liv Coffey's.
1 second off. Amazing.
Yep, and then behind them, Stanford, 16 seconds back. So there's a big difference between national team level and there's
Yes.
years of difference,
Yes.
years of training. And
All right, Greg, it's
know,
all to you now.
okay,
Thank
thanks
you for
very
having
much.
me.
Hope to see you later in the day.
Yeah. All right. We'll catch you later.
That's what I meant. Okay, we got 2 more boats coming. And these are the women's lightweight 8s coming in. And we're looking at bow number 1 in the red hull. That is the Stanford lightweights. Kate Burko's charge, Kate Burko's pride, known for pulling hard. And they are really racing Princeton, who's given them a little on the outside here, but has now got the next turn in the bag. So there's the Princeton lightweights pushing Stanford hard. Excellent race between these 2 lead boats, and now they are followed by BU's women. BU has had a great program here on the Charles. They've been the powerhouse lightweight women's program on the Charles, with Riona McCormick racing in her senior year in the boat. Mary O'Connor's daughter, and there, boat 4, Georgetown, right on the heels of BU, returning, and they mean it. So great job, Georgetown. We've got Georgetown, looks to have made up their time on Radcliffe, who has really gapped the second boat, the boat behind him, MIT. Is the Radcliffe Lights pulling hard, going for the finish here. Radcliffe Lightweights. All right. Yeah, and we've got 8 crews entered in this event, and there's been a big gap between these sort of hard-charging teams, all perennial finalists at the Nationals, and the next 3 crews. And what we'll see is on the inside, the last starting crew will show up first here. This is the Badgers of Wisconsin with their all red blades. Coxon doing a magnificent job on the corner. Really nice job. Really smooth. Not disturbing her crew, which is balanced. So this crew started way back, but they may find themselves in contention at the end. Now they're lining up for a crossing. And then behind them in the red boat is the BU women's number 2 lightweight 8, and they started 7th. And on the outside closest to Cambridge Boat Club in the black hull are the engineers of MIT. MIT lightweight women's crew. And that ends that division of the lightweight crews. So that was a great event, and we may see some times up. Here we are. Okay, so women's champ 8. Here we've got some. These are still the CBC times, so we've seen these. USA 1 is finished first. USA 2. This is to CBC, 1.7 seconds behind. and Stanford well behind that. And in single sculling, 1.7 seconds from here to the finish is nothing, but in eights, very hard to make up. Okay, and in the women's lightweight 8, Princeton women. Ooh, we got to here 0.8 seconds ahead of Georgetown and 3.6 seconds ahead of Radcliffe. So that is a truly competitive race, and I'm pleased now to be rejoined by Wiggy, who's been corralled into this, and which is great. And Wiggy, let's just talk. How did your crew in the end finish up, and do you expect to return next year? Yep, that will work.
Well, you know, we ended up with a 6th place finish, which was not quite what we hoped for. But, you know, for a lot of these guys who come out here and do it for really for the fun of it and to come out and kind of have a boys' weekend, it's kind of like our family reunion. So we really, really enjoy coming down the course together. And, of course, it's not the place that we finished, but we were just outrode this year. And you know what? Sometimes that happens out here on the Charles.
Well, the Masters 8s are getting more competitive. First, Mosley threw down the gauntlet and decided to train and erg and seat race for it. And then other crews got it. And this year, some Harvard alums formed ex-Nemo because they didn't want to lose to Mosley again, and they crushed it in the 50 to 60 category, winning by 18 seconds, and it just lifted the bar again.
Absolutely. And you know what it was actually kind of fun about that Molesey race is one of those guys was actually my 2-seat for my my Henley crew. So I actually knew a couple of those guys, and you know, we were making wagers, of course, back and forth, you know, who was going to beat who, because it's always fun to come out here and race your friends. So that was a lot of fun, kind of knowing those guys, and it was his first time out here, and they really had such a great experience and said everyone was so welcoming and really, really enjoyed going down the course.
And will California consider going one of the other great head races in the world, the Heineken Regatta in Amsterdam?
Actually, you know, it's funny you say that. We were actually just talking about that, as that is another highlight event that people really, really want to go to. It's such a fun format, and you know, it's so fun to go race in Amsterdam, and the Dutch are so welcoming that it really is a good time. So yes, actually.
Yeah, I've done the regatta numbers of times, and everything's fantastic, but for the weather. And the weather can be tough in March in the North Sea.
It does happen, and you know, last year, you know, a few months ago, they actually had some terrible weather.
They canceled a race, and the other race was survival conditions.
Yeah,
so.
and that's not always fun, especially when you travel so far.
Right. So this year will probably be a good year. Now lightning doesn't strike twice.
We hope.
Yeah.
We certainly hope.
Good. Okay. So now we've got a gap here before we're going to see the women's collegiate 8s. They started at 3:05. I've got 3:17, 3:16 now. So I'd say we're less than a minute away from seeing Bates College or Williams, who start 1 and 2, come around the corner. Division III powerhouse, Bates College is looking for its 3rd consecutive win in this event as they start off this year's campaign. WPI hopes to be a contender and pick off where they finished at the NC2A's Div 3 race at 3. And we've got Williams sandwiched in between them. So we're looking forward to this race. And, let's see. I wonder if we should do ads. Have they been reading ads? We haven't.
Every once in a while.
Yeah. Okay, so a word from our great sponsors, starting with 5 Hour Energy. 5 Hour Energy is proud to support the head of the Charles. After standing there on the bridge all day, you may feel tired. Recharge by stop by their tent and try a great tasting 5 Hour tea. It has ingredients derived from green tea leaves that will get you 100% back. Okay. And Wiggy, you look like an Aston Martin girl. Did you check out those leather seats and the walnut shifting knob?
You know, funny I did, but I think we'll come right back to that.
All right, good. Okay, so we see Bates College coming around the corner. And they're 3-time winners, a little bit casual. They are a full boat length outside of the buoys, which maybe when you win that often, you know how to do it. And actually, Wiggy, I don't even see the other boat. So we're going to have to give a big hand on the bridge for Bates because they are knocking this one out of the park.
Yeah, I think in some ways this is what we call this a horizon. This is pretty far. This is a neat gap here that they've really
This
made
is a
up.
big gap, and they're rowing 33. They're not crushing the cadence. They are just doing an unbelievable job.
Yeah, they look very, very smooth here coming through Elliott. Really, really nice job.
Okay. Do you want the binoculars? Oh, or is she going to stop? She's fine. Okay. Okay, and there'll be a little gap here, and this does not look like Williams Blades. What number are you picking up, Wiggy? WPI. They said it, and they're here. They said they were going to do well. They were second at the NC2A championships last year. They started third here. They came here meeting business, and yes, here they are.
And it looks like they have now passed Williams College, bow number 2, which is coming up right behind.
So Williams College and the white hull with the slash blades, purple white slash blades behind them, and certainly WPI has gapped them. So, this is what happens in these college programs. People graduate, new people come in, and it's a new world. And right behind them in boat number 4 is Ithaca. Great rowing program. Made the NC2A regatta in 2019. And really happy to have them here. And they are well spaced behind Williams.
Looks like Smith College coming up right here. So it looks like now we have a fairly steady stream coming through. Except these two boats coming up here, this could be a little bit tight. We'll see how these coxswains end up pointing at the Elliott Bridge.
So Smith College coming here in the blue, going under the bridge, and then
this
a
could
little
be dramatic
action here with Tufts on the outside, started 7th. Tufts took the long way around that turn, and now the coxswain is trying to get a good line and make up for time on the next turn. And gotta like the color of that Tufts boat.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful. And formerly based at Newell Boathouse. Tufts has for a number of years had their own boathouse upriver. And on the other side, really getting a battle from the Wesleyan crew. Tufts and Wesleyan pushing themselves out under that bridge. Here we have boat number 10.
10. Looks like
Woo.
Wellesley
College, charged here on the Charles River, done some damage. They've gone by boat 9, they've gone by boat 8. And they're looking good, pushing ahead. And right behind them, boat 8, Mercyhurst.
Looks like they're drafting right behind them, right under Elliott. That could be a smart move as long as they don't run up on their stern.
Yeah, rather not run in those puddles. So there they are. And then boat 9 chasing them down. That is RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology. Finishing 9th last year and taking a good angle on the lanes for this year. And here we have boat 13 on the inside.
Looks like Hamilton College there,
which
followed by
is
Bates.
Hamilton on the inside, and followed by the Bates B boat 11, which has obviously been chasing them down. It now has a better angle going out, and then right there, 12 going through, and 12 is Coast Guard. Terrific. This is a young boat with 4 freshmen and 2 sophomores in it, crossing the river in the double. Late entry for the parent-child double is Christopher Richard and his son Alexander, who just finished the Champ A race for USA number 1. Okay, another Tufts boat here. Not hard to find with that shell. Boat number 14. Romane ite domum. I don't know enough Latin to tell you what that is. Rome is our home, I believe. And there we go, Tufts rowing through. Nice job.
Looks like followed by another Wellesley here. Really
Wellesley,
tight line there by that
number 2
coxswain.
boat.
That's a
Yes.
nice line.
Nice line. Wellesley number 2. Trying to make up a little more time on Tufts. And here we go on.
Looks like Grand Valley State.
On the buoy line, Grand Valley from Allendale, Michigan, Grand Valley State. 4 athletes returning. They're pushing pretty tight on boat 16, which is St. Lawrence University. And There we go, on the St. Lawrence River, looking good. Okay, boat 17. Here, dark hull is Simmons, trains out of Riverside Boat Club in Boston, coached by CBC member Nick Kurbachoff. And behind them, boat 20 with the yellow blades is UC Santa Barbara.
UC Santa Barbara has actually done a really great job building up their program over the last few years. They started very, very, very small, and they've really built it into a pretty amazing program up there.
Well, I see here that their varsity won ACRA last year to retain their title as national champions. I don't know quite how that works because one would think the NC2A would be the national championship, but I guess it's a club boat, so it can't go.
Correct.
Okay, boat 19, before we forget, that's Worcester Polytech Institute. Second at the NC2As. And are you from the Santa Barbara area?
I'm not, but I've raced them many, many times because I am from Southern California. Started at Orange Coast College and rode for Loyola Marymount University myself. So we definitely saw our fair share of Santa Barbara out on the water with us.
Great, great. Okay, and here we have boat 23. Am I reading that right? 21. On this side. 21, yes. Boat 21 next to us is Connecticut College from New London, Connecticut. And on the inside, closer to on the Boston shore, is boat 22. And that is Jefferson out of Pennsylvania, out of Philadelphia, Jefferson University. Who a little bit close, 21. You're clear, 21. And 25 here charging through is Smith College, and on their port side, 26, in the gray hull is Mount Holyoke. Their arch rivals behind them, close behind them, boat 23, West Point. Welcome to the Army. Welcome to the U.S. Army. And boat 24, the white hull there is Stockton University from Pomona, New Jersey. This is their first Collegiate 8 appearance in the Head of the Charles in history. And boat 27, Middlebury, again with the Holstein or Jersey blades, looking good. Middlebury. Nah, not Dalmatians. But it's cow country.
Vermont cows, like Ben and Jerry's.
It's ice cream country. All right, we have some times up. Women's Collegiate H2 Cambridge. No surprise, Bates by a whopping 17 seconds over Wellesley. Wow. And WPI, 22 seconds, so 20 seconds back of first, 5 seconds behind Wellesley. That is an incredible margin in any 8 program.
Yeah, and
Big
that's
time.
unusual to see such a large margin between the top 3 as well. Not just 1 and 2, but 1, 2, and 3. You don't always see that.
Yeah, it's a rare thing. But I'm sure exciting for those Bates women. Keep them warm through the long Lewiston winter. Okay, so we're going to talk a little word from our sponsors, because this regatta would be really stuck without them. And I'm sort of getting hungry, and that makes me think of Bertucci's. Brick Oven and Pizza welcomes you to this regatta. The Bertucci's tents are located both at the Weld Exhibition and Atterger Row near the finish line for freshly baked brick oven pizzas, in-store coupons, and a chance to win a $200 Bertucci's gift card. And think about Bertucci's for your next catering order. And BNY Mellon is our presenting sponsor. You can see their names on all of our very flashy puff jackets from Brooks Brothers. And they're a global leader, as we know, in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon delivers informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets. We thank you, BNY. And finally, Brooks Brothers, proud to celebrate their 10th consecutive year as the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles. They are at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and also at the Weld Exhibition all weekend. as well as they've got a great store on Newbury Street where you can shop the limited edition Brooks Brothers Head of the Charles collection. Okay. Give you Cliff Bar, or we can.
Do you know if you had anyone else coming on with you, or am I?
I think Mark was supposed to be here the whole time, but he didn't like Mary. Do you need somebody?
Oh, no, I just, I mean, I was doing.
It's sort of boring when you get to the fixed director's stuff at the end.
Yeah.
But we're
Well,
stuck.
I was doing some of the other media stuff because I wasn't expecting to do this, but I'm happy to stay if you want.
Well, I think you're going to stay. Yeah. If I see someone who's announcer quality, I'll yell at them. If I don't right now. Okay, so our next event is the men's collegiate fours. It starts in the basin at 3:18 p.m. Course record held by University of North Carolina in 16 minutes 4 seconds in 2017, the year that all records fell. That was a warm day with a westerly breeze and zero stream. Okay, now collegiate men's rowing doesn't adhere to the same divisional structure as the women's side, so this looks different than the women's event. Eligibility is largely determined based on program's performance at collegiate events the preceding year. And this event has traditionally been dominated by the club programs at colleges, university. Georgia Tech, the Rambling Wrecks of Georgia Tech, won last year, and they lead off at Bow 1. They're going to be chased by UVM, University of Vermont's club program at Bow 2, who really did better than everyone expected, including them last year. And then UVA is a long-term strong program. They won this from 2011 to 2014, and they should be contending out of the fourth starting position. We have, this is a popular event because I am now turning the pages, and we're going to have, I've lost track. What do we got? Wiggy tells me we have 40 entries. That's great. So 3:18, 13 minutes. We should be seeing them within 30 seconds, I'd say. Yep, and here they are. We see them anyway. All white blades, so we can't tell too much yet. Bow number 3. So these are all white blades because they're borrowed. Because bow number 3 is leading the way. This is UCLA. Catherine Hirth is the coxswain. Benjamin Koch, Jules Auerkirk, Chase Beckby, and Trevor Phillips are driving this down, average age of 20. They were third at collegiate last year, but this year they've come back with a vengeance, looking really good and strong. Great line on the coxswain. And they're taking off through the bridge, and they are followed by bow number 2, UVM. Dad Vale Regatta's second place finisher last year. They're rowing a bit lower than their competition. Nice stroke, and they have moved out. Well, they moved out well on number 3, but this is bow number 4 coming up now. This is the UVA club program, very ably coached, rowing in one of the great places to row, the Rivanna, down there in Charlottesville, Virginia. And they are followed by bow number 1, Georgia Tech, the Rambling Wrecks of Georgia Tech. Winners last year and a new lineup this year, and heading through the bridge. Feel free to step in if you want to.
And here it looks like we have bow number 6, University of North Carolina. Look at that in that pretty blue. That's nice.
UNC, yes, the Tar Heels.
Tar Heels, yeah. Look at them
and
go through
they
that
are
line.
the course record holders here, going through the bridge, and followed without a bow number. Let's see.
It's a bit hard to tell there when they've lost that
Sort
bow
of
number.
guessing Vanderbilt, but we don't know. 8. Yeah, that's unmistakable. Notre Dame's club crew with the green hull and the shamrocks on the blade. Notre Dame pushing through, bow number 8.
Here we go. Looks like bow number 5, Cal Maritime there up in Northern California. Vallejo. Looking pretty good. All white there. Going through Elliott. Pretty nice line.
And now we've got a lovely trio here. On the line is bow number 11. They're doing a great job. That's Bowdoin College of Maine, and they are a half a length down, maybe just a deck down on bow number 10, which is Marist from Poughkeepsie. And now we have behind them bow number 9, and that is Carleton from Ottawa, with 3 vets being joined with a novice rower. Ottawa going under the bridge now. Carleton College from Ottawa.
Looks like we have Michigan. I think that's Michigan there. Number 12, I see those nice M's there on the back of their unisuits. Looking pretty good.
Yeah,
Keeping a pretty nice line there again. I'm always biased as a coxswain, so it's nice to see coxswains really being aggressive there under Elliott Bridge.
Yeah, so Michigan looking good, and they look to be followed by Fordham. Fordham from the Bronx. And they've won this event before. They've medaled 4 years in a row. Great to have them back.
Looks like we have another UCSB here.
Yes, it
Another
does.
West Coast team right here on the buoys in the white boat.
So, bow number 16, yes, is the UC Santa Barbara. And is this is the first we've seen of them in this division, I think. Followed by 14. 14 is Washington University from St. Louis. This is their 3rd successive appearance here on the Head of Charles. Followed by 15, Trinity College Hartford. Very storied program rowing on the Connecticut River.
With a little bit of room here behind, Boston College coming up in the red boat.
Boston College, yes. Using a boat out of CRI. High stroking, and they're very much a fixture on the Charles in the morning with their 3 or 4/8. So there they go through.
Not bad. It's lucky to get to have this as your home water.
And we crossing now is a mixed 8. Getting ready for the Director's Challenge of Mixed 8s. That's a relatively new event here in the Charles. Another chance for most people to go down the river a second time. 7-seat Charles Hamlin, formerly the voice of the other Charles, now just rowing.
Looks like here we have 18. This is
bow
University
number
of
18.
Colorado. I believe we have University of Colorado from Boulder.
All right. We've been warned here, no politics from this mic. I haven't heard any, but whatever. Here we go. This is using Harvard equipment, is in a white hull, bow number 24. Got to turn the page. That is Orange Coast College, California. It's a
That is
2-year
where-
community college with a great rugby. Wiggy, it's your school, man.
It is my school. Go Giant Killers. This is where a lot of us started rowing. Good partnership with Harvard out here in Boston. Kind of a sister school to us.
And 19 behind, that's got to be Middlebury. With those classic blades, we love them. Behind them, bow number 23, UVM, crushing their compatriot Middlebury. And right behind them, bow number 20.
25 looks like Bates in this awesome pink.
University of New
Can't miss
Hampshire is
that.
20. I apologize for being slow on that. And Bates wearing pink and going through, looking good. Followed by 22, Bucknell University. This is their 4, looking good. And behind them, bow number 29 from Oklahoma City. This is a great program out here. The men's varsity 4 event won the Dad Vale and placed 13th at the IRA, not at the Division 3. So great job, University of Oklahoma. On the inside in the white hull, bow number 26, MSOE from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 10 years of rowing. Followed in purple by bow number 21.
Looks like High Point University. What a shade of purple. Oh, it's
Yeah.
nice. You can see that
Yeah,
from
well-
far away. I like that.
Must be, that's where that's the decorating capital of the country. Maybe that purple was chosen by someone with a higher level of taste.
Well, it's working.
Yeah, it's working. It's good. Okay, and we have bow number 27 here. Yukon. Connecticut College. Connecticut College. Apologies. And right behind them, bow 30, Bowdoin. Bowdoin's looking good. And 34 behind 30, so making great time up. That's Mercyhurst from Erie, Pennsylvania. It's the first time Mercyhurst has had a boat in the fours event.
It's looking like this is bow number 28. We are missing a bow number here, but
So
let's
without the
see.
bow number in the red blades, we're guessing that's RPI. And behind them, bow 36, yellow hull just going through now, that's Drexel. And then the white hull, 32, is that it? Gordon College of Wenham, I think that's right. And they are holding off 33, Illinois, Fighting Illini from Illinois. And 35 with the black hull right here, very familiar. That's Marietta. Another Greg Meyer coach crew.
Looks like 37, University of Buffalo, coming up in the blue and white here.
Right, Buffalo. Looking good, looking good.
Looks like we may have a little bit of action up here.
We got some actions. The umpires to our left are pointing. So we have bow number 38 in the white hull with the red shirts. That is Chicago. Welcome. Second place in the lightweight forward, Accra. Those were lightweights, and then 33 behind them. I'm sorry, that's Illinois, 33 behind them, and I misattached to some prior crew. Okay, and now chugging right along is Merchant Marine from Kings Point. U.S. Merchant Marine Academy, rowing a nice cadence, smooth stroke, started last, certainly not last now, having a great race down the course. Looking good. Good job, Kings Point. And followed by 39.
Okay.
Got it?
30. Yeah. And coming up here, it looks like we have bow number 39, Marquette University from Milwaukee.
All right, all the way from Milwaukee, let's give them a hand. Yeah! Thank you very much. Okay, terrific. Now we'll see if we can get some times up on our board. And we do, instantly. Collegians 4. Look at that, bow number 16, UC Santa Barbara, led here at CBC by 0.8 of a second over Bowdoin, bow number 11. And they are only 2.8 seconds ahead of Notre Dame, bow number 8. So another good close race for first and second in this race, which is still running to the finish. So final scores will be up on your smartphone if you have reception, it can be found on regattacentral.com. Okay, as the afternoon wears on, we all get a little hungry. I'm going to talk about another great sponsor, which is Cliff Bar. Cliff Bar is sponsoring us this year in the regatta, and their nutrition is of sustained energy, and it fuels athletes miles after miles as they row or as they practice. Visit the Cliff Bar Pavilion at Row for samples, coffee, and more. And thank you, Cliff. And Concept 2 is a major, if not the major, U.S. rowing company. Concept 2 has brought you the oars that almost everybody is rowing with those bright green collars on them, and they have brought the ergometer, which allows everybody to practice for their rowing year-round and other people to try the sport. Concept 2, a lot of people wonder what oar is right for you. You can learn about the best match of oar for your crew by visiting the C2 tent. They're unbelievably nice people. They remain family-owned. They're all there in their flannel blue shirts. It's located right next to Hudson Boat Works. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles. They also provide all oars to U.S. Rowing for free. They are a great supporter of the sport. And Gentle Giant. Where does all this stuff come from? All this stuff that fills up Regatta Row and whatnot, it's all Gentle Giant Moving Company. They're the secret force behind the regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. And Gentle Giant is hiring. Stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more. Here's a way to get to learn about logistics and to get exercise all at once. And they have their own rowing club. All right, Wiggy, we're going to talk a little about the Collegiate Fours. Barry University set the record in 2013. 36 competitors in this event. Tell me about this. Who's kicking it off and how's it going? Oh, it's unfair.
Well, thank you. It looks like.
Right here. FID.
Perfect. Here we go. Looks like the Florida Institute of Technology, so FIT, the 2018 champs, are going to kick off the field with bow number 1. So it looks like they won this division handily in 2018, besting the 3-time winners, Barry University, which looks like they also have the course record, so that'll be interesting. By over 20 seconds. So with 36 entries, this is a really large field, predominantly NCAA Division 2 and 3 programs. Keep an eye out for these 2 entries at the back of the pack to challenge the field. We have Wellesley College at bow number 35 and Georgia Tech Rowing Club at bow 36. So it looks like those are ones to kind of keep an eye out for. Could be some dark horses in this race. Wellesley finished 3rd at NCAA's last year and will have a strong and deep roster this year. And Georgia Tech is a historically strong club program that might also be a dark horse and one to watch out for this field. So keep an eye on those.
Awesome. Great tips, Wiggy. Good studying. All right. So they started at 3:33. Everything's very precise. They had Charles down to the minute. And one of the reasons they can do this is if you've ever been down and looked at the start in that big open basin, there's a very long chute, much longer than most head regattas, and the umpires are very strict about getting people into the chute early and in order. So that makes them able to run things on time, and it works fine on a calm day. On a rough day or a cold day, it's sort of not as pleasant for the competitors.
Absolutely, absolutely. And they do a really good job having odd numbers on one side, even numbers on another side, so they can very, very easily get those boats down the chutes one at a time, 15 seconds apart like that. And it makes it very smooth. It's very nice.
Yep. And so here we go. So precise on timing, and we now can see the first boat coming around. Not that we can predict much, but it is bow number 1, FIT. And obviously they won last year. And Wiggy, it looks like I still don't see another boat in sight. So looks like we have the Collegiate 4 version of Bates and the Collegiate 8s here.
It's definitely looking that way. It was interesting to see them take that corner a little bit wide there. Let's see if they kind of ride the buoy
Just
here.
like Bates, and I think, boy, you get a lead like that, and the coxswain says, I'm not going to take any chances here. I'm going to just row this race through. We've got this. I don't want to be the goat and have a blade touch that. Oh.
With this kind of lead, they can be a little bit more careful, so we don't have any collisions or any
really nice, patient rowing there. They're making it look easy, and that means they're good. Nice job, FIT. Really nice job. And we've talked about it. They've put some distance. They have put some distance on Barry, who is second. Barry is a college in Miami Shores, Florida. And here they are, fantastic, coming up here and really having a good race. You know, they've put their distance on 3. And we can look at, they are rowing what we call the Italian rig, which is 2 side-by-side oarswomen in a 4. And that became the standard of international rowing for many years. And now you see a mix of it. But it does allow a 4 to be more balanced.
It really does. Yeah, that bucket can help you around these turns sometimes.
Okay, and behind them, boat 4 is Carleton of Ottawa. We've seen the Ravens in this event and other events here on the Charles already this afternoon. Great for them to come down. They've passed boat 3, the black hull behind them. That is Trinity College, Hartford. And they are fighting off boat 6, University of New Hampshire. Boat 6 breaking away from the actual running in the wake, and they're going to break for that quarter. University of New Hampshire looking good. All right, and bow number 7 coming up. This is unmistakable, the Clemson Blades, the orange and blue we get very used to watching national football. But Clemson, they can do other things in Clemson, including row pretty well. So
Yeah, they
great
look pretty
job.
comfortable there. That looks pretty nice.
Really nice job, Clemson. And on their heels, boat number 8, Jefferson University of Philadelphia. And they're here hoping to take home some hardware, having secured a guaranteed entry for 7 years here. All right. Followed by...
Looks like Lafayette College here.
Does.
Coming in the red
Looks
boat.
like Lafayette of Pennsylvania. Great university down in Pennsylvania. And rowing a little bit higher cadence, rowing quite smoothly, and having a very nice run up the river. Good job, Lafayette. Followed by boat 10 in black. This is Wesleyan. Wesleyan really spacing it nicely.
And looks like behind that we have Bates.
Bates.
I think is that Bates there again on the blue line
he's
there.
so dominant. Bates.
Yeah,
He's
here we
showing
go.
up in the 4s as well.
Looks like number 5. They've overtaken Middlebury College here, which is hot on their stern. But let's see if they can maintain or even close that gap as they come through Elliott.
And then behind that, behind Middlebury, boat number 11, Trinity College. Again, a second Trinity boat, rowing a bit higher than the first boat. Doing very well. And I have to wonder, do you think that they're using a bigger starting gap for one reason or another down there?
You know, it's certainly seeming that way. Although it is kind of fun to see these clumps of competitive boats stick together. When they really start racing each other, they gather up a little bit
Yeah,
and
oh,
kind
they
of
gather.
stick together. So it's kind of exciting
Right,
to see
and,
those.
and boats don't like being passed, so a boat may come to life.
They
when
don't, so we'll see who makes the breakaway in some of these upcoming clumps. But who is this now here on the
Here we
bow
go.
line?
Boat
Number 14. Is that Barry again?
And Barry with different colors
Barry
than our
pink.
prior Barry. I quite like that. Yeah.
I like that.
Nice job, Barry.
Good color schemes on the water today.
And 16 behind them in the white hull is Bowden. And Bowden, I think this may be Bowden's second boat in this race. Good job for Bowden. And there behind them in the dark hull, the black hull, is 18. That's Colby College, another main crew down with the big C's.
15.
And they are followed, hot pursuit, by 15. And 15 is Williams College Boat Club. 20, looking very good in its green shell, is UVM. UVM's first boat. And on this side in the black hull, without a bow marker. I was slow to pick it up. Can't tell you. 19 on the white hull is the U.S. Coast Guard. Wait, you going to give us any guesses on that missing bow marker? I'd say Merchant Marine Academy.
Yeah, I think you're right.
UMass Lowell with the red blades coming through now. And then 24 behind them is University of Calgary. Wow, out from Calgary. Welcome here, Canadians. Welcome to the Head of the Charles. I don't know where they row in Calgary. It seems pretty dry to me out there. It's have you?
I haven't actually spent a lot of time there. I envision cold.
Well, that's half
Very
of it
cold.
anyway. Half of it. All right, rounding the corner now. Bow number 22. Bow number 22 from Shanghai, Tongji University from Shanghai, China. We've seen them in the other events. It's great to have the Tongji World Union Rowing Club come over here.
Yeah, China's really made a push in their rowing programs. It's great to see them out at so many races this year.
Yeah, and at the international level, we'll just get this is 21 here, the Merchant Marine Academy of Kings Point, coming through in the blue and gray. Now we'll get to China International. That's sort of in the next blank. Okay, now we have boat 26, this white hull coming up. Illinois coming up, looking good, and they have put some distance on boat 25, which is Vanderbilt from Nashville, Tennessee. Behind.
Looks like we have Liberty chasing along the line here, coming out kind of a sharp turn back to the buoy. See if they can close the gap here.
28, Liberty from Lynchburg, Virginia. And behind them, bow number 23, St. John Fisher College from Rochester, New York. This is their 7th season as a program, and they've won 2 Liberty League championships. Okay, bow number 29 here, Bowdoin. Familiar sight to see Bowdoin coming along. This is their 2nd 4 in the event.
Looks like we have Emory coming up here from Georgia.
Bow number 27, Emory College from Atlanta, Georgia. Great to have them here. And we've got 2 yellow-bladed crews in battle behind them. 36 on the Boston shore.
Georgia
to the
Tech.
viewer's right is Georgia Tech, the Rambling Wrecks of Georgia Tech. And 34
seems they've passed quite a few crews here.
is
Georgia
Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach. In
So some tech
Daytona
programs
Beach.
here. Some
Woo,
tech
and
programs
that's
racing
the
each other.
first time at the Head of the Charles. Techie against Techie.
Yeah.
Go for it. And
It's a good
boat
showdown under
35 here is Wellesley College. This was the so-called dark horse program coming up behind us. And 31 in the white hull here is Sarah Lawrence from Bronxville, New York. They haven't raced ahead of the Charles in recent years and has recently went from being a Division III school to being a club.
Looks like U.S. Military
This
Academy.
is the Army. Yep,
You-
this is
West
definitely
Point.
West Point coming up here. Boat number 32. Okay, everybody give a hand for the U.S. Army. They're the ones who are protecting us. And behind them, boat 30, which is Brandeis. Brandeis University, local here. The rowing program in Brandeis, founded in 1986. Collegiate Club crew. And that is terrific. And that is, I believe, our last contestant in the Women's Collegiate 4. Terrific. And we'll see what we get from our very savvy tech group. Yep, intermediate times, Women Collegiate 4. FIT. Wow, we were talking about a big margin earlier.
Holy smokes.
28 seconds, FIT. They should be racing in the Champ 4s. And Behind them, University of Calgary. So University of New Hampshire, 28 seconds behind. University of Calgary, 31 seconds behind.
Another huge margin again, top three.
Oh, we have an FIT alum right here on the umpire station. And did you row there?
Yeah, I rode at FIT actually after I transferred from Orange Coast, which got second place in the men's four. You may have seen FIT's program has really been building the last couple years. It was exciting to see some friends of mine who are still on the team out there defending the course record. Coach Adam was watching from the bridge, and I know he's catching them at the finish now.
All right. Great. And your name, please?
I'm Alex Coltrep.
Alex Kotrip, who is on the umpire squad. She's been working hard all afternoon with the binoculars and the headphones. And we have one final club coming around. This is boat number 33. Shame on us for missing it. This is the PCRA from New Rochelle, New York. Really? And this is great. Let's give a cheer for these guys from New Rochelle. It's, no, I don't know if that's, I may have it wrong here.
I have Rensselaer.
Excuse me. This is Rensselaer. Excuse me, Rensselaer University going through now. Great job, Rensselaer. I apologize. I'm sorry about that. Wrong page. On to the next event. All right, so that is the Collegiate Fours now. And we mentioned the Chinese program, and internationally, China has decided that they will be the largest medal winner at the Paris Games. And so they hired Sir Stephen Redgrave, five-time gold medalist, and he has gone and hired a lot of ex-British, Greek, great international coaches. And so they were a different force over in Europe this year. And, you know, we're all going to have a lot of trouble with the Chinese crews pretty soon.
Absolutely. I know we've seen them at training camps. They go away for 3 months at a time. They've been in Spain a few times, and they're really, really pushing their program to be as big and fast and professional as they can on that world stage.
And Wiggy, do you know the highest paid rowers in the world, who they are?
The individuals?
Yes.
Tell me.
Well, I don't know their names, but they're all Chinese men.
Oh, I see.
The Chinese take their rowing very seriously, and each province has a team and they race, and the provinces pay money. And in fact, the big province guys really don't like going to the national team because it distracts them from the money side of the game.
Well, that's really interesting because I know they've actually done a lot of inviting international crews to China to come race them at these very special events. And they're really, really trying to make a big push globally to say, we are here. We are a serious program to be reckoned with. And so I'm really interested to see how that's going to pay off.
Yeah, well, I am somewhat glad that I'm going to be leaving my coaching career before they arrive in full force.
Oh, boy. Yeah, we'll see. It's anybody's game.
All right, so next event is well, I'm going to give it to you from the book, the DCPC 2X. I think that means Director's Challenge, Parent-Child, that's what it is, Director's Challenge, Parent-Child Doubles event. 351 is the start.
What a name.
This record has been owned since its inception by Andrew Holmes, former Harvard stroke, and Martin Holmes, his dad. They are now a bit older. Andy Holmes is 28. Martin Holmes is 57. They've been here for 6 times together. They've won 6 times together. This is an unusual event as there are no age handicaps. There are no sex handicaps. There are no lightweight and heavyweight.
You know what? I kind of love that. I really do. I think it's anybody's game, and everybody can show up on the starting line knowing exactly what you're getting. Do the best you can. You could be racing anyone and everyone, and have a really great time with it. What a fun combination.
So the Holmeses will be challenged from Alexander Richards, another Harvard oarsman, and his dad. They're 2 years younger in combination, and Alexander Richards is on the U.S. team, in the 8. He's been on the U.S. team since 2017, so he is still in full form training. So that'll be great. And they're followed by a, believe it or not, a father-daughter combination, but no normal father. Jamie Coven, gold, the only one of 2 U.S. men to win a gold medal at the World Championships in the single, and Lucy Coven, his daughter, silver medal in the Junior Worlds, and now on the Princeton team.
So no big deal.
No big deal. Yeah. So we're going to look forward to that, and they started at 3:51. The record is 17 minutes. We're 3.5 minutes from the start, meaning we should see them in about 10 seconds. And what do you see, Wiggy?
Wow. A darn good prediction. Here they come.
Yep, here they come. Here come the Holmeses. We're pretty sure this is they.
I think they are. Bow number 1.
Bow number 1,
Holmes and
steering
Holmes.
a really nice course.
Look at that.
And now I'd say a little wide, but they're going right along here. And father and son row pretty well together.
That is a point right there that a lot of those boats seem to realize they're starting to go a touch wide and then cut in
Yeah,
towards
well, the
Elliott
turn
again.
actually speeds up, and that's something on the course committee we've talked about. But if we buckle that in more, it makes it really tight for crews coming down, for
Sure.
returning crews.
Absolutely.
So here are the Holmeses. Give them a hand for really dominating this race. Andy Holmes must be sitting on her erg occasionally.
They certainly look comfortable going through Elliott
They
there.
look great. And so there they go. And behind them, with Belmont Hill blades, is the Richards family. Alexander Richards got to do a little more work to get his dad across the finish line.
I would love to hear the banter in that boat. I bet they have
Yeah,
a great time.
I don't think Alexander is a man of few words. His dad, though, is a coach. So here we go.
Makes it interesting.
Alexander, second race of the day. Not much rest between them. Looking good. All right, and behind them, the Coven family. Jamie Coven. He's not messing around. Right on the lines. Nice steering, Jamie. Lucy, he is starting to pull, but keep digging in, Lucy. Nice cadence there.
Looks like bow number 4 here.
And
Bow
here we
number
go,
4.
bow number 4
Pretty-
with USA colors. It's Mosley from East Surrey. Fred and David Gillard, average age 33. Now, I don't think that's good math, but an 18-year-old and a 48-year-old. Fred is second in the youth eights last year with St. Paul's. Great job, great positioning. I'm willing to bet they're in school in England.
Well, Molesey is a really neat club out in GB too. They're another one that has a couple national team members, and they send a lot of guys to the national team as well. So similar to Leander, they're a top club out there. They really have a good presence at some of these top international races.
All right, and here we go. This is bow number 5. This is the Greenwich crew out of Koskow. Christine Erickson and William Bass. 54 and 22. So, don't know about the names, but we're going to take it that it's mother and son is hauling away there as they go down the course. That is great. And they are followed by a CBC. No, they are not. Yeah, they are followed. This is a CBC crew. Boat number 6. Although they say they're from Undine, CBC Blades. These are the Hinderies, Michael and Michael Hindery, 66 and 22. Didn't want to break those. And great rowing experience, doing a great job. Nice course, nice down the course. Boat number 8, West Side Rowing Club. Matthew Marks and Ted Marks, 27 and 60. They've been as high as second in this event. And both of them rode at BU. This is, in a way, a homecoming. Followed by boat number 7, Russ and Russ Murphy out of Cambridge Boat Club. Young Russ Doing a favor to his dad again. His sister rode last time. Taking turns. Doing a nice job, nice steering job. Go for it, yeah. Okay, now we have boat number 10. Boat number 10 coming up here from York City in York, Yorkshire, GB. This is Gonzalo and Alberto Briones. Gonzalo has been rowing since he was 13 and was a bronze medal on the British junior team. Alberto, dad, has been rowing since he was 10. 3 gold medals on the Spanish national team. Wow, fantastic, and welcome to Boston. Okay, 3 boats all lined up. I'm going to start on the inside closest to me, bow number 13. 1921, Marlowe, England, Ben Jackson and Neil Jackson. And then 11 in the middle from Potomac Boat Club, Gregory and Nicholas Van Dink, average age 45. And on the outside, boat number 12, Whitehall, is RV Ister Linz. That's the name of the club. That's Linz, Austria, where the World Championships were just held. Sarah and Robert Grisshofer, father-daughter lineup, and he's a former Austrian national team member. Linz was the host to the World Championships this year. Fantastic site, wonderful city. And the Masters World Championships are there next year. Anybody old enough, I recommend they go. Bow
Looks
number
like
9.
Bow number 9 here. Bill and Joe Flynn from Carnegie Lake in Princeton. Got that nice Princeton orange there.
I got a little topping it off so they don't get lost. And behind them, bow number 15, making up some good time from Pettipog in Essex, Connecticut. Just a wonderful little club by the sea, is John and Will Bogert. This is their first time in the head of the Charles. Look at that wood boat. A king. Oops. Little problem on the bridge. Wow. Hey, we're not allowed to steer people. Okay, and now bow number 18. Crabtree, London is the club. Matt Parrish and Aurora Parrish is only 13 years old. Whoa, a 13-year-old rowing with dad.
Well, I wouldn't have guessed that. Look how well they're rowing.
They are going right along. Great. And dad was a GB national team rower in 1996. And his daughter is 13 years old. Okay, now 17 from Copenhagen. Bo Vestergaard and Thomas Vestergaard, average age 35. Bo is a former world champion in 1992 and 1995. Woo! In the silver, and 4 silvers and 1 bronze. That's pretty impressive. Okay, over here, boat number 19, light blue shirts, is unaffiliated Elizabeth and Pratt and Patricia Smith, rowing with her mom, 56 and 71. And just going by them now is boat 24 from Wilmington, Delaware, Rush and Oliver Fisher, who are having a smooth ride. And 16. On the Boston shore, viewers right, is boat number 20, PCRA from New Rochelle, Chris and Brian Clark, average age 47. And over here, closer to us, 16 from Augusta, Georgia, Chris and Catherine Yeager. This is Catherine's 5th time in the head of the Charles as she celebrates another 7th decade of rowing. Terrific. All right.
Another little cluster coming up here. Looks like boat number 21 right here in the red boat from San Diego Rowing Club, of course. Olivia and Glenn Belitho. Looks like we may have a
27 going
here.
by them right now. And that's from Cambridge. Aliyah Tun and Rifat, father, son, been racing here. And 14, just going by now, Mount Baker from Seattle, Washington. That's Helen Tillman and Ross Tillman, 44 average age, 44 years. Okay, and now boat number 31.
31 from Marin Rowing Association, Potomac Boat Club, Washington, D.C. Is that Niels and Bjorn Larberg?
Oh, yeah. Third time in the parent-child coming across the country to race together. And boat number 28? 28. No, can't be. CRI? Yeah, boat number 28 going under now. Cambridge Boat Club Blaze for rowing for CRI. Jose and Charles Garea. And boat number 34 right here, Cambridge Blades, made up a lot of time. Rowing for Fat Cat, two Princeton alums. Steve Morris and his son, Alex, who's a coach at Princeton. Daughter. Apologies. How would I know? 30, 33, and 26. 30 is the blue. In the blue boat, we have boat number 30. Great color boat, by the way. From Plantation, Florida, New Bern, Alexander and Carl Errol. They won the Housatonic, or the Houton 21K Ultrahead. Going under in the white boat, boat number 33, PCRA. Ippolito family, 26 in the dark hull, is Bulldog Rowing Club, Jim Millar and Ann Millar. Jim Millar, one of the great guys, lives on Lake Carnegie, and his daughter Ann. And 22 from Marin, Julia and Will Machard. Julia rows for the Marin varsity girls.
Looks like 29 here. Is that what you're seeing? 29.
29, yes.
Dallas Rowing Club from Dallas, Texas. Of course, Lily and Pitt Siendel.
And they are followed by 23 from Wilmington, Delaware, John and Janice Paulson, average age 52. Janice was a Cox. And Dad talked her into this, no doubt.
Well, certainly fun as a Cox every once in a while to jump in a boat and pick up some oars. You got to see what your oarsmen are feeling every once in a while. You know?
That's right. And it's fun for the oarsmen to see it happen.
Exactly. Or make fun of us. Either way.
All right, this is a perfect evening for a row. Boat number 32 is coming along now. And they're from Nantucket, which is not a big rowing center. Michael Sprinter and Lily Springer. They founded Nantucket Rowing, and they also are part of Chicago Rowing Foundation. So that's terrific. And 36 in black shirts, white hull. Unaffiliated, Craig and Chad Wolf. These are ocean rowers taking to the river. It's a lot easier out there on the river, guys, isn't it? Nice job. 40, yeah. Nice looking crew. 40 made some good time up. In fact, they started last, and there are many crews behind them now. From Cape Cod Youth Rowing in Centerville, this is Laurel and Brett Fournier. Brett must be the Cape Cod Youth Rowing founder and head coach. Nice job. 35 in the dark hull. From Austin, Texas, Dan and Pat Quigley. Welcome up. Hook 'em horns.
Looks like boat number 37 here in the lovely yellow boat from Cambridge Boat Club. Here we go. Looks like Ben and Charles Piper.
Chuck Piper, a regular here at Cambridge.
There you go. Nice blue blades with that beautiful yellow boat.
Yeah, rowing with his son, Ben. And 38 from Maine Rowing Association, Peter and Laura Lebordet. 6-time rowing together in this event. Average age 51. This looks especially like a father-daughter event. What number? 39, Cambridge Boat Club. Chuck and Betsy Fountain. 5th year rowing together. Way to go, Betsy, putting up with Dad. All right. Puttering right along. Yeah. So, Wiggy, that ends our director's mixed double. No, parent-child double. And we've got some results. Wow, Holmes and Holmes, 25 seconds up. That has gapped their margin of last year, ahead of Richards and Richards from Belmont Hill and CBC. And in third place, 5 seconds back of Richards and Richards, is Mosley's, Gillard and Gillard. All right. Well, the Holmeses have really put a stamp on it. And I guess we'll see them back next year.
Sure will. And again, quite a margin. We've seen some good margins today.
We've seen some really big margins, which is a surprise.
It is. You don't see that all the time, and it does make it exciting, especially when it's sort of a time trial situation like this, when you're in suspense the whole time, and then we see gaps like
and
this.
you have to keep you may be having a good row, but you don't know what's happening back in the pack.
Exactly. It's always a guess. It's always a guess. You're pretty sure if you've passed one or two, then you're moving on someone.
But and in these Directors Challenge, there's no seeding particularly, so it's a little hard to tell who's in what spot.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so there we go. We have one more event to the regatta. And this is the Directors Challenge Mix 8, which starts at 4:12. And the favorite is Club Nautico de San Juan, lovable favorite from 2018, donning frozen costumes for their row. This year, rowing under Scar was right. They're doing sense to a Disney theme. The boat includes lots of Charles River rowers looking to get some hardware. It's a Rolodex crew. Close behind them are 2 Riverside 8s, bookending a Lake Washington and a CBC boat. Further in the back, we have Hydro, a sponsor of this regatta, and the company which is marketing indoor rowing with a workout video. These athletes usually row in singles alongside with each other. We'll see how they fare in the 8. We've got 37 entries, which is a huge amount.
That's huge. And it's so fun looking at some of these names, too. People really have fun with these entries.
Yeah. And I see, And the last entry is, I remember, Harvard Waves, which is a Harvard club of Chinese scholars. And last year they hit the bridge and didn't make it to the finish.
Yeah, you hate to see that.
They swam into Belmont Hill. So
you do hate to see that.
I hate to see that, and we will not see that again, I'm sure.
We hope.
Yeah.
We certainly hope.
So let's see. We've got a couple of minutes here. Is there any sponsor, Wiggy, we've left out of this? I asked you about Aston Martin. Wiggy, tell us about the leather seats and the walnut handles and all the other good stuff.
Well, I have to say, they sure are nice. I actually got to sit in those cars today, and boy, they are nice. Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta here. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. They are fine British automobiles. Visit their studio at the Adige Row venue next to Brooks Brothers. And they have 2 beautiful cars sitting over there that you can take a look at.
Awesome. And thank you, Aston Martin. And let's see if we have any official announcements for Hydro, as they're mentioned as a sponsor, but I don't. Well, we didn't do Hudson. We should do that. Harvard Pilgrim, probably. Okay. Well, we're going to step in and do Hudson Boatworks, who we haven't done yet, because they're fantastic people. Hudson Boatworks is the official gold boat builder for the Head of the Charles. They host up to 100 crews out of their spread up there, and many of the world's best rowers row today in the Shark Zone. Hudson is in Canada. They give fantastic service. They're building a repair and storage center in Worcester so they can serve the Northeast market better. And they have been great friends to U.S. team, even to U.S. team members like my daughter, who in the end chose to row in other hulls. So they're really a great thing. We're happy to have them with us. And JL Racing is other. Concept 2, JL Hudson, they're all part of rowing lore. JL is the official HOCR racing gear. It's there's a tent full of it right now, so rush up there. They're official sponsor of the U.S. national team as well, and they're totally committed to expanding access to rowing in this sport, which really makes them a special group. So that's terrific, and thank you, JL, as well. Okay, Wiggy, have you coxed a mixed eight just in practice? Obviously, you're not out there now.
Certainly not. I actually rode in one. As a bow seat one time, which was pretty fun. Yeah. I don't think I was adding much to the boat, though, I have to say. I probably wasn't slowing it down too much, but not adding many watts either.
That's interesting, because a lot of women don't like it because the pace is too uncomfortable for them. My daughter doesn't like rowing in mixed eights.
Oh, interesting.
But here we go. We're on action here.
We're kicking
Director's
off.
quad. And we got noise.
I think we're hearing some
We have some
Lion
guys
King.
having fun. This is the SCAR team. The Disney SCAR, Lion King, copyrights all published. Looking good, and a very good paint job on the boat, and they have got big distance despite their hair. Big distance on the other competitors.
I like the touch of the music as well.
And Pranay Bose is coxing that crew, former Belmont Hill and Bruno Coxon. Wonder where they grabbed everybody. Great job. Oh, Lou Harwood, a CBC member there as well. Okay. Riverside, far more serious group. And probably maybe lost a length or two. A little hard to tell.
Yeah, hard to tell. Maybe it was that music that kept
Maybe
that
the
first
music's
crew
at
going
us.
there.
Well, Riverside taking a nice line, very professional coxing. And Mike Floyd, Tina Vandersteel. This is not a young boat, 48 years old, and they're rowing in memory of Jim McGaffin, who was a member of this lineup for the past 2 years and unfortunately left us and is over the bar. Okay, big gap on those two crews. And this doesn't even look like Lake Washington. Yeah, we may have an upset in the making. What you see now is boat number 6. This is Hydro. So this is a younger boat, 30 years old. And these are all, I believe, Hydro employees. And these have 3 countries in this boat, U.S., Great Britain, New Zealand. 3 Olympian Paralympians, Akil Abdullah, woo, woo, woo. Danny Hansen, woo. And Alex Kennedy, terrific, Hydro. Followed, boat 4 in the Chuck Piper 8 is Cambridge Boat Club. Charlie Hamlin, 72 years old, anchoring this. The older they get, the better they were. And there they go. Average age 59, and they're counting on that handicap.
Now look at the costumes here. Number 5. I was waiting for when we were going to
Very
see some
good.
costumes out on the water here. Is this a skeleton crew? Pirate
Riverside
crew?
Boat Club.
Riverside Boat Club.
And they started the season in the Heineken, and they're ending it here with the same group of people, 34 years old. And boat 3 behind them.
Lake Washington looks
Lake
like
Washington.
from Seattle.
Winners of the Windermere Cup in 2017. Gold medalists for Northwestern Nationals. Fastest mixed 8 on the West Coast. Well, welcome to Boston, where we've really got speed.
Looks like bow number 8 here. I'm guessing by their unisuits, you can tell where they're from. Don't mess with Texas.
Don't mess
From
with
Austin.
Texas. Texas Rowing Club. Great program. Looks like they got themselves some new blades for the event. Doing well. Average age 50. Charging down the course. And behind them, boat 7 from Willamette. This may be their first Willamette club of the day here. Longtime rowers at this race. Welcome back. Jan Bird, Rich Williams, Phoebe Shen, Julie King, and others. And behind them,
Looks
boat
like
9.
9 beauties and beasts. Wow, they have both from Nashville, Tennessee. Look
Great.
at that.
Great. Active Masters rowers from the Music City. and they have put a lot of distance on themselves. We're seeing some really nice coxing coming down the way here.
Yeah, this looks like that coxing line that we were just talking about. Bow number 12, Power 10 Indoor Rowing Center from Avon, Connecticut.
Yeah, a really good job by that coxswain, and taking the corner right away. And that's boat 12, the white boat you see. The dark hull is boat number 11, and that is Fairmont, Redwood Scullers, Vesper, and Wilmington. So this is a combi crew. And they say they are the fastest Mid-Atlantic mixed quad with some friends along with them. Okay. And 13, coming up the center, all white action, is All-American Rowing Camp from DeLand, Florida. It's a mixed crew. I'm going to read them. Asheville, Occoquan, Potomac, Sarasota, and Texas. Okay. And behind them, boat 10. In white is from Baltimore. Former Baltimore Rowing Club rowers joining a former coach and his wife. Having a reunion row down the river and doing well by it. 14 behind that. 14 looks a lot like Cambridge Boat Club. Average age 35. Humbly refer to themselves as nice guys from CVC and some fit females. Okay, there they go. 15 in the red hull, Sammamish Rowing Association from Redmond, Washington.
Looks like behind them, the red of SDRC from San Diego. This is another mixed 8 from San Diego. They do a lot of rowing down there. Have a very big team down at San Diego Rowing Club.
Yeah, and they row on the harbor?
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
Saltwater rowing. And can they row in all tide?
You can. You just have to stay towards the middle and avoid the stream when you can, or you get a lot of wash.
All right. Okay, boat number 19 going under now. Lake Washington, combi with London of GBR, Long Beach, and Vesper. London and Long Beach meet. Some great old timers in there. Average age 56. Behind them, boat number 18. MIT Rowing Club. MIT Rowing Club Super Elite 8 mixed under the bridge right now, followed by boat number 16.
Oh, this is a fun one. Looks like
Bulldog Rowing Club.
Bad
Seth
Dog.
Bauer, All-Star Coxswain. 60-year-old, second year for the Bad Dog Rowing Club. Borrowing some Army blades. And in BU gear, boat number 21, we have DeWolf, which is the name of BU's boathouse. DeWolf Rowing, BU alums from 1991 to 1903. And looking forward to some more hardware, 48 years old, average age. No chance. Okay, we got a little bit of gap here.
looks like 20.
It does. It does look like 20. So, up from Palm City, Florida, Treasure Coast Rowing Club. This is the first of their Masters 8s to row with the head. Hope they're enjoying the fall weather. Great to have you up here. Welcome to Boston. Okay, here we go. In the white hull.
23.
Boat number 23, Sag Harbor, New York. Most of this crew are Vassar alums. And so taking their skill set learned in college and heading down the river. Go Vassar. And
This is 24 here, coming up behind. 24, the Pride of Pelham from New Rochelle, New York.
Pelham Community Rowing Association. They've raced this event since inception. All right, someone on the bridge is for you, guys. And boat number 22 in red. This is a real CRI boat. These are CRI competitive rowers looking to move up in the rankings this year. They're all friends and they row in the general sweep program. CRI is a great program upstream, welcoming novice rowers into their ranks.
Coming up behind looks like the Soggy 8 from Saugatuck, Westport, Connecticut.
Aha.
I like that, Soggy 8. And look at their flag they're flying there behind their coxswain.
27, yes. And what does that flag designate? We don't quite know, but it's good coloring.
We have another costume boat coming up here.
Yeah, boat number 25, Dressed to Kill, from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Old friends rowing together again, coming in from Chicago, Hoboken, Washington, and South Boston. Great job, great costumes. Followed by more costumes in boat 26, Jacksonville, Florida. This crew won the Worlds in 2018 in the Mixed Masters. My goodness.
And here we don't have costumes, but we have one heck of a boat paint
What
job
a paint
here.
job.
Look at this.
Boat went through the washer. Boat number 28 from CRI. That's the CRI military team. Oh, that's camo. That's a camo boat.
It
We're
is.
using red.
It is.
Okay, we get it. We get it. So that is the CRI military team, which is a great thing. Those are all veterans. And get a little bit of gap here.
It looks like we have someone coming. Let's see, someone in red. Who would this be? Looks like bow number 29.
Oh, very good eyes.
Let's
Because
see.
it's another CRI boat. We'll have to let's wait till they get a little closer
Mm-hmm.
before we sell the crowd on them. A somewhat diminishing crowd, but so we have now 3 boats in their sight. This CRI boat. Here they come, CRIs. Emily Dwyer is in this boat with a whole bunch of her buddies. This is a Masters rowers from the sweeps groups, and their average age is 61, and they know exactly where they are, and they know they can hit the finish line and keep on going, get right to home. Now we have over on this side, boat 30, white with the green shirts.
Looks like we had their stroke seat sitting out there for a second. I don't know if they were trying to make the turn or trying not to clash blades. It's a little hard to tell from this angle.
They're being passed by 34. We better give them a shout out. That's Cambridge, England. Several members of Cambridge Boat Club, Dartmouth, and board members, all veterans of HOCR. And now we have another CRI looking boat, bow number 30.
31?
31. Another
31.
CRI boat. Another
CRI.
happy boat of CRI boats. I think CRI makes a pretty good effort to get out here.
I think they do. They've had a great presence out here today.
Yeah.
Really getting everybody
Yeah.
out on the water, just like they
Just
say.
like they promise. Followed by another CRI boat, 35. This is the Choate boat. These are all employees of Choate, Hall and Stewart, one of the big, very highly reputable law firms in town.
Well, good for
wow,
them.
Well,
for
that's
getting at
pretty
it.
cool. Nice job, Choate Hall.
My lawyers, when I have to use them.
Very expensive.
Nice.
All right. And boat,
Another CRI.
another CRI boat, 32. This CRI boat, 32, averages 53. It is the third of the CRI General Sweeps rowers. And they are making their way down the course and keeping their distance, I'd say, on boat 33 here. the Whitehall, which is Maguntacook, Camden, Maine. What a fabulous place to row. And I don't think they have any 8s. They must have borrowed the 8 here. These are all, Maguntacook is a big lake, very squirrely with islands and rocks. They are followed by boat 37. These are the Harvard Waves, who last year sunk in ignominy and this year are doing fantastically. Give them a shout. They made it back. Harvard Waves. Go for it. And they are followed by bow number 36. This is a mixed crew from Alexandria, Virginia, from Casitas Rowing in Ventura, from Los Gatos, and from Quinsigamon. And this is their 3rd mixed 8 appearance.
And it seems like they're calling themselves the Mixed Nuts. What a name.
They're calling it.
Exactly.
And Wiggy, I think that does it. And in former years, before the time that you probably even were rowing, we used to end the ceremonies by playing Star Spangled Banner. But I don't even see a tape recorder here, so we're going to dispense with that.
Well, sounds good to me. We can be flexible here.
Yeah, thank you all for listening, for coming, for being with us. Thanks to all the many volunteers. And we'll see you next year at the 56 Head of the Charles Regatta.